Chapter 2078. Inside the filthy blood barrier, the expressions of Qin Zhuolin and Sang changed. Attack! The two exchanged glances and immediately made up their minds, charging at the scarlet-clad middle-aged man at the same time. The scarlet-clad middle-aged man smiled coldly and said, "No one is a match for me in my filthy blood barrier. The two of you are seeking death." An intense battle quickly unfolded in the filthy blood barrier. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man was a great perfection sovereign personage in the first place, far superior to Qin Zhuolin's and Sang's. Hence, he held a significant advantage in the filthy blood barrier. However, Qin Zhuolin and Sang were not as simple as they appeared. One was a mysterious and unfathomable geomaster, and the other was a being born in the propping mulberry tree. When the two worked together, they were not at a disadvantage. This startled the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. However, his expression did not change, not changing at all. Taking down these two would indeed require a lot of effort, more difficult than expected. However, as long as Xiao Chen followed the original plan and delayed these two, he could leave smoothly after Elder Sun was done. There was no need to worry too much. On the other side, Xiao Chen followed the black-clad old man, moving stealthily through Azure Mountain Town. Azure Mountain Town was not large. Soon, the black-clad old man stopped in front of a residence. "That is." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Afraid of alerting the enemy, he did not dare to use his spiritual sense rashly. However, he vaguely guessed something. These two were here for the extreme Yin body, Qing Chen. Xiao Chen already knew 4 years ago that the Heavenly Slaughter sect was in the Desolate Sea working for the 8th Prince. Most of the young girls that the 8th Prince had plundered were given to the Blood Moon dynasty. Bang! The black-clad old man shouted coldly without any expression on his face as he suddenly attacked. The house in front silently crumbled to dust, causing the young girl and the little boy who lived in it to feel horrified. After not seeing Qing Chen for 4 years, she had grown significantly taller. The little boy should be her younger brother. "Elder sister!" The little boy cried out in fear as he hid behind Qing Chen. Qing Chen showed a nervous expression, but she still shielded her younger brother. She shouted, "Who are you? Quickly leave this place. Azure Mountain Town is protected by the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor." The black-clad old man smiled and said, "Of course, I know that this lousy place is protected by the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Otherwise, I would have brought you away 3 years ago." Under the moonlight, Qing Chen looked incredibly delicate. Her eyes flickered with a bright light. Qing Chen's delicate body gave off a cold and aloof air. Right now, even if Qing Chen was an ordinary person, one could tell that she had an extraordinary air. As expected of the extreme Yin body. "It's a pity that the 8th Prince has taken a fancy to you. Come with me." Greed flashed in the black-clad old man's eyes. He stepped forward, wanting to take Qing Chen away. "Old son, I dare you to take another step forward." Just at this moment, the black-clothed old man suddenly heard a chilling voice coming from behind him. The bone-chilling killing intent instantly pierced into their bodies, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies turning cold. The black-robed old man was scared witless. Who was it that had silently appeared behind him, and he had no reaction at all? "Who are you?" "I am an outer sect elder of the Heavenly Fiend sect." At the crucial moment, the black-robed old man used the name of the Heavenly Fiend sect to protect himself. In the Desolate Sea, the Heavenly Fiend sect was rather famous. Not just anyone dared to offend a rank 7 sect of the 6 demonic Tao Great Sections. Unfortunately, the one that the black-robed old man ran into was Xiao Chen. "Who am I?" "Just turn around, and you will see." The black-robed old man turned around somewhat nervously. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad youth with delicate features. Under the moonlight, he gave off an extraordinary air, looking like he was shining with bright light. Even the night could not hide his sharpness. Xiao Chen. The black-robed old man had interacted with Xiao Chen before. Back then, Xiao Chen had nearly died at his hands. However, there had been no news of Xiao Chen in the past 4 years. Rumor had it that Xiao Chen had either been killed by the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Mu or the Hound Lion Empire's Crown Prince, Xiahou Wu. In any case, Xiao Chen was a dead man. When the black-robed old man saw the other party suddenly appear before him, he was startled. "Run!" The other party was only a small perfection sovereign personage, the same cultivation as the black-robed old man. However, The pressure that he brought was nearly suffocating. The black-robed old man did not even think. His figure flashed, and he soared into the air, wanting to merge into the night and take the opportunity to flee. You think you can leave? Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and a candle dragon image appeared behind him. Then, 2 candle flames lit up in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An icy flame instantly burned the black-robed old man in the air, causing him to cry out in pain. It was not just his physical body. A strange cold flame even ignited his soul at this moment. The black-robed old man stumbled and fell to the ground. Before the black-robed old man could extinguish the flame on his body, Xiao Chen waved his hand and used Firmament's rage to grab his neck. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was just following orders. I am an outer sect elder of the Heavenly Slaughter sect. If you kill me, you will have an irreconcilable enmity with the Heavenly Slaughter sect. The horrifying great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's rage encased the black-robed old man, and boundless saber chi assaulted his entire body. As long as the black-robed old man dared to act rashly, Xiao Chen could easily destroy him with just a thought. Now, Xiao Chen could finally control Firmament's rage as he pleased, reaching the level of the first palace master back then. The boundless rage could shake the surroundings and shake the sky. However, when Xiao Chen executed it, he did so effortlessly and effortlessly. It's too late. From the moment he stepped into Azure Mountain Town, Xiao Chen had already sentenced this person to death in his heart. Xiao Chen took Firmament's rage a step further. The 5-element divine lightning infused into his palm, and a small world made of lightning and saber chi immediately formed in his palm. Xiao Chen instantly grasped the black-robed old man in his palm. He ferociously clenched his fist. When he opened his hand, blood shot out together with the saber intent and lightning in the air. The black-robed old man died without a complete corpse. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived beside Qing Chen and her younger brother. Qing Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as she asked in disbelief, "Big brother, is that you?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His appearance had changed significantly. Qing Chen, who was already a young girl, was still the same as before. Qing Chen's eyes would brim with tears at the slightest provocation. However, she would always stand before her younger brother. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It's me. I'm back." Qing Chen smiled between tears and said, "Big brother, you finally returned. Many people said that you would not return. Little Qing Chen felt that you would definitely return, just like 4 years ago. No matter how long I waited, you would return." 4 years ago, Xiao Chen had destroyed the Heavenly Slaughter sect's 88 strongholds near Peach Blossom City alone. At that time, many people felt that Xiao Chen would not return. Only Qing Chen persisted in waiting for Xiao Chen. "Don't cry. Bring your younger brother to find Grandpa 7 first and settle him down. I still have something to do," Xiao Chen said softly after consoling Qing Chen for a while. "Right. Little Qing Chen will listen to Big Brother." Qing Chen turned her head and glanced at Xiao Chen. Then, she quickly led her younger brother to Grandpa 7's residence. Xiao Chen sighed softly. As someone with an extreme Yin body, it was practically impossible for her to live an ordinary life. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the pavilion in the distance. Then his eyes slowly turned cold. At this moment, the scarlet-clad middle-aged man in the pavilion became increasingly relaxed against Qin Zhuolin and Sang. As time passed, the scarlet-clad middle-aged man slowly revealed his advantage in the filthy blood barrier. Qin Zhuolin and Sang attacked a few times but failed to break the filthy blood barrier. Instead, they gave it to the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. "Just give up. You have no chance of defeating me in the filthy blood barrier. I am already very restrained. If I want to, I can kill you at any time." The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man smiled coldly after knocking back Sang and Qin Zhuolin again. "Damn it! This filthy blood barrier suppresses us too much. It completely cuts off the spiritual energy of the outside world. On the other hand, he can obtain endless energy from the filthy blood barrier." Sang said somewhat helplessly. Right now, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage. His strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary great perfection sovereign personage. Qin Zhuolin was even more so. 4 years ago, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage and grasped many secret techniques. When the two worked together, they did not fear any great perfection sovereign personage. However, This filthy blood barrier made it extremely difficult for the two to deal with the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. Bang! The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man threw another palm strike. Boundless energy immediately surged over, making the might of his palm strike look like a vast sea with boundless momentum. Blood leaked out of Qin Zhuolin's and Sang's mouths as they crashed into the barrier wall. I am unrivaled in the filthy blood barrier. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man showed a cocky expression as he laughed loudly. He continuously unleashed the aura of a great perfection sovereign personage, making Sang and Qin Zhuolin feel even more uncomfortable. Is that so? Why don't I think so? Just at this moment, an uncoordinated figure came from the filthy blood barrier. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appeared before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. This startled the other party. Who are you? How did you get in? You don't have to care about that. Martial and soul as one. Xiao Chen's will of soul merged with his martial Dao as he coldly swung his saber with a cold expression. The resplendent saber light immediately made the filthy blood barrier lose its dazzling scarlet light, leaving only black and white. Bang! The filthy blood barrier instantly shattered, and the saber in Xiao Chen's hand pierced into the other party's chest. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood as he did his best to block, not letting Xiao Chen's saber go any deeper. He blocked it? Xiao Chen found this slightly strange. At such a close distance, the other party actually blocked his martial and soul as one saber strike. That made sense. After all, the other party was a great perfection sovereign personage. If he could not even block one saber strike from Xiao Chen, he would be too weak. Blood Shadow Demonic Claw. Dang! When the scarlet-clad middle-aged man felt Xiao Chen's attack pause, he became enraged and attacked ferociously. The might of a dynasty burst forth from his body. His eyes turned blood red, and his golden pupils looked like crescent moons. The scarlet-clad middle-aged man's right hand instantly turned into a demonic claw that rivaled a great desolate aeon ferocious beast's. It erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a great desolate aeon ferocious beast, wanting to tear Xiao Chen into pieces. You think that this is my peak strike? In that case you are wrong. I was just warming up. Flawless saber Dao, using the heart as a saber. Xiao Chen quickly pulled out the tyrant's saber from the other party's chest, bringing out his saber great Dao to its limits. Saber light shone all over Xiao Chen's body. The boundless saber aura gathered on the saber. The saber light was like the moon, and the saber images were like the wind. Just as the terrifying demonic claw was about to grab him, Xiao Chen poked hundreds of holes in the other party's body. Pussy! The scarlet-clad middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood, and the blood shadow demonic claw crumbled on its own. The rebound worsened his injuries. Martial and soul as one. Horror flashed in the scarlet-clad middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. To think that Xiao Chen used martial and soul as one. Legend had it that even sovereign emperors found it hard to achieve. Blood shadow demonic evasion. The scarlet-clad middle-aged man roared and suddenly self-detonated, turning into thousands of scarlet lines that scattered in all directions. This was the Blood Shadow Dynasty's secret technique. As long as one scarlet line managed to escape, one could survive. However, once one executed this secret technique, one would have to suffer extremely terrifying consequences. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would use it. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man thought that he would only execute this secret technique when he ran into a sovereign emperor. Unexpectedly, a small perfection sovereign personage forced him into such a state. However, if the scarlet-clad middle-aged man knew what Xiao Chen was thinking, he would definitely go crazy. Xiao Chen wondered if he should give chase. That was right. Even if the scarlet-clad middle-aged man executed the blood shadow demonic evasion, Xiao Chen still had ways to chase after him. It would just be somewhat problematic. Chapter 2079. To chase or not to chase? Xiao Chen hesitated for only 1 second before making his decision. Chase. Under the blood moon, Xiao Chen soared into the air. At this moment, he unleashed his veritable essence energy, soul energy, and 3 great Dao without holding anything back. Flawless Dao, using the body as a saber. Xiao Chen incorporated the Ice Dao and the Thunder Dao into his flawless saber Dao and materialized them. Under the huge blood moon, the white-clad Xiao Chen brandished the tyrant saber and danced wildly under the moonlight. At this moment, Xiao Chen was like a flower bud bathed in moonlight, waiting to bloom. In the next moment, The petals bloomed, and boundless resplendent saber lights burst out. Countless mysterious phenomena appeared at the same time. The blood moon in the sky instantly paled in comparison. Strands of saber lights burst out of Xiao Chen's body. Be it his fine black hair or his white robes, they could all be used as sabers at this moment. Whoosh! Thousands of saber lights burst out under the blood moon. Xiao Chen continuously chopped apart strands of bloodlines. Sharp, miserable shrieks echoed in the cold night. The blood shadow demonic evasion was an escape technique that only the Wu dynasty's royal clan grasped. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen used the most intense method to break it. No matter how many clones you have, I have one saber. I can send out thousands of saber lights. Break, break, break. Xiao Chen chopped off a total of 9,000 bloodlines. When only 10 remained, the bloodlines mended. Before the scarlet-clad middle-aged man could escape Azure Mountain Town, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled as he appeared. If he had not appeared, Xiao Chen would have killed him, not even leaving a corpse. You're out? Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile as he ferociously tossed out the saber in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The perfectly straight tyrant saber, which was 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long, spun continuously as it flew towards the scarlet-clad middle-aged man. The purple saber flickered with moonlight as it flew over, kicking up a strong wind. The tyrant saber did not fly very fast. Logically speaking, the scarlet-clad middle-aged man should have been able to dodge easily. However, the middle-aged man's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. In despair, Xiao Chen discovered that the aura carried by the saber had already suppressed him. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. No, it was even more terrifying than a mountain pressing down on him. Even the towering mountains could not withstand a single blow from the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. He could shatter them with a single punch. The aura of the tyrant saber was incomparably sharp, mercilessly shattering the remnant aura in Xiao Chen's body. His aura was like a vast ocean, bringing with it endless power, completely suppressing him. Xiao Chen could only watch helplessly as the tyrant saber flew towards him. A bona fide great perfection sovereign personage ended up like this. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man felt boundless sorrow in his heart. Below, the somewhat stunned Qin Zhuolin startled awake. He said, Xiao Chen, don't kill this person yet. Puchi! With Qin Zhuolin's size, the tyrant saber, which should have shredded the scarlet shadow middle-aged man's body, did not last long. However, the tyrant saber stabbed the scarlet shadow middle-aged man's chest and pinned him to the ground. After gently landing, Xiao Chen looked at Sang and Qin Zhuolin. The 3 exchanged glances, sighing in their hearts. Sang kept saying that you were fine. Now, I finally believe him. With your strength, I no longer have to feel guilty. Qin Zhuolin heaved a sigh of relief. He had often blamed himself over the past 4 years. Now that Xiao Chen appeared and suppressed a great perfection sovereign personage, he would definitely gain a great fortuitous encounter. This was a blessing in disguise. Although Xiao Chen did not feel jealous, he could not help feeling some envy. Sang pointed to the front and said, Let's catch up later. Let's see what exactly this fellow is here for. Right. Xiao Chen nodded. The 3 pushed off with their feet and arrived beside the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man in a few leaps. Upon seeing the scarlet-clad middle-aged man pinned to the ground by the tyrant saber, unable to move, Xiao Chen felt gratified. Earlier, Xiao Chen brandished his saber under the blood moon. In reality, Xiao Chen had already used his full power, not holding anything back. If he still could not hold this scarlet-clad middle-aged man back, then his 4 years of bitter cultivation would have been for nothing. In the end, Xiao Chen materialized his flawless saber Dao because he discovered a flaw in his saber Dao. Some of the things that he once did not care about and threw away became shackles on him. Xiao Chen needed to fix this flaw before he could advance his saber great Dao to a Dao domain. Otherwise, he might not be able to advance further. Brother Qin, why can't we kill this person? Xiao Chen asked softly. Qin Zhuolin explained, he is a member of the Wu dynasty's royal clan. We cannot casually offend the Wu dynasty. It is a faction even more terrifying than the 6 great demonic Dao sections. The Wu dynasty dominated the lower regions of the central Great Realm, ruling over all the demonic Dao factions in the world. Alone, it clashed with the 3 dynasties and the 8 great empires. Just this point alone showed how strong the Xiaowu dynasty was. However, Xiao Chen already knew about this. He smiled and said, "So that's why. I already knew before I came. He is the 8th prince's man. However, he is clearly just a sacrificial pawn. Otherwise, the 8th prince would not have left the matter of offending the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to him. If we kill him, so be it. There is no value in that." The scarlet-clad middle-aged man, who had been listening carefully, panicked when he heard that. This matter concerned his life and death, so he had to rush. He quickly said, "Don't kill me. I am the 8th prince's trusted subordinate. Spare my life. The 8th prince will definitely come and save me. At that time, you can obtain benefits from the 8th prince." Xiao Chen stepped forward and drew his tyrant's saber, causing the scarlet-clad middle-aged man to scream in pain. "Brother Qin, what do you think?" Qin Zhuolin thought for a while before saying, "Since the 8th prince sent him, if he dies, the 8th prince will definitely guess that we did it. No matter what, we will offend the 8th prince. We might as well spare his life and let the 8th prince pay a price to take him away. At least we can make use of trash." Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. The 8th prince wanted Qing Chen. No matter what, Xiao Chen would not give her to him. Whether Xiao Chen killed the other party or not, he would offend the 8th prince. Qin Zhuolin was right. Just make use of trash. When the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man heard that, he felt like vomiting blood. "What do you mean make use of trash? To think that I, a bona fide great perfection sovereign personage, am treated like trash to survive. Damn it! Don't give me an opportunity. I will definitely make you pay tenfold." However, when the scarlet-clad man thought about it, he recalled that this white-clad man comprehended martial and soul as one at such a young age. Even as a small perfection sovereign personage, he could defeat the scarlet-clad man. How could he have a chance to take revenge in the future? Such strength was already no weaker than the 8th prince's. "What are you thinking about?" Xiao Chen watched as the scarlet-clad middle-aged man fell to the ground, his eyes still darting around. Xiao Chen ruthlessly smacked the scarlet-clad man's face with his scabbard. Then, he quickly left a seal in the scarlet-clad man's body, restricting his soul energy and veritable essence energy, turning him into a cripple. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man cried out in pain. The pain was unbearable, so he quickly collected his thoughts and stopped thinking. Lock him up first. Send news of his capture to the Xiaowu dynasty's 8th prince. If he does not come in half a month, kill him. Xiao Chen's casual words determined the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man's fate. Half a month? That is impossible. When the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man heard that, he wanted to say something. However, before he could speak, Sang knocked him out. Qin Zhuolin said, "Xiao Chen, you seem to know why these two are here?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "They are here for the extreme Yin body. The demonic Tao cultivation technique that the 8th prince cultivates requires a large number of young girls. An extreme Yin body is a boundless temptation for him." Extreme Yin body? This is somewhat difficult. If no major faction takes him in, something will happen to him sooner or later. Neither of us can protect him, Qin Zhuolin said seriously, feeling slightly startled when he heard that. It's fine. I already thought of the arrangements. It's good that you thought of it. Tell us, how did you spend the past 4 years? Qin Zhuolin asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chen revealed a rueful expression. My experiences in the past 4 years are hard to describe in a few words. It was indeed hard to describe in a few words. For 2 years, Xiao Chen got beaten up by 2 venomous puppets. He nearly lost his martial Dao heart. These were memories that Xiao Chen could not forget for the rest of his life. After 2 years, Xiao Chen worked hard to catch up. Only then did he regain his confidence in his martial Dao heart. Xiao Chen hid some of his experiences from the Blue Dragon Ancient City and the Golden Armored Army. He only talked about the black and white eggs and the palace that their master left behind. Ha ha ha! To think that there are such amusing puppets. I have to see them when I have a chance. Qin Zhuolin could not help laughing after hearing that. After chatting until dawn, the two took their leave, letting Xiao Chen rest alone. After 4 years, Xiao Chen finally had some free time to relax. However, Xiao Chen did not truly rest. He spent this time in his storage ring, searching for the secret treasure that the dragon spirit mentioned. The storage ring was very messy, containing all sorts of things. There was a large pile of things in the Kunlun realm alone. After arriving at the Great Thousand Realms, there were even more. After tidying up the storage ring, Xiaochen actually discovered some treasures that he had not noticed before. Although they were useless to Xiaochen, he could make some money if he sold them. Right now, Xiaochen lacked resources. Every bit he could get counted as a sum. However, even after searching for more than 4 hours, he still did not find what he was looking for. What kind of secret treasure can help me bring out the state of cycle? Just as Xiaochen felt somewhat frustrated, he took out a simple and unadorned bronze mirror. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. 3-Life Mirror? Chapter 2080. The 3-Life Mirror. The moment Xiaochen saw the 3-Life Mirror, he was stunned for a long time. He had truly forgotten about this treasure. Since Little 3, the item spirit, forcibly stopped time in the Kunlun realm, it had been in a deep sleep. The 3-Life Mirror could see the past and the future, controlling time. It was a legendary powerful immortal equipment. The secret treasure that the dragon spirit mentioned should be this 3-Life Mirror. It could see the past, the present, and the future, as well as control time, perfectly compatible with the state of cycle. However, even Little 3, the item spirit, found it extremely difficult to use. Now that Little 3 was still in a deep sleep, could Xiaochen rely on this secret treasure? Xiaochen frowned slightly and sent a strand of spiritual sense into the 3-Life Mirror. The world in the mirror. Little 3 lay quietly amid the clouds, like an immortal realm. Xiaochen could use this ancient mirror. Before Little 3 fell into a deep sleep, it had passed the control over the ancient mirror to him. Xiaochen would be forced to use it. The time Dao was very dangerous. Xiaochen had experienced it firsthand. Little 3 before him was a very good example. Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense, and the 3-Life Mirror floated before him. Then he entered deep thought. It was somewhat unrealistic to directly bring out the 3-Life Mirror. He could use the 3-Life Mirror as a supplement to bring out the state of cycle. However, that might not be impossible. As for the risks involved, Xiaochen would have to consider them carefully. Inside the room, Xiaochen paced back and forth, entering deep thought. If he could bring out his strongest state of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms, it would have far-reaching implications. It would be even more terrifying than practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After all, no matter how strong the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was, it was still a martial technique comprehended by others. However, the state of cycle was something that Xiaochen comprehended himself. The two were completely different concepts. However, if he failed, the consequences. Spatial energy could tear apart Xiaochen's divine body, which had just awakened once. What more time energy? To fight or not to fight? Fight. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grasped the 3-Life Mirror. How many years had it been? He had walked this path. After experiencing life and death countless times, he was already used to it. This heart did not fear challenges. Xiaochen did not hesitate to do it. Master, let me out to play for a while. Just at this moment, the demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. Just like him, he had been trapped in the land of the Blood Moon for 4 years. Although he didn't have many fortuitous encounters like him. However, the land of the Blood Moon had no light all year round. It was filled with a demonic cold qi that was endless. The demon blood vulture had reached great perfection sovereign personage, even stronger than Xiaochen. The yin qi in the land of the Blood Moon was too heavy, but the spiritual energy was insufficient. Xiaochen did not have any resources either, so he could only be a sovereign personage for now. After releasing the demon blood vulture, Xiaochen started experimenting alone in the courtyard. Xiao. The 3-Life Mirror turned into a bright light and fused into Xiaochen's body. His flesh, blood, soul, and quintessence began to fuse with the 3-Life Mirror. The fusion process was quite smooth. Around Xiaochen, time and space fluctuated. Many things that had happened in the past turned into countless scrolls that appeared in all directions. The memories of the past gathered together. At this moment, time seemed like flowing water, gently flowing before Xiaochen's eyes. The previous experiences, which represented Xiaochen's past, turned into flowing light and entered his body. Time was merciless. Back then, Xiaochen had also been young and inexperienced. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The past had already happened, and the future was unfathomable. The scenes representing Xiao Chen's future appeared. They were all hazy, unfathomable, unfathomable, and unfathomable. Xiao Chen did not want to see them, either. He always believed that man could conquer nature and that the future was limitless. When the light representing the future entered his body, the past, future, and present, the three-life mirror, completely merged with Xiao Chen. At the same time, 7 beams of light came out from behind Xiao Chen. Those were the 7 colored lights representing the state of cycle. Whether Xiao Chen could gather them and merge them into one, bringing out the true state of cycle would depend on this moment. Condense! Xiao Chen shouted, and the 7 colored lights started to slowly merge. He felt an incredibly strong resistance. In the Great Thousand Realms, the structure of space and time was completely different from that of the Kunlun realm. It was not that Xiao Chen had not tried it before. However, it was completely ineffective, so he gave up. Today, Xiao Chen merged with the three-life mirror and tried again. If he still failed, there would be no hope of reappearing the state of cycle. The three-life mirror in Xiao Chen's body released a resplendent light, silently radiating out from his body. While the exterior did not look any different, Xiao Chen vaguely felt that the resistance to the 7 colored lights merging had decreased significantly. With a burst of energy, he let out a roar. The 7 colored lights instantly merged into one. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Chen used his soul energy and veritable essence energy to drive the state of cycle at the same time. The cycle Dao, reversing time. Immediately, an even stronger resistance than before appeared in front of Xiao Chen. It was like he was going against the entire world. Every step he took was incredibly difficult. Cassie! Cassie! Halfway through, cracks appeared on Xiao Chen's body, and blood seeped out. This was forcefully reversing time. The price that his physical body had to bear was several times greater than what he faced in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen could no longer pull back the foot he took. At this moment, aside from withstanding the pressure and continuing forward, there was nothing he could do. The world before Xiao Chen already turned blurry. Half of his body had already entered the time tunnel. Space-time storms filled the surroundings. If he made any mistakes, his bones would shatter, and his soul would scatter. I'll risk it. Just as his physical body could no longer endure, a spiritual light encased Xiao Chen. It was the three-life mirror. The three-life mirror reflects 3 lives, seeing through karma and reincarnation. It illuminates one's heart for generations to come, reversing the past and the future. An ethereal immortal art appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, and the world before him slowly turned clear. What appeared before Xiao Chen was the courtyard he was standing in. Success! However, this world rejected him infinitely, and his physical body quickly immaterialized. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen instantly drew the saber in his hand and chopped down the tree in the courtyard. His body completely immaterialized, and Xiao Chen returned to reality. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Whoosh! Did I really succeed? Nothing changed in front of Xiao Chen. However, the physical injuries felt incredibly real. Fortunately, the three-life mirror protected his soul in the space-time tunnel. Xiao Chen's skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs all shattered. However, his soul remained unharmed. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, the tree in front of him silently snapped in half without any warning. This stunned Xiao Chen for a moment. Then, he started laughing maniacally. I succeeded. I really succeeded. He successfully brought out the will of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms. Indeed, the dragon spirit did not lie to him. The three-life mirror could indeed help him bring out the state of cycle. Although the effect before him was not obvious, this was only the first time. As long as he cultivated it slowly, he would be able to achieve the same effect as when he was in the Kunlun realm. This allowed him to reverse space-time. As long as he stayed in the past or the future for 1 second, he could change the situation of life and death. How could such a heaven-defying technique not make one go wild with joy? After the wild joy, Xiao Chen calmed down. This is just the beginning. When Xiao Chen's physical injuries recovered, he continued practicing. Once he executed this heaven-defying killing move, he could change the situation at any time. 10 days later, Xiao Chen finally familiarized himself with the three-life mirror and executed the cycle chop. Xiao Chen could stay in the future for 1 second and execute a peak saber strike. This was not comparable to the 3 seconds he could stay in the Kunlun realm. However, it was still a significant improvement. After all, Xiao Chen had not been able to execute this move before. On this particular day, just as Xiao Chen was about to continue cultivating, Sang and Qin Zhuolin came to find Xiao Chen. The 8th prince is coming. Which 8th prince? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. Qin Zhuolin said helplessly, what have you been doing recently? How could you forget such an important matter? The Xuewu dynasty's 8th prince? Xiao Chen let out a soft sigh. Then, he recalled that he still had the trash of the Xuewu dynasty's royal clan. When will he arrive? We received the news 7 days ago. If there are no surprises, he should arrive tomorrow or the day after, Qin Zhuolin said with a somewhat nervous expression. After all, the 8th prince was the prince of the strongest dynasty in the Central Great Realm. They had to treat him seriously. No matter what they did, this matter would not be easy to resolve. Xiao Chen entered deep thought and said, he really will come. His main purpose is probably Qing Chen. However, that did not matter. Xiao Chen already received news of his arrangements. Sang asked, what should we do? It would be best if we can dispel his thoughts and resolve this peacefully. If not, there is no need for us to fear him. Chapter 2081. The Xuewu dynasty was a major faction in the west of the Central Great Realm, ruling over the demonic Dao. Naturally, none of the royal court disciples were simple. There were no weaklings. Ordinary people would not take the initiative to offend the Xuewu dynasty's princes. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not do so, either. However, the other party targeted Qing Chen and even sent an expert to infiltrate Azure Mountain Town. Of the 2 experts, one was captured, and the other was killed. Since there was already a grudge, there was no need for Xiao Chen to overthink it. 2 days later, when the morning sun rose, an undisguised demonic might appeared outside the city. Xiao Chen, Sang, and Qin Zhuolin sensed this aura at the same time. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man locked up in the dungeon also sensed this aura. He revealed an excited expression and said, it's the 8th prince. There is hope now. Given the 8th prince's status and strength, Xiao Chen will not dare to hold back. However, Sang brought the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man out before the scarlet-clad man could think. After a while, Xiao Chen's group gathered. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man, whose cultivation was sealed, was tossed to the side. Boom! Just at this moment, demonic clouds encased the entire Azure Mountain town. The sky instantly darkened, blocking out the rising sun. The villagers of Azure Mountain Town did not know what was going on, appearing confused. The black demonic clouds contained a terrifying demonic might, inspiring panic. The heavy pressure made Xiao Chen's group somewhat uncomfortable. Qin Zhuolin frowned slightly. What a strong demonic might. Before this 8th prince shows himself, he is already putting on a show of strength. A light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he entered deep thought. The others did not know what he was thinking. Since the 8th prince is here, why not show yourself? Xiao Chen asked softly. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the city heard him clearly. At the same time, Xiao Chen silently spread out his dragon might. The citizens immediately felt the pressure on them lessen significantly. When they heard Xiao Chen's voice, they calmed down. You are not qualified to meet me. Release my people, and I can pretend that nothing happened. The 8th prince's voice was filled with majesty and anger as it echoed in the surroundings. With each word, the demonic might that shrouded Qingshan town intensified. The city was already on the verge of collapse. I'm afraid you have no choice but to show yourself, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Behind Qingshan town, a blood-colored bird appeared. Its feathers were as eye-catching as blood and glowed faintly. It opened its mouth and inhaled. This was the demon blood vulture. However, the terrifying demonic clouds were great nourishment to the demon blood vulture. As soon as Xiao Chen gave the order, he immediately began to gobble it up. In a short while, the clouds were dispelled and the sun could be seen. A figure appeared in the sky above Qingshan town. He wore a blood-red robe, and the collar and cuffs of the robe were lined with gold. He looked gorgeous and noble. With the demon blood vulture sucking, Xiao Chen had no choice but to reveal himself even if he did not want to. Xiao! Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front of Xiao Chen's group, making their clothes flutter and hair flutter. They could not even open their eyes. Amid a flash of red light, the 8th prince suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen's group. He showed a sullen expression, a murderous intent hidden in his eyes. A great perfection sovereign personage. This 8th prince's cultivation had already reached great perfection sovereign personage. Together with his demonic might and dynasty bloodline, his aura was heavy and oppressive. However, Xiao Chen's group remained expressionless, appearing calm and at ease. However, this 8th prince actually came alone. He did not have any guards or experts with him. Xiao Chen did not know whether it was because he was skilled and bold or because there were experts hiding in the dark. The 8th prince glanced indifferently at the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. The other party felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to meet the 8th prince's gaze. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Name a price. If I'm satisfied, you can take this person away." Name a price? The 8th prince felt slightly stunned. Then he mocked. "This should be the funniest joke I've ever heard. You are just a mixed-blood dragon chased out of the divine dragon empire. To think that you dare to threaten me after capturing my people." Cassie. Without any warning, the 8th prince suddenly appeared and flicked his finger. A strand of scarlet energy shot out. Before the scarlet-clad middle-aged man could react, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead. With his cultivation sealed, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man was like an ordinary person. He could not block the 8th prince's strike at all and died on the spot. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man fell to the ground, unable to get up. He died with his eyes wide open. He had thought that he was the 8th prince's trusted subordinate. Who could have imagined that the 8th prince would not even spare him a few glances before killing him? Sang and Jianghu felt somewhat shocked. Unexpectedly, the 8th prince was so ruthless. "No one can threaten me, much less a trash. I thought that you were some incredible character. A mixed blood dragon is just a mixed blood dragon. Your vision is too low, and you are just a joke. I am here today, not for this trash but for the extreme body in your city. Name a price, and I will take him away." The 8th prince showed an arrogant expression as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen, not caring about the other party at all. Seeing the other party not saying anything, the 8th prince felt that he had been shocked by the other party's actions. Indeed, the 8th prince had not seen much of the world. A great perfection sovereign personage was incredible. He could be considered an expert anywhere. However, there were many such great perfection sovereign personages in the Wu dynasty. Killing one was not a big deal. "Who allowed you to kill him? What did you say?" The 8th prince felt slightly stunned. He gave Xiao Chen a somewhat strange look. Xiao Chen's words sounded strange. Xiao Chen was just a subordinate with some royal bloodline. Did he need the 8th prince's permission to kill him? He is just trash. If I kill him, so be it. Do I need your permission? Even if he is trash in my hands. Boom. Before Xiao Chen finished speaking, he immediately executed the supreme dragon fist and punched. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Together with the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind, this dragon fist was headless, both in form and spirit. The 8th prince felt slightly startled. Without much time to think, he could only counter with a punch. Bang! The punch knocked the 8th prince back the moment they clashed. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Unexpectedly, the might of Xiao Chen's punch could possess such horrifying destructive power. It did not seem like something a small perfection sovereign personage could execute. The offensive power contained in the punch far surpassed the limits of a small perfection sovereign personage. The 8th prince looked at Xiao Chen in shock. "You dare to attack me? You are seeking death." What shocked the 8th prince even more was that Xiao Chen, a prince of the Wu dynasty, dared to attack him directly. Demonic might surged out of the 8th prince's body as he roared ferociously. An overwhelming might burst forth as he slammed the ground and ferociously launched himself at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! As the 8th prince moved, his vast aura instantly crushed the hall where Xiao Chen and the others were into rubble. A strange scarlet light flowed on the 8th prince's body, enveloping him like water. "Xiao Chen, this is the blood demon armor. It is very hard to break. Don't clash head-on with him." Qin Zhuolin recognized this strange martial technique, so he warned Xiao Chen to avoid the 8th prince's attack for now and not clash head-on with the counterattacking 8th prince. However, Xiao Chen ignored Qin Zhuolin. He directly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's second move, storing up power. Xiao Chen had already converted 50% of his blue dragon bloodline, and a 10,000 dragons picture appeared in his mind. Now that Xiao Chen executed the top offensive secret technique of the dragon race, he could no longer be compared to the past. The supreme dragon fists might appeared in his hand. Thousands of dragon images gathered on Xiao Chen's body. When he punched, he knocked back the 8th prince, who was charging over with overwhelming demonic might. Third move, Heaven Dragon, no regrets. Lofty sentiments and righteousness gathered in Xiao Chen's heart. This punch, no regrets. Heaven Dragon. Fourth move, Raging at the Unfair Heaven. The lofty sentiments and righteousness turned into rage. The world changed color, and the rage in Xiao Chen's heart shook the sky. Bang! When Xiao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's fourth move, the 8th prince's blood demon armor turned into a pool of blood with a crack, forcibly breaking. The 8th prince vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. His blood demon armor actually broke. Qin Zhuolin, who was at the side, also felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so ferocious, directly breaking the blood demon armor. Damn it! Blood held demonic eyes. The 8th prince roared furiously. His eyes glared and blood leaked out. The 8th prince looked sinister and terrifying. Strange golden talisman seals appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chen. This is the Shuawu dynasty's secret technique. Once it is executed, it can summon out the endless blood hell that the Shuawu dynasty refined. That is the blood hell that the Shuawu demonic monarch led 3,000 demonic venerates to refine. Once trapped in there, only death awaits. Qin Zhuolin's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could force the 8th prince into such a miserable state. In just a few moves, Xiao Chen even had to execute the secret technique. All of you will die. None of you can escape. You have angered me. The 8th prince showed a ferocious expression. The blood hell image in the depths of his eyes slowly enlarged. Scarlet lightning continuously tore through the sky. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. It looked like the end of the world. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. He calmly drew his saber, using martial and soul as one to execute only one saber strike. Aside from the saber in Xiao Chen's hand, only black and white remained in this world. Wuxia! The 8th prince cried out miserably. His eyes popped, pierced by the dazzling saber light. The 8th prince covered his eyes with both hands, feeling excruciating pain. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs. Imperial uncle, help me kill him. Kill him. My eyes are blind. Qin Zhuolin and Sang Li recovered from their shock. Their expressions changed drastically. There is someone else here? Plop. While the 8th prince felt bewildered, an old man fell to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xiang and an old woman slowly descended with Qing Chen in the air. Qin Zhuolin could not help feeling startled. It turned out that the 8th prince had used demonic clouds to envelop Azure Mountain Town at the start. The 8th prince wanted his imperial uncle to silently take Qing Chen away. However, the 8th prince did not know that Xiao Chen had already come up with a countermeasure. Not only did the 8th prince lose his eyes, but his situation was also worrying. Chapter 2082. If Xiao Qing Chen did not settle down properly, the other party would come endlessly to seek trouble for Xiao Chen, becoming harder to deal with each time. What do you mean by this? Are you thinking of keeping this prince here? Xiao Chen, let me tell you this. Don't go overboard. Otherwise, even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor will not be able to protect you. He glanced at the old lady beside Chu Xiang. The old lady's aura enveloped him, preventing him from making any big movements. Uncle, kill him for me. Kill him. I'm blind. In this world, apart from the saber in his hand, there was only black and white. When the 8th prince saw his imperial uncle being thrown down, he knew that it was all over. Seeing that the other party had left, Chu Xiang teased with a smile. The 8th prince let out a miserable shriek as his eyes were pierced by the dazzling saber light. Qin Zhuolin waved his hand and said, I don't need it. Just give it to Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. However, he quickly understood. There were not many things that could interest Qin Zhuolin. Sang and Qin Zhuolin suddenly understood. It turned out that Xiao Chen had planned this all along. Back then, this person did not even give face to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Qin Zhuolin could not help feeling startled. It turned out that the 8th prince had covered Azure Mountain Town with demonic clouds at the start. Even if he wanted to, he didn't know where Xianxia was. After Chu Xiang and Qing Chen greeted Xiao Chen, they left with the old woman. He had originally thought that he wouldn't need to spend too much energy on this experience, but it had destroyed both his eyes and left an indelible wound in his heart. The 8th prince had a fierce expression as the blood prison in the depths of his eyes slowly expanded. Blood-colored lightning continuously tore through the sky. A berserk gale blew sand and pebbles into the air. It was a scene of the end of the world. Xiao Chen revealed disdain in his eyes. He said indifferently, "Cut the crap. You are just a prince. There are hundreds of princes in the Xianxia dynasty. Since when is it your turn to represent the royal court? Take out 5 million primeval heavenly pills. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving Azure Mountain Town today. I don't mind spreading your scandal in Azure Mountain City to the entire desolate sea." Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao Chen and said with a smile, "I said it before. Sooner or later, your name will shake the world." The old man was a sovereign emperor. However, the old woman from the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land firmly suppressed him. After handing a storage ring to Xiao Chen, the old woman quickly left with the 8th prince. "Where is the body of the previous holy daughter?" Chu Xiang asked. However, he did not know that Xiao Chen had already made a plan to deal with it. Not only had he lost his eyes, but the only thing he could rely on was his situation. "Did I say you could leave? After killing my men, you want to leave just like that? Isn't that a little too presumptuous?" The 8th prince was infuriated. After putting away the storage ring, Xiao Chen said in a light voice, "Since we've already become enemies, it would be a pity if I don't make him pay." That scarlet-robed middle-aged man was clearly the 8th prince's subordinate. Now that he had died at the 8th prince's hands, Xiao Chen had escaped justice. Whoosh! Xiao Chen looked at Qing Chen and said, "Go with them. The people in the village will help take care of your younger brother. They are all good people. Junior, don't be too extreme. Here are the primeval heavenly pills. Let's go." Qing Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. Now that she had grown up, she was the one who caused all this trouble. If she wanted to take revenge in the future, her eyes would be destroyed. Now, she would lose all face in the royal clan. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I do not have any intention of making things difficult for this prince. I just want to repeat myself. Even trash has its value. He is, after all, a great perfection sovereign personage trash. You killed him just like that without showing any signs of gratitude, and now you want to leave? Oh right, Chu Xiang. This is the jade pendant your holy daughter wanted." Xiao Chen shouted coldly when he saw the 8th prince about to leave, showing no intention of letting the other party leave. Qin Zhuolin was truly a good friend. Xiao Chen had done too much for her. The 8th prince was already frightened out of his wits. If he had another choice, he would not come to Azure Mountain Town even if he was beaten to death. "All of you will die. None of you can escape. Xiao Chen, you have angered me." If the 8th prince handed Qing Chen over to the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land, as long as the other party took a liking to Qing Chen, he would not dare to seek trouble for her. "Imperial uncle, let's go. TSK TSK. To think that it is the desolate city medallion. If I had known that it was this treasure, I would not have been so polite," Qin Zhuolin teased as he looked at the desolate city medallion in Xiao Chen's hand. The 8th prince covered his eyes with both hands and screamed at the top of his lungs in pain. As a geomaster, the bloodline of adventurers flowed in the 8th prince's veins. He could suppress the restlessness in his heart and remain in Azure Mountain Town for 4 years. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. Such an ending was perfect for an extreme Yin body. Hee. Big brother Xiao, you are really bold. To think that you dare to extort a prince of the Xianxia dynasty. To Xiao Chen, these 5 million primeval heavenly pills were like sweet dew after a long drought, resolving his urgent need. The desolate city medallion? Plop. We will definitely meet again. Qin Zhuolin laughed loudly and turned to leave. Qin Zhuolin exchanged looks with Xiao Chen. Then he said, "Sorry, I have already become a desolate slave. There is nothing I can do about it. It looks like this jade pendant is something very important." Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "I was lucky. I relied on Brother Qin's help to find it. Take care. I look forward to meeting you again." Xiao Chen and Sang appeared somewhat surprised. Qin Zhuolin's decision was too sudden. Xiaochen, what is this? Qin Zhuolin asked, still feeling confused. When Qin Zhuolin heard that, he immediately felt like laughing. Xiaochen was simply too interesting. This child is pretty good. I want to bring her back to the heavenly fragrance holy land. I have already spoken to her. However, I cannot let go of her little brother. Qin Zhuolin casually dealt with Xiaochen's killing move. Then, he barely managed to throw a palm strike and force Xiaochen back. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, Senior, please help me take good care of Qing Chen. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter already agreed to owe me a favor. There is no need to make any more requests. Chu Xiang and the old lady's eyes dimmed upon hearing that. 5 million. Xiao Chen received the ancient medallion. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he still said politely, Thank you, Senior. Xiao Chen and Sang wanted to keep Qin Zhuolin. However, the other party had already made up his mind, so they could not do anything. The main reason was that Xiao Chen was now extremely poor and urgently needed primeval heavenly pills. Although the 8th prince felt very sullen, he knew that there would not be a better result if he stayed. So, he decisively decided to leave now. Xiao Chen was rather straightforward. He shrugged and said, If you need it, I can give it to you. The 8th prince raged. Dream on. I only have 5 million primeval heavenly pills on me. If you have the guts, kill me. You are too polite. It is time for us to go. Goodbye. You have already been here for 4 years. Since you are fine, I can rest assured. I am truly happy for you that you have such a fortuitous encounter. Do you still remember what I said to you when we first met? The old lady smiled and said, Child, your character is pretty good. No wonder Xiang kept saying good things about you along the way. How about this? I will give you a desolate city medallion. It is useless in my hands. With the heavenly fragrance holy land's interference, he could forget about obtaining the extreme Yin body. There was no need to even think about seeking trouble for Xiao Chen. Right now, Qin Zhuolin's greatest reliance, the divine Vein Realm sovereign uncle, was clearly not a match for the heavenly fragrance holy land's supreme elder. Just as the 8th prince felt uncertain, an old man was tossed to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xiang and an old lady slowly descended with Qing Chen in the air. Xiao Chen pointed to Chu Xiang and said, This is the heavenly fragrance holy land's Miss Chu Xiang. This is the heavenly fragrance holy land's senior. When they heard that Qing Chen has an extreme Yin body, they specially rushed over. They arrived 1 day ago and are very satisfied with Qing Chen's talent. The severely injured 8th prince immediately paled in fright. He felt his entire body turn cold. The fear of death surged into his heart, turning into an invisible mountain blocking his throat. Xiao Chen checked his storage ring. There was a small mountain-sized pile of primeval heavenly pills in there. After checking with his spiritual sense, he confirmed that the number was about the same. The heavenly fragrance holy land's old lady said to Xiao Chen with some joy as she looked at Qing Chen. Xiao Chen clearly knew that the focus of his conflict with the 8th prince was Qing Chen. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen did not even think. He instantly drew his tyrant saber, and his figure flashed. A resplendent saber light pierced towards the 8th prince. When the 8th prince heard this explanation, he felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. No one has ever dared to speak to this prince like that before. Xiao Chen, are you really going to offend the entire Shuawu dynasty's royal court? Pu Xi. Qin Zhuolin and Sang Li recovered from their shock. Their expressions changed drastically. There is someone else here? As you wish. The bona fide heavenly fragrance's holy daughter actually became a desolate slave. Who could have imagined such an ending? Xiao Chen had just taken out the jade pendant when the old lady pulled it over. After taking a look, she looked up in shock and exclaimed, It really is the heavenly fragrance jade pendant. How did you do it? Even I cannot barge through the heavenly Tao killing formation. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a figure shielded the 8th prince. It was the sovereign emperor that the heavenly fragrance holy land's elder injured. Big brother, thank you. Qing Chen will be obedient. You have to take care of yourself as well. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. He calmly drew his saber and executed martial and soul as one, launching only one saber strike. Xiao Chen wanted his royal uncle to silently take Qing Chen away. Although he was blind, The eighth prince could still sense his surroundings with his soul energy. Haha. Thank you. However, you should keep it for yourself. You need it more than I do, Qianxuolin rejected with a smile. After a pause he said, I'm leaving. How unfortunate. The old lady hesitated, her eyes filled with regret. After a moment of silence, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, No matter what, the two of you have done a great service to my Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land by retrieving the Heavenly Fragrance Jade Pendant. Since the Holy Lord is not around, I will agree to a request on behalf of the Holy Lord. Chapter 2083. Qianxuolin's departure was somewhat strange, but it made sense. Qianxuolin was a geomaster, someone that even the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter had to treat politely. He could not possibly remain in Azure Mountain Town. It was already not easy for Qianxuolin to remain here for 4 years. As Xiao Chen watched Qianxuolin leave, he watched until he vanished from his vision before withdrawing his gaze. Xiao Chen, I have something to say, Sang said as he looked at Xiao Chen somewhat seriously. Sang looked at Xiao Chen somewhat seriously. Xiao Chen nodded and said, Speak. I want to stay here and leave the propping mulberry tree here. This is interesting. One wants to leave, and the other wants to stay. I can rest assured with your decision. The people of this Azure Mountain town should be ordinary people from the Blue Dragon race's territory. They should have some connection to the Blue Dragon race. Actually, I am rather happy that you can stay. If Qianxuolin wanted to leave, Xiao Chen would have to leave sooner or later. The tiny Azure Mountain town could not even be considered a drop of dew in the vast desolate sea. Xiao Chen was ambitious and determined to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Naturally, he would not remain here. If the three of them left, no one could take care of the people of Azure Mountain Town if anything happened to them. Xiao Chen felt truly happy that Sang could stay here. Where do you intend to plant the divine tree? Sang pointed to outside the city and said, Right beside the ancient well. Propping mulberry trees like the cold, so they can make full use of the cold qi below. The illumination of the blood moon has a miraculous effect. In less than 100 years, propping mulberry trees will be able to grow. The propping mulberry tree and I are one. With it supporting each other, it will be of great help to my cultivation. It looked like Sang had planned this long ago and had not made this decision on the spur of the moment. Let's go. The two's figures flashed, and they quickly arrived beside the ancient well. At this moment, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. As the two stood beside the ancient well, cold qi spread out, making them feel refreshed. Xiao Chen took out the propping mulberry tree from the divine universe steel. The divine tree sapling looked ordinary and unremarkable as he held it in his hand. It was hard to imagine that he was Fusong, one of the 3 great sacred trees in the world. Sang took the seedling, carefully placed it on the ground, and formed a hand seal. The propping mulberry tree's roots and branches kept growing, quickly seeping into the ground. The lush and massive roots and the palm-sized tree body looked somewhat uncoordinated. Sang, these are for you. Of the 5 million primeval heavenly pills that he extorted from the 8th prince, Xiao Chen was not stingy, giving 1 million to Sang. After Sang checked it, he was slightly surprised. However, he did not put on airs. He thanked Xiao Chen and accepted it. The two had a deep friendship and would not exchange pleasantries over this primeval heavenly pill. When do you plan to leave? Where do you plan to go? Sang asked. Xiao Chen said softly, I won't be leaving any time soon. As for where I'm going, I have no clue. Xiao Chen had already explored most of the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. Now, his goal was to advance to the Divine Vein Realm and inherit the Blue Dragon race's inheritance and treasures. However, advancing to the Divine Vein Realm was very difficult. The Veritable Personage Realm, the Primal Core Realm, and the Cloud Sea Realm. These 3 realms represented the limits of humans. Advancing to Sovereign Personage was already very incredible, and one would have to eliminate many cultivators. One would have a long lifespan, easily living for 5,000 years. Every world had its own heavenly Tao. The primes of the Kunlun realm could also live for thousands of years. That was because their cultivation had already reached the limits of the Kunlun realm. If they came to the Great Thousand Realms, they would not have such a long lifespan. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Right now, Xiao Chen was only 47 years old in the Great Thousand Realms, and he already reached small perfection sovereign personage. Even among the countless outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, 4 dynasties, and the righteous and demonic Tao in the entire central Great Realm. People with such comprehension ability were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, when one reached sovereign personage, it was practically impossible for one's cultivation to rise quickly. This was because one had already reached the limit. Sovereign personage was already the limit of humans. Any further and they would surpass humans. They would be able to control divine energy and possess an undying body. Furthermore, they would be able to condense their Tao domain into a small world. Many of these methods were like myths, completely beyond Xiao Chen's imagination. Many people remained stuck at the sovereign personage realm for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, unable to advance. They could only watch as their lifespan approached its limit, breaking through, and waiting for death. It looked like there were only 3 steps for Xiao Chen to advance to the divine vein realm. Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, Peak Sovereign Personage, and Divine Vein. However, one of these 3 steps was 9 heavens. Right now, even if Xiao Chen broke through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, he did not feel confident. It was already very rare for Xiao Chen to advance from Peak Holy Venerate to Peak Small Perfection Sovereign Personage in a mere 4 years. This was equivalent to decades or even centuries of hard work for others. The road ahead was long. The most troublesome thing was that Xiao Chen did not know where to go next to cultivate. If he were in Ancestor Dragon City, there would not be so much trouble. A senior would give him pointers for every step of his cultivation. Factions like Ancestor Dragon City had tens of thousands of years of experience, such as which place to go for experiential training, what resources to give, and how to nurture them. They would not let their disciples feel lost. Xiao Chen came to this vast desolate sea alone. If not for a coincidence, he would not have been able to survive. If not for a coincidence, he would have obtained many fortuitous encounters in the land of the Blood Moon. His past few years might have been wasted. Xiao Chen could only remain in this azure mountain for now. Sang could see Xiao Chen's helplessness. He nodded and said, "Your cultivation has advanced too quickly in the past few years. Your combat experience as a sovereign personage is practically 0. If there is an opportunity, you should fight more with the remaining sovereign personages. Otherwise, you will find it hard to consolidate your accumulations." Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. Although he had fought with the black and white eggs many times, they were not true fights to the death. Although he had been taught a miserable lesson, he had not had many life and death experiences. When he advanced to sovereign personage, he had only truly fought 2 or 3 times since he returned to Azure Mountain Town. Xiao Chen could only make up for the flaws in his saber Dao through constant battles. It was time for Xiao Chen to undergo true experiential training, to experience life and death battles. When Sang saw Xiao Chen in deep thought, he said softly, "Think about it yourself. I just planted the propping mulberry tree. I need to guard it for a while." Xiao Chen nodded and returned to his room alone. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen put aside all distracting thoughts for now. He still had 4 million primeval heavenly pills. He should make good use of them. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the divine universe steel. A blood moon hung in the sky in the vast and boundless primal chaos space. There was a vast and ancient Tao platform in the center. The dazzling blood moon gave off a mysterious halo. It gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he could use it to enter the Blue Dragon ancient city. When Xiao Chen landed on the Tao platform, he gently waved his hand, and countless primeval heavenly pills immediately landed on the Tao platform. When the Tao platform was filled, Xiao Chen spent 500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Even though he had extorted them from the 8th prince, he still felt some heartache. Whoosh! The primeval heavenly pills filled the Tao platform. Without Xiao Chen's soul energy and veritable essence energy, the Tao platform could be easily driven. A boundless azure sea appeared before Xiao Chen. The various Tao platforms and secret realms of the Divine Dragon Empire appeared before him. At the end of the azure sea was an incredibly mysterious totem. It looked hazy and indistinct, impossible to see clearly. It looked like 500,000 primeval heavenly pills were far from enough to make the blue dragon totem of the Kunlun realm appear completely. However, Xiao Chen was in no rush to return now. He swept his gaze through the many Tao platforms and secret realms. After a while, he noticed the secret realm controlled by the 3rd Palace Master of the Heaven Dragon Palace. He could even see the outline of the divine rank medicine cauldron that he loaned to the 3rd Palace Master. That's it. With a thought, the motes of light that appeared in the azure sea sank back into the sea. Rumble! In the next moment, waves roared ferociously in the sea. The surface of the sea undulated, and a Tao platform emerged from the seawater. Xiao Chen shouted, and the ancient Tao platform under his feet burst forth with a bright light and boundless talisman scripts. A spatial energy strong enough to tear apart stars infused into Xiao Chen's body. Then, Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed on the Tao platform in the seawater. Whoosh! After Xiao Chen stepped on the Tao platform, it quickly sank into the water. Soon, Xiao Chen sank as well. In reality, the divine universe steel flashed with light and entered the void. Chapter 2084. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen reappeared, he was in a familiar secret realm. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and above filled the place. In the past, anything in this treasure land could make Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat. Looking around, there weren't many treasures that could tempt him. There was a saying that only elixirs that grew in the wilderness and in dangerous places could be considered as true treasures of heaven and earth. The artificially nurtured spirit herbs in the herb field would always lack spirituality, unable to reach perfection. Am I already in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the familiar scenery, feeling somewhat surreal. 1 moment ago, he was in a small city in the desolate sea hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In the next moment, he was back in the Divine Dragon Empire. If Xiao Chen could activate the Divine Universe Steel in the past, he would not have been chased into such a sorry state back then. Xiao Chen could come and go as he pleased. How carefree! There did not seem to be anyone in this Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden secret realm. As Xiao Chen strolled around, he stopped before the Divine Rank Medicine Cauldron. The small mountain-sized medicine cauldron burned endlessly with flames. It looked like the third palace master used it frequently. Xiao Chen gently leaped up and arrived above the medicine cauldron. Gurgle! Gurgle! A fierce sea of flames surged endlessly in the medicine cauldron, startling Xiao Chen. It seemed like someone was refining some medicinal pill in there. The sea of flames surged, but he could not see it clearly. Someone is here. Whoosh! Xiao Chen saw a figure flash as he rushed to the bottom of the medicine cauldron. Then, he muttered to himself somewhat anxiously, I'm somewhat late. I just found the last ingredient. This person seemed to be in too much of a rush and had not expected someone to appear in the secret realm without anyone noticing. This person did not notice Xiao Chen's presence. Third Palace Master, long time no see. Suddenly, the third Palace Master heard a voice, and his expression changed drastically. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Xiao Chen? That's not right. How could Xiao Chen return to the Divine Dragon Empire silently? Furthermore, he entered my Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden secret realm. Who exactly are you? Boom! A frightening aura burst forth from the third palace master. His expression was sharp as he looked at Xiao Chen cautiously. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he realized that if he were the third hall master, he would definitely be shocked as well. He gently leaped up and landed on the ground. Then, he said softly, Third Palace Master, there is no need to doubt that it is really me. This divine rank medicine cauldron was lent to the third hall master by me. There shouldn't be any outsiders who know about this, right? The third palace master retreated to the side with a doubtful expression. He still did not dare to believe it completely. It was simply too unbelievable, and he found it hard to believe. If you had stolen Xiao Chen's memories, you would naturally know all of this. In that case, even if I steal his memories, I should not be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, right? Xiao Chen did not waste any time. He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. A dragon roar rang out, and dragon might spread out. When he punched, thousands of dragon images burst out from Xiao Chen's body. It's really you. Now, the third palace master finally believed it. When he first saw Xiao Chen, he already felt that it was Xiao Chen. However, it did not make sense, so the third palace master had to be cautious. Now that Xiao Chen mentioned the medicine cauldron's origins and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, there was no doubt about his identity. How did you get in? The third palace master still felt suspicious. Given Xiao Chen's strength, he could not have sneaked in without anyone noticing. This place was the Heaven Dragon Palace, the most tightly guarded secret realm. Even a divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor could not enter without anyone noticing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Third Palace Master, don't worry. I used a special secret technique to enter. Aside from me, no one else can do so. When the Third Palace Master heard that, he relaxed significantly. He thought that something had gone wrong with the defense. Since that was the case, he did not pursue the matter. The Third Palace Master revealed a smile and said, "It has been almost 6 years since we parted, right? You are already a small perfection sovereign personage. This is truly shocking. Even if you entered Ancestor Dragon City, you might not have such a cultivation. It is Ancestor Dragon City's loss that they did not want you." The Third Palace Master felt shocked at Xiao Chen's change. He felt very grateful in his heart. Xiao Chen could feel the joy and happiness in the Third Palace Master's heart. The Third Palace Master truly missed him. This was also why Xiao Chen could activate the Divine Universe Steel. The first thing that came to Xiao Chen's mind was to meet the Third Palace Master. "I'll go and tell second brother. He is a very busy person right now. However, he will definitely be very happy to know that you are here." Xiao Chen quickly stopped the Third Palace Master. "Next time. I am already very satisfied with seeing the Third Palace Master." The Third Palace Master said, "Very well. Tell me what you experienced in the past few years." Xiao Chen did not rush to answer. Instead, he asked softly, "I want to know how the First Palace Master is doing now." The Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li only knew that the First Palace Master was imprisoned. However, he did not tell Xiao Chen anything more. "First brother is doing very well. You don't have to worry. To him, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye," the Third Palace Master said with a somewhat sad expression when he mentioned the First Palace Master. When Xiao Chen heard that, he relaxed slightly. Back then, if not for the First Palace Master, the Sovereign Emperor Elders of Ancestor Dragon City would have smacked him to death with one palm strike. After not seeing each other for a long time, Xiao Chen and the Third Palace Master chatted happily. Occasionally, the two mentioned the past, and many memories appeared. The Heaven Dragon Palace was the only place in the Great Thousand Realms that gave Xiao Chen a sense of home. Xiao Chen would never forget many of the things he experienced there. When he thought about them, they felt like they happened just yesterday. If possible, Xiao Chen did not want to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. No matter where he was, the dragon race's bloodline flowed in his veins. "What is the Divine Dragon Crown Prince Qin Mu's cultivation now?" Xiao Chen asked. The Third Palace Master replied after some thought. "He was already a great perfection sovereign personage 2 years ago. He has the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's personal guidance and the Golden Dragon Bloodline's boundless resources for his cultivation. No matter what secret technique or cultivation technique he cultivates, he has a corresponding senior expert to guide him. Furthermore, his talent and bloodline are excellent. Such a person is naturally stronger than ordinary people. However, there is one thing that he cannot compare to you. His mental state is not as strong as yours. Now that he is a great perfection sovereign personage, he needs to stabilize his comprehension. Mental state cultivation is very important." Mental state cultivation was very important. However, it was not as strong as the Third Palace Master made it out to be. He was mostly consoling himself. Xiao Chen smiled faintly but did not say anything. If Xiao Chen brought out all his trump cards, even a peak sovereign personage might not be able to defeat him. The Divine Dragon Crown Prince did not fear him at all. "Do I still have a chance to come back?" Xiao Chen asked. When the Third Palace Master heard that, his expression turned somewhat grave. He sighed softly. "Actually, you did not do anything wrong. You can come back at any time. However, the Golden Dragon Bloodline fears you. 6 years ago, you used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Emperor Dragon Fist, scaring many of the Golden Dragon Bloodline seniors out of closed-door cultivation. If you can advance to the Divine Vein Realm, you can come back at any time. According to Ancestor Dragon City's rules, as long as you become a sovereign emperor and are willing to serve the empire, any crimes will be forgiven. At that time, even if the Golden Dragon Bloodline wants to make things difficult for you, they will not dare to do anything to you openly." The value of a Divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor went without saying. If Ancestor Dragon City could gain the service of a sovereign emperor, they would definitely not pursue Xiao Chen's past. On the contrary, they would even reward Xiao Chen and rope him in. This was a world where the strong reigned. Most of the time there was no need to talk too much about reason. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly when he heard that. "So that is the case. If they felt that I could advance to Sovereign Emperor, Ancestor Dragon City would not have made things difficult for me because of my strange bloodline back then, right? The third palace master remained silent. The answer went without saying. Strength represented everything. The first palace master offended his superiors and caused chaos in the Dragon City. This was a much more severe mistake than Xiao Chen's. However, the first palace master only imprisoned Xiao Chen for 100 years because of the first palace master's strength. Ancestor Dragon City did not want to lose a peak expert like the first palace master. Naturally, they would not truly make things difficult for the first palace master. The third palace master took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "If you can advance to Sovereign Emperor before 100 years old, I believe that the powerhouses of Ancestor Dragon City will personally apologize to you. Even the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor cannot do whatever he wants in the Divine Dragon Empire." "I understand now." Xiao Chen showed a grave expression, not saying anything more. Most of the time the principle was this simple. The strong reigned. Chapter 2085. After seeing the third palace master and learning that the first palace master was fine, Xiao Chen asked about the situation of his friends in the Heaven Dragon Palace. He discovered that most of them had entered Ancestor Dragon City and were doing well. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yen, the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Chongfeng, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei missed those times. Everyone had gone to the abyssal underworld to complete the sex missions and went on experiential training in the ancient city. They had relied on each other and lived and died together. Since everyone was doing well, Xiao Chen felt at ease. "Third Palace Master, if there is an opportunity, please help me tell them that I am doing well as well." "Right, you are leaving, right?" The third Palace Master felt curious about how Xiao Chen would leave. This herb garden secret realm was heavily guarded with tight formations. How could Xiao Chen enter silently? "I'm leaving. If I have time in the future, I will come back. I hope that you don't come often. If you have any other thoughts, I won't even know that you have emptied out this distant secret realm," the third palace master teased. "Haha, that reminds me." Xiao Chen smiled happily and performed a cupped fist salute in farewell. Then, he vanished into thin air, leaving only the divine universe steel hovering in the air. "This is..." The third palace master's eyes lit up. "A spatial treasure that can hide living people. Is this an inherited Dao tool or a soul tool? How high would a secret treasure that could hide people be?" More importantly, the third palace master had never heard of a secret treasure that could hide ordinary people. Whoosh! Before the third palace master's shocked eyes, the divine universe steel vanished silently. The third palace master spread out his soul energy. Aside from him, there was no one else in the entire secret realm. The somewhat incredulous third palace master circulated his divine energy to check the surroundings, thoroughly searching the entire secret realm. The third palace master had to believe that Xiao Chen really left. This little fellow has some fortuitous encounters. After the shock, the third palace master revealed a smile and sighed. Unfortunately, he did not enter Ancestor Dragon City. It is too difficult for a loose cultivator to grow. In the next moment, the divine universe steel appeared in the desolate sea's azure mountain town. When Xiao Chen came out and saw the divine universe steel, he felt it was miraculous. This was truly shocking. Not to mention the third palace master. Even Xiao Chen felt like he was in a dream. Xiao Chen simply did not dare to imagine that he could return to the Divine Dragon Empire with a thought, no matter where he was. Even a Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor would not be able to do that. At the very least, the third palace master, a Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor, was shocked. However, after this round trip, he lost 1 million primeval heavenly pills, which made Xiao Chen's heart ache. After all, the Shuawu dynasty's 8th prince only had 5 million primeval heavenly pills. After conversing with the third palace master, Xiao Chen deeply felt the importance of strength. Sovereign Emperor. Sovereign Emperor. If one did not advance to Sovereign Emperor, one would not have the right to speak. A sovereign personage was already considered an expert. If Xiao Chen was content with the current situation and went to an outer region, he would not be able to defeat a sovereign personage. For example, in the Grave Sea Cluster, one could live a very good life. They were respected and aloof, able to decide the life and death of others with a single thought. However, Xiao Chen could not do so. His vision could not stop at sovereign personage. Even Sovereign Emperor was not the limit. Compared to the Divine Dragon Crown Prince and the others, Xiao Chen's weakness was too obvious. How hateful! Xiao Chen hated how he was chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire, unable to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. If there is a chance, I have to ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor for advice. The other party is someone comparable to the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen thought, since I cannot figure out what to do in the future by myself, I have to ask an expert. Xiao Chen did not know where to go in the vast desolate sea. He did not know where to go for experiential training, where to improve his saber skills, and where to make up for the flaws in his saber Dao. Where to find resources to continue improving his universe origin True Flame and Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's vision was much broader than Xiao Chen's. He was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid of the martial epic. If Xiao Chen did not ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor for advice, it would be inexcusable. Feeling the pressure and urgency, Xiao Chen did not hesitate. That night, he wrote a letter for the Demon Blood Vulture to deliver to Peach Blossom City's Senior Chui. Half a month later, Xiao Chen received a reply from Senior Chui. There were only 4 words. Come over quickly. Upon receiving this reply, Xiao Chen revealed a smile. It looked like he should not have any problems meeting the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. After getting some fine wine from Grandpa Seven's residence, Xiao Chen went outside the city to say goodbye to Sang. Sang was still taking care of the propping mulberry tree by the ancient well. He glanced at Xiao Chen and said, I have a feeling that after you leave, we will not be able to meet for a long time. However, I will always be in Azure Mountain Town. As long as you come back, you will be able to find me. Tell me, what resources does the propping mulberry tree need? The next time we meet, I will definitely bring them back for you. Sang smiled faintly and said softly, Thank you. Go on then. We will meet again in the future. With a gentle leap, Xiao Chen soared into the air. A beam of red light descended from the sky and happened to catch Xiao Chen. It was the Demon Blood Vulture. Sang looked at Xiao Chen, who was far away in the sky, and then at the 10-meter-tall propping mulberry tree beside him. Then he said softly, I wonder between you and it, who will grow faster? The next time we meet, you will be a sovereign emperor, right? The Demon Blood Vulture traveled day and night. 7 days later, a familiar scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. 500 kilometers of peach blossom forested green mountains and beautiful rivers in the middle of the wilderness, looking like a painting. This was Peach Blossom City. With the Demon Blood Vulture rushing over, not to mention being fast, Xiao Chen did not look travel-stained at all when he landed. Xiao Chen saw Senior Chui, who stopped at the same place. The peach blossoms on both sides of the river turned red every year. No old friends came with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, there was only a cup of wine in a golden goblet. Senior Chui had not changed. The boat stopped at the riverside, and no one dared to approach. Xiao Chen boarded the small boat and said softly, Senior Chui, it's time to set sail. Same old rules. Don't set sail without wine. Satisfy me first. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and tossed over a jar of setting sundae. Senior Chui caught it and drank to his heart's content, crying out in delight. After Senior Chui drank to his heart's content, he looked at Xiao Chen and scolded jokingly, Brat, who knows where you went for the past 4 years? You finally returned after so much difficulty, yet you only thought of coming to Peach Blossom City to meet me now. Xiao Chen said helplessly, Something happened and delayed me. Then, Xiao Chen told Senior Chui about the Xiaowu dynasty's 8th prince. There was such a thing? The Xiaowu dynasty's prince went to Azure Mountain Town? This is somewhat strange. Although the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions are relatively peaceful, if they get an opportunity, they will try to kill. The 8th prince should not dare to come. This is rather inconceivable. The one you met might not be his true body, Senior Chui said, feeling somewhat suspicious after hearing that. Old Chui asked doubtfully after hearing that. Not his true body? When Xiao Chen heard that, he entered deep thought. Based on Senior Chui's words, it did seem somewhat suspicious. Back then, when that 8th prince heard that Xiao Chen wanted to extort 5 million primeval heavenly pills from him, he directly told Xiao Chen to kill him. In the end, that divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor took out 5 million primeval heavenly pills out of fear of the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land's Supreme Elder before settling things. Senior Chui said, In my impression, the Xiaowu dynasty's royal court disciples are all terrifyingly strong. There are practically no weaklings among them. Of course, that is just a guess. It is also possible that this 8th prince is indeed not a powerful character. His demonic monarch bloodline is thin, so he does not receive much attention, which is why he dares to enter the desolate sea. Are the righteous Dao and demonic Dao really as incompatible as Senior says? Xiao Chen asked, finding this strange. Xiao Chen recalled that the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions did not have much conflict in Peach Blossom City previously. Furthermore, after Xiao Chen wiped out the Heavenly Slaughter Sect branch's stronghold, a group of righteous Dao disciples viewed him as an enemy. As Senior Cui rowed the boat, he said, "This happened 100,000 years ago. The righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions fought until the sky turned dark, even destroying the heavenly realm. Do you think this grudge can be resolved? You practically never left Azure Mountain Town in the desolate sea, right? What you can see is just the surface. The undercurrents are surging, and it's more tragic than you can imagine." When Xiao Chen heard that, he entered deep thought. Indeed, he had never left Azure Mountain Town and did not understand much about the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions in the desolate sea. "We've arrived." When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor heard that you were coming, he was rather happy, Senior Cui said with a smile as the boat entered the city. Old Cui chuckled as the boat sailed into the city. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Xiao Chen followed Senior Cui to the city lord's residence. Even after so many years, Peach Blossom City had not changed much. The place still had a rich wine fragrance. Taverns stood in great numbers, and the place was bustling. Chapter 2086. The place was as lively as before. However, Xiao Chen felt that Peach Blossom City was somewhat different. As he walked, the city lord's residence came into view in the distance. Finally, Xiao Chen knew what was different. The current Peach Blossom City was not like it was during the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Everyone from the righteous Dao and demonic Dao gathered here. All sorts of scheming people came, creating chaos amid the liveliness. Without the ostentation and chaos, Peach Blossom City was actually a quiet and reserved city. Aside from the fine wine, Xiao Chen had some other things. The martial spirit of Peach Blossom City was very common. Experts clashed everywhere. Several of the cultivators even made Xiao Chen's eyes light up, making him stop and watch for a long time. These are the cultivators under the city lord. What do you think? You like them, right? Old Cui asked with a smile as he stood beside Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen replied softly, "Old Cui is being too humble. The quality and strength of these cultivators already rival that of rank 7 sect disciples. Some of them are even comparable to the inner sect disciples of rank 7 sections. Peach Blossom City is truly shocking. Did the city lord specially nurture them?" Old Cui smiled and said, "Of course, the city lord alone cannot deter the other factions from occupying such a treasured land in the desolate sea. Furthermore, the city lord will eventually reach the end of his lifespan. He has to make plans for the future of Peach Blossom City." However, the city lord did not specially seek out these people. Most of them came because of the fame. The city lord does not accept just anyone. The two chatted as they walked. After entering the city lord's residence, Old Cui led Xiao Chen to a quiet pavilion in the city lord's residence. "Go in then. The city lord has been waiting for a long time." Xiao Chen pushed open the door and entered. There was no one on the first floor or the second floor. When he reached the top floor, he saw the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor drinking by himself. "Greetings, Senior." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor put down his wine cup and looked at Xiao Chen. A trace of doubt flashed in his deep star-like eyes. His eyes saw the hazy shadow of a dragon behind Xiao Chen. When he tried to see it clearly, he discovered that the dragon was extremely ethereal. He was actually unable to capture it. Just as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was about to forcefully capture it, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly appeared and glared at him, making his heart tremble. What a powerful dragon might. Just what kind of bloodline is that? I can't even see it clearly. However, it was certain that he had grasped the profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon. The power hidden in the dragon's shadow was much stronger than 4 years ago, almost to the point of materializing. Interesting. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, you really astonish me. Now that I haven't seen him for 4 years, even I can't look at his dragon might directly. Earlier, Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that his dragon might clashed with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. However, he did not control it. Instead, it was the Blue Dragon's own majesty that had spontaneously formed a counterattack after being spied on. City Lord is too polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not pursue the matter. He directly said, Old Chui already told me why you are here. Your thoughts are pretty good. You did not become blindly arrogant just because you obtained a fortuitous encounter. After all, loose cultivators are loose cultivators. Without anyone to guide them, they will either walk the demonic Tao or remain stagnant, finding it hard to advance. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, the resources they require will be astronomical. Without a super faction supporting them, they will not be able to sustain themselves. After some thought, Xiao Chen asked, So, Senior's meaning is? Join the Heavenly Alliance. You are not my disciple, and we are not master and disciple. I have no obligation to guide you. In reality, I rarely give personal guidance even to the people of Peach Blossom City. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, I will not do meaningless things. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke slowly as he looked at Xiao Chen, sounding extremely distant. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was clearly right before Xiao Chen, but he felt like an ocean separated the two. The Heavenly Alliance? Xiao Chen had heard of the Heavenly Alliance before. This was a faction formed by the peak merchant associations of the Great Thousand Realms. Aside from this, there were many Grandmaster-level alchemists and blacksmiths, mysterious and strong. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to come into contact with the core existences of the Heavenly Alliance. That's right. The Heavenly Alliance. You should have heard of it before. Yes, I have. A Heavenly Alliance blacksmith helped me forge the saber in my hand. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sighed softly. Oh, I did not expect to come into contact with it. Don't ask me. Let me ask you first. What kind of faction do you think is considered a super faction? Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying. In the northern region, the Divine Dragon Empire, the White Marsh Beast Empire, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace should be considered super factions. The 6 great demonic Dao sects and the 4 dynasties. Rank 7 sects should be considered super factions. Xiao Chen had experienced the strength of the Divine Dragon Empire for himself. Just the Heaven Dragon's outer palace gave Xiao Chen the impression that it was a colossus. Furthermore, there were 6 even stronger outer palaces and Ancestor Dragon City with incredibly deep accumulations. If such factions were not considered super factions, then there would be no super factions. That's right. In your eyes, rank 7 sects and the 4 dynasties can be considered super factions. However, in the eyes of sovereign emperors, aside from the heavenly incense, there are only 8 truly super factions in the martial epic's Great Thousand Realms. The Pirate Alliance, the Heavenly Alliance, the Universe Origin sect that controls the Tianwu dynasty, the Hidden Spirit Temple that controls the Yanwu dynasty, the Profound Heaven Holy Land that controls the Shenwu dynasty, the Bushan Palace that controls the 8 Great Empires, the Demonic Dao Hall that controls the Shuawu dynasty, and the Abyssal Underworld's Underworld God Hall. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke tirelessly, revealing many secrets that Xiao Chen did not know. Since the birth of the martial epic, the power structure has changed many times. After every great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, there would be a reshuffle. After the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, these 8 super factions now jointly manage the martial epic. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Do you know why I'm telling you all this? Xiao Chen did not understand. I want to broaden your horizons. I once told you that there is an existence behind the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor that you cannot offend. Actually, that is the Bushan Palace, the most ancient and mysterious existence among the 8 super factions. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words deeply shocked Xiao Chen. This indeed surpassed his imagination. He found it hard to imagine that a rank 7 sect had such a terrifying faction behind it. What surprised Xiao Chen even more was that the Bushan Palace existed in this world as well. He wondered if the Kunlun Realm's Bushan Palace was related to the Bushan Palace of this Great Thousand Realms. Before the 8 super forces, all the rank 7 sects are insignificant existences that can't even withstand a single blow. As a matter of fact, all the grade 6 and grade 7 sects that you can see are inextricably linked to the various super forces. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor paused for a while before continuing. For example, the Heavenly Alliance is behind Peach Blossom City. I can be so free and unfettered, occupying one of the rare treasured lands in the desolate sea. aside from my own strength, mostly because of the Heavenly Alliance. Shocking news came one after another. By now, Xiao Chen was somewhat numb to it. He asked softly, "So City Lord is suggesting that I join the Heavenly Alliance?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor poured himself a cup of wine and smiled faintly. "Don't be so certain. It is still uncertain whether you can join the Heavenly Alliance or not. Naturally, the super factions will only take in the most talented and valuable cultivators of the martial epoch. You are very strong, and your bloodline and comprehension ability are pretty good. However, do you know how vast the martial epoch is? Just the Central Great Realm alone already has as many geniuses as there are stars in the sky, not to mention the other astral regions. Although the outer regions do not have as much spiritual energy as the Central Great Realm, they have many cultivators, at least 1,000,000 times more than the Central Great Realm. As far as I know, you came to where you are now step by step from the outer regions. Can you guarantee that there will not be a second you in the outer regions?" The answer is certain. There will definitely be people comparable to you in the outer regions. Due to the sheer number of them, even in a remote and desolate astral region, there will still be powerful outstanding talents. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words made Xiao Chen enter deep thought. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words indeed made sense. The main reason I want you to join the Heavenly Alliance is that, compared to the other superfactions, the Heavenly Alliance is a merchant association after all. Compared to the disciples of the other superfactions, the members of the Heavenly Alliance do not have as many restrictions and can choose to withdraw at any time. For example, right now, I have practically no connection to the Heavenly Alliance. Unless I need it, I will not go to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor took a sip of wine and continued, "The Heavenly Alliance's requirements for cultivators are not as strict as the other factions. For example, as long as I recommend you, you will qualify to participate in the Heavenly Alliance's selection. However, it will not be so easy for the other superfactions. Of course, the most important reason why I want you to join the Heavenly Alliance is that I have not recommended anyone to join the Heavenly Alliance for many years already. Although I do not have a deep connection to the Heavenly Alliance, this is still a very embarrassing matter for me. I hope that you can help me gain face." After speaking for so long, it turned out that the last sentence was the main point. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor really went around in circles. However, without going around in circles, it would be hard for Xiao Chen to gain a general understanding of the superfactions. Chapter 2087. "What do you think?" the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen remained silent. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. Xiao Chen had come here to ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor some questions about the martial Dao. Who could have imagined that the other party would recommend him to join a super faction? Naturally, superpowers were extremely tempting to Xiao Chen. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words opened a door to a new world for Xiao Chen. Previously, he had not expected such a strong super faction to exist in the world. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor continued, "As long as you enter a superfaction, you will be able to experience the true charm of the martial epoch. Everything you've experienced before is just child's play in front of a true powerhouse. If you can't join a superpower, you'll never be able to come into contact with the core stage of this world. It'll be a pity for a genius like you. If you had not been chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire, you would have entered Bushan Palace through Ancestor Dragon City. However now, aside from the Heavenly Alliance, the other superfactions should not accept you." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words dispelled Xiao Chen's final hesitation. He said seriously, "I'm willing." When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw Xiao Chen agree, he revealed a smile and put down his wine cup. "Good. You will be my disciple 7 days from now and head to Desolate City with me." "Desolate City?" You probably don't know that the force behind Desolate City is the Heaven Alliance, right? At that time, many rank 6 or even rank 7 factions in the Desolate Sea will send their disciples to participate in the test. There will also be many loose cultivators who will not miss out on this opportunity. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said softly, surprising Xiao Chen again. It turned out that the Heavenly Alliance was behind Desolate City. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said that he might not be able to pass the test. Just the Desolate Sea alone had so many challenges. The Central Great Realm's eastern, western, northern, and southern regions, as well as the 3 dynasties, would definitely have gathering spots like Desolate City to attract cultivators to take the test. Not everyone can participate in the assessment, right? There had to be a threshold for the assessment. Otherwise, the number of participants would be unimaginable. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded and said, "Anyone under 500 years old and a sovereign personage can participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Even if you do not pass the test, as long as you have a certain level of performance, you will receive rewards from the Heavenly Alliance. At that time, there will probably be hundreds of thousands of cultivators taking the test." A few 100,000? When Xiaochen heard this, he was shocked. This number really shocked him. It was a little too much. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked with a calm expression, "Are you very shocked?" Actually, there was nothing to be surprised about. Of the 8 super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was considered one of the weakest. However, the Desolate Sea's influence covered the entire Great Thousand Realms. There was a Desolate Sea stronghold in every astral cluster. Just like the Grave Sea cluster that you once stayed in, the Profound Light Temple is the base of the Hidden Spirit Temple, a super faction. The Purple Flame Sect is the territory of the Jianghu dynasty's Universe Origin Sect. There are a total of 3,000 high-ranked astral domains like the Grave Sea cluster in the Great Thousand Realms. This does not include some of the more chaotic astral domains. If you include them, there will be even more. Do you still think a few 100,000 is a lot? Not a lot. However, the threshold seems somewhat low. All sovereign personages under 500 years old can take the test? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said, "In the martial epoch, normally speaking, those who can break through to sovereign personage after 500 years old will not be able to advance to Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Those who advance to sovereign personage before 500 years old have the possibility of becoming Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors. As long as one has the potential to become a sovereign emperor, the Heavenly Alliance will not let them off. The core force of the various superfactions are the sovereign emperors. One sovereign emperor is worth more than 100,000 sovereign personages. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Another Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor." Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly, and his blood surged somewhat. He recalled what the Third Palace Master said, which coincided with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperors. As long as Xiao Chen became a sovereign emperor, even the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor in the Divine Dragon Empire would not be able to pursue the matter. Ancestor Dragon City would even personally apologize to him. Furthermore, there has never been a lack of outstanding talents in the Great Thousand Realms. However, facts have proven that those who can become Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors are mostly unknown existences. Many people only advance to sovereign personage at 200, 300, or even 400 years old. They continuously stabilized themselves, comprehended the great Tao of the world, and tempered their mental state. In the end, they easily advanced to Sovereign Emperor. Many powerful outstanding talents who advanced to sovereign personage before 100 years old either incurred the jealousy of others or died prematurely. Otherwise, they were too conceited and became a burden on themselves. If their mental state was not strong enough, they would never be able to advance. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen sternly. Hence, do not underestimate those late bloomers, able to maintain their composure in the sovereign personage realm. I said that you might not be able to pass the test this time because if you run into those people who have been sovereign personages for more than 100 years, you might not be a match for them. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his understanding. However, he felt somewhat doubtful. Finding it strange, he asked, "Does that mean that the superfactions do not pay attention to outstanding talents? After all, most of those who become sovereign emperors are unknown existences?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help laughing. "You can put it that way. However, if you can show that you have the potential to become a sovereign emperor, the effect will be different. This is because only the outstanding talents with astonishing talent and comprehension ability can advance to Foe God after advancing to sovereign emperor. This is something far away from you for now. Just treat what I said as an eye-opener. Don't overthink it. Make your preparations. Come with me to Desolate City 7 days from now. Remember to adjust your mental state." All right. After leaving the pavilion, Xiao Chen looked at the blazing sun in the sky. This conversation nearly toppled Xiao Chen's entire worldview. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said not to overthink, but Xiao Chen still felt his hot-bloodedness surge, feeling excited. "Xiao Chen, how is it?" Old Chui asked softly as he arrived beside Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and replied softly, I already promised the city lord that I would be his follower and participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test 7 days from now. Old Chui smiled and said, I knew that you would agree. Come, I'll bring you to the residence. There were many residences prepared for guests in Peach Blossom City, comparable to the residence of a sect. After Xiao Chen checked in, he started meditating and adjusting his mental state. The night passed. When the morning sun rose again, Xiao Chen felt much calmer. He was no longer as excited as before. Absolute calmness replaced it. Xiao Chen started to think about how to raise his strength to ensure that he could pass the Heavenly Alliance's test. He had already merged the first 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, resolving the mundane, and entering hell. He needed to bring forward the next 3 moves, in the mortal realm, 3 life flower, and merciless killing. The Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Universe Origin True Flame had just advanced to rank 5. He would not be able to find enough flame shards to nurture them in a short time. Xiao Chen wanted to see if he could use the Heavenly Alliance to exchange for similar flame resources when he entered the Heavenly Alliance. He had already cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 10th layer. The next 2 layers were progressively more difficult than the one before. For now, he could not see any hope of breaking through. He had already cultivated the Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art to the 2nd layer. Unfortunately, he did not have much room to execute it. He had just gotten familiar with the state of cycle and needed to continue familiarizing himself with it. This was Xiao Chen's greatest trump card, so he could not relax. After thinking about it, the only things that could raise his strength in the short term were the 10,000 Dragons art and the 10,000 Dragons picture in his mind. Ever since he copied the 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiao Chen had not truly studied it. However, the 10,000 Dragons picture had strengthened the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist significantly. Brother Xiao, are you free? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples, Yun Fei and Lei Hao, are here to seek an audience. Just at this moment, 2 voices requesting an audience came from outside the door. Since they were the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples, Xiao Chen had to meet them. It was possible that these 2 people would head to Desolate City with him. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he opened the door to receive the guests. There were 2 people standing outside the door. One of them had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in white, looking very simple. The other person was tall and stocky. He did not show any expression, but he gave off a strong sense of pressure. The plain-looking white-clad youth performed a cupped fist salute and said, I am Yun Fei. This is Lei Hao. Master sent us over to familiarize ourselves with Brother Xiao. This way, please. Indeed, as they chatted, Xiao Chen learned that these 2 would be heading to Desolate City with Xiao Chen to participate in the test. Aside from them, dozens of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples would be going as well. However, most of these people were just there to make up the numbers, to see the experts outside. The chances of them passing the test were not high. The ones that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor truly held hope in were Yun Fei and Lei Hao. Of course, there was now the addition of Xiao Chen. Chapter 2088. For the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to choose them, they definitely had something extraordinary about them. After inviting Yun Fei and Lei Hao in, Xiao Chen chatted with the 2. He learned that while the 2 did not look old, they were already over 100 years old. This somewhat shocked Xiao Chen. Little brother Xiao Chen, why are you so shocked? We are the ones who should be shocked. It is very normal for a sovereign personage to reach 100 or 200 years old. Not everyone can compare to the outstanding talents of the sections. There are many ordinary people in this world. Of course, for us to advance to sovereign personage before 500 years old means that we are already extraordinary. Yun Fei smiled faintly when he saw Xiao Chen's expression. That made sense. Compared to a sovereign personage's long lifespan, 100 or 200 years was not even a tenth of that. They could be considered young. The big Lei Hao seemed somewhat inarticulate. He only listened to the 2 talk, not speaking much. After familiarizing themselves with each other, Xiao Chen discovered that the 2 had pretty good temperaments and were easygoing. The 3 chatted with each other and got along well. The unfamiliarity immediately disappeared. Even Lei Hao started to talk more, changing Xiao Chen's impression of him. Compared to the sect disciples, factions like Peach Blossom City did not seem to have much internal strife. The sect disciples were chosen in batches and eliminated at the very end. This was a meritocracy. The competition between the sects was intense. Most of them would hold back. After all, Peach Blossom City was not a sect. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not seem to like that, either. His 2 disciples were the same. Yunfei said softly, I am skilled in the sword Dao. Now, I only cultivate one sword technique, the 13 wind-controlling swords. Xiaochen found this strange. Only one sword technique? Secret techniques and killing moves? You don't cultivate them? The group started chatting about the martial techniques they cultivated. When Yunfei mentioned himself, Xiaochen felt shocked again. Yunfei nodded and said, I cultivated them in the past. However, after I obtained the 13 wind-controlling swords, I forgot about them. I only cultivated the 13 wind-controlling swords. Unfortunately, I am not talented enough. After 100 years, I only managed to reach the 7th sword. Lei Hao's lips curled up as he said, If you are stupid, then there are no smart people in the world. Even Master praised you. Even after comprehending the 13 wind-controlling swords for hundreds of years, he could not comprehend it. It's already unprecedented for you to be able to successfully cultivate it and even reach the 8th sword. Yunfei smiled. He didn't say anything else. However, Xiaochen thought to himself, a sword technique that can make a sovereign personage forget all other martial techniques must be very powerful. Lei Hao continued, I'm proficient in fist techniques and have grasped the great Tao of thunder. I also cultivate my physical body and have already condensed a thunder battle body. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. If this Lei Hao was proficient in saber techniques, he would be a carbon copy of himself. Brother Xiaochen, what are you good at? Xiaochen thought for a while before replying, I am skilled in the saber Tao and have grasped 2 other great Tao energies, thunder and ice. I also cultivate fist techniques. As for my physical body's vital qi, a casual strike can achieve 200 cauldron force. Yunfei and Lei Hao were speechless. They exchanged glances with each other and smiled bitterly. No wonder Master let you participate in the test at such a young age. 3 great Tao, the force of 1 punch, and 200 cauldron force. SSK, a regular great perfection sovereign personage would not be a match for you. Yunfei said as he looked at Xiaochen. It's all right. Xiaochen replied modestly. However, he did not show much emotion, as Yunfei and Lei Hao both gave him a very strong feeling. These 2 were not ordinary great perfection sovereign personages. Furthermore, they were over 100 years old, and their cultivations were incredibly deep. Brother Yun, I'm very curious about your 13 wind-controlling swords. Would you be willing to give me some pointers? Xiaochen asked as he looked at Yunfei. He was truly curious about the charm of the 13 wind-controlling swords. It could make Yunfei forget everything he learned in the past and focus only on this one sword technique. No problem. Yunfei agreed readily. The 3 arrived at the drill ground of the residence, and Xiaochen and Yunfei landed there. After bowing, the 2 moved back 100 meters and cautiously looked at each other. Xiaochen, you need to see Yunfei's first move. If you cannot, you might lose in 2 moves at most. Lei Hao, who was at the side, reminded Xiaochen. So horrifying? Upon hearing that, Xiaochen could not help but focus. His veritable essence energy surged in his entire body, and his great Tao energy stored up, waiting to be unleashed. Unlike Xiaochen, who held his saber in his left hand, Yunfei carried his sword on his back. It was a simple blue sword. Xiaochen could sense that aside from the sword Tao, Yunfei also excelled in the wind Tao. A sword technique should focus on speed, causing one to lose their life before they could see it clearly. Brother Xiao, I'm going to make my move. Yunfei smiled faintly. Right after he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. Xiaochen did not manage to see how the sword came out of its scabbard. The sword was 1 meter long and looked very plain. When Xiaochen saw the blade clearly, he heard a melodious sword hum. In the next moment, a boundless sword intent erupted from the sword. A terrifying sword move instantly surged over. A cold light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as Yunfei's sword arrived before him. Fast. This is simply too fast. Xiaochen did not see how Yunfei's sword arrived before him at all. At the crucial moment, Xiaochen drew his saber, and his aura erupted. Dragon roars rang out, and 3 kinds of Tao might layered on his body. In an instant, Xiaochen's suppressed aura soared to its peak. However, Yunfei's sword was too fast. Xiao Chen only managed to draw his saber halfway before Yunfei's sword blocked it. Dang! When the tip of Yunfei's sword touched Yunfei's saber, Xiao Chen vaguely saw the image of a head formed by boundless strong winds roaring ferociously behind Yunfei. The other party immediately suppressed Xiao Chen's aura, forcing him to remain in the posture of drawing his tyrant saber halfway. The other party forced Xiao Chen back. A strong wind blew by Xiao Chen's ears. With every step back, he could feel the wind behind Yunfei increase in strength. Rumble! The strong wind swept through the entire drill ground. The formless wind seemed solid as it howled back and forth, stirring up the clouds in the sky. Even the sky darkened under the force of the gale. What a terrifying wind, great Tao! Using the sword to control the wind. If this continued, Xiao Chen would lose very sullenly. When Xiao Chen's aura was completely suppressed to rock bottom, he might lose to Yunfei's next sword strike before he could bring out many of his moves. Xiao Chen needed to draw his saber. However, once he did, the other party's sword strike would take advantage of the momentum to descend. Xiao Chen would instantly lose. However, if he did not draw his saber and continued to be suppressed, defeat was only a matter of time. Interesting. Xiao Chen's blood surged, and a boundless fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He had not encountered such a strong sword technique in a long time. Not only did the predicament before him not disrupt Xiao Chen's mental state, but it also made him excited. His blood surged, and his fighting spirit soared. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. Should I draw my saber or not? This is simply a trap. Whether I draw it or not, I will lose. The best way to do this is to find another way. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's left hand, which held the scabbard, suddenly loosened, and the scabbard flew out. The instant the scabbard flew out, Xiao Chen's left hand ferociously smashed a palm strike on the saber. With the aid of this palm strike, Xiao Chen, who was originally suppressed and forced to retreat, instantly stabilized his footing. Amid a loud sound, Xiao Chen's palm strike knocked Yunfei back. However, the instant Yunfei was knocked back, he executed a second sword strike. This sword strike was twice as fast as the previous one, piercing towards Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Now that Xiao Chen was prepared, he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. However, just as he dodged, Yunfei's third sword strike arrived. The speed of this sword strike was still twice as fast as the previous one. The scarier thing was that Xiao Chen discovered that not only was Yunfei's every sword strike twice as fast as the previous one, but its might could also be stacked. After the third sword strike, Yunfei stacked the second sword strike. A vast sword might pressed down on Xiao Chen. Even the air froze under this sword strike. As Xiao Chen moved his feet, he clearly felt a great pressure on his movement technique, slowing it down significantly. At this moment, unless Xiao Chen executed a secret technique, such as the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the candle dragon eyes, or the divine lightning eye, it would be very difficult to break out of this situation. However, that would be pointless. It would make him look like a sore loser. After dodging the third sword strike with much difficulty and waiting for Yunfei to execute the fourth sword strike, Xiao Chen decisively chose to admit defeat. I admit defeat. Whoosh! Xiao Chen tossed the sword into the air, and it turned into a beam of light that returned to the scabbard on his back. The strong wind that made the world pale instantly vanished, and the pressure it brought vanished. Haha! Xiao Chen, you are really capable. To think that you can dodge 3 sword strikes in your first exchange. I thought you were going to lose in the second strike. Lei Hao walked over and said with admiration. This was because Xiao Chen was not even 100 years old and was only a small perfection sovereign personage. Furthermore, this was his first time coming into contact with the 13 wind-controlling swords. To be able to dodge 3 sword strikes was already very impressive. After all, this 13 wind-controlling swords was a supreme sword technique left behind by a sword god. Even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had not comprehended it. Lei Hao, you're wrong. Just now, Xiao Chen had the chance to break my third sword. Yunfei shook his head and corrected him. This time, it was Lei Hao's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xiao Chen incredulously and said, "Old brother Xiao Chen, can you really break the third sword?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I know 2 secret techniques. One is a defensive secret technique that can block the full power strike of a peak sovereign personage. It's an eye bloodline technique that allows one to instantly burn their opponent's soul with the flame of the candle dragon. However, even if I execute it, I might not be able to block the fourth sword strike. I believe that Brother Yunfei will have to use the sixth sword strike to determine the victor. That would not be necessary. After all, this is just an exchange of pointers, not a life-and-death battle. However, Yunfei and Lei Hao felt comfortable hearing Xiao Chen's words. Their impression of Xiao Chen improved significantly. At the same time, there was no need for Xiao Chen to be overly competitive as a follower of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Let's stop here for today. Xiao Chen, I'll come and exchange pointers with you tomorrow. Let's fight to our heart's content. The sword technique that Yunfei cultivates will not allow him to fight to his heart's content. If we exchange pointers, we will definitely fight to our heart's content. When Lei Hao saw Xiao Chen's strength and character, he felt tempted. He looked forward to exchanging moves with Xiao Chen. All right, it's a deal then. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and agreed straightforwardly. Chapter 2089. During these 7 days, Xiao Chen established a pretty good relationship with Yunfei and Lei Hao. As they exchanged moves with each other, they benefited greatly. As for Yunfei's 13 wind-controlling swords, after exchanging moves many times, Xiao Chen could already easily endure the other party's fifth move. Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of the pros and cons of this sword technique. This sword technique was too unyielding and lacked room for maneuver. With less room to maneuver, he forced both his opponent and himself into a desperate situation. Even if Xiao Chen ran into a peak sovereign personage, he would be able to hold his own with this sword technique. This sword technique did not leave a path of retreat for himself or his opponent. The martial Dao focused on advancing both hard and soft. Such an extreme sword technique clearly could not be respected. However, based on what Yunfei said, if one cultivated all 13 swords, one could also advance both hard and soft. However, before one reached consummation, one would not have much room for retreat. As for Lei Hao, Xiao Chen preferred exchanging moves with him. The other party was more than 200 years old. After becoming familiar with him, Xiao Chen addressed him as Big Brother Lei Hao. When the two fought, they could fight to their heart's content. They could bring out their strength without having to worry. This brought great benefits to both of them. They could improve each other in a hearty battle, discovering their own inadequacies. After 7 days, Xiao Chen's group arrived at the city lord's residence as arranged. Aside from the 3, there were dozens of other disciples. These people were clearly much weaker than Yunfei and Lei Hao. These disciples participated in the Heavenly Alliance's test to accumulate experience and obtain some other rewards. Soon, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Senior Cui appeared before the group of people. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen's group and nodded slightly. Then he said, "You do not know what day it is today, so I will not say more. At that time, just do your best and bring out your potential. Don't disappoint me." "We definitely will not disappoint, City Lord," the disciples below answered in unison. "All right, let's depart, then." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor waved his hand, and a silver warship descended from the sky. This warship flickered with light, looking very dazzling under the sunlight. A 9-star heaven-suspending warship. Just this warship alone was equivalent to that of an ordinary sovereign emperor. A heaven-suspending warship that reached 7-star was not something that ordinary sovereign emperors could obtain. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's 9-star warship probably did not exceed 100 in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. It looked like the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor would be going with them. Given the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's status, he had to personally accompany the Heavenly Alliance's test. This meant that the standards of the Heavenly Alliance's test had reached a very high level. The interior of the 9-star heaven-suspending warship was very spacious. Everyone had their own room, and the rooms were equipped with all sorts of facilities. Everything a martial artist needed could be found here. Not only was there a special spirit gathering formation in the cultivation room, but there was also a small mountain-sized pile of primeval heavenly pills for anyone to use. In the bedroom, there was a Buddhist incense burner that could calm one's mind and help nourish one's soul. With the speed of the 9-star battleship, it only took them 3 days to arrive at the desolate city, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. If Xiao Chen and the others relied on their own strength, they would need at least 1 or 2 months to reach Desolate City. Desolate City was at the easternmost end of the Desolate Sea. There was a true sea there. Past that sea was the territory of the 3 dynasties, which held the absolute luck of the entire Central Great Realm. "We've arrived. Everyone, disembark. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sent out a message. Xiao Chen, Yun Fei, and Lei Hao disembarked the warship at the same time. The moment they landed, they were shocked by a dazzling golden light in the distance. That was a boundless sea. When the setting sun shone on it, the afterglow of the setting sun covered the sea, making it shimmer and look dazzling. An ancient and vast city stood on the sea. Under the light of the setting sun, the city gave off a holy feeling. The glorious city looked like a vast nation. Little brother Xiao, is this your first time seeing Desolate City? Lei Hao asked softly as he stood beside Xiao Chen. As he looked at Desolate City, his eyes also filled with awe. However, he was not as shocked as Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Unexpectedly, there really is such a vast sea in the Desolate Sea." Yun Fei smiled and said, "This is the overflowing sea. Beyond this sea is the 3 dynasties. In the middle of this sea, in the center of this sea, there is a world gate that connects to the 7 great forbidden seas. It can be considered a sea of trade." No wonder the master of Desolate City was the Heavenly Alliance. As a faction formed by peak merchant associations, controlling such a city was simply too important. "Let's go. Master is already waiting for us." Right. Under the lead of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Old Chui, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor cultivators headed for Desolate City. Along the way, the group met with several teams with the same goal as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, heading to Desolate City to participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Xiao Chen discovered that many of them were true inheritors of rank 6 sects, even rank 7 sects. Xiao Chen felt somewhat shocked at the strength of the Heavenly Alliance. To think that even rank 7 sects would send their disciples to join the Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps a superfaction was even more horrifying than Xiao Chen imagined. He could not use ordinary standards to view them. "Big Brother Peach Blossom. To think that you came personally. Brother Peach Blossom. It has been a long time. It's rare to see you again." Along the way, several sovereign emperors leading the teams showed surprise on their faces when they saw the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Then they rushed over to greet him. Although they were all sovereign emperors, these people were exceptionally respectful to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, filling them with awe. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and replied politely, but he did not say anything else. It was clear that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was rather proud in his heart and would not be overly polite. The many teams headed for Desolate City in a grandiose manner. Xiao Chen took a quick look and estimated at least several thousand people. Most of them were sovereign personages under 500 years old. These were the people who came from the Desolate Sea to participate in the test. Furthermore, they were the early batch. If the participants from the outer sea clusters were included, the number of cultivators participating in the Heavenly Alliance's test would be much more than what the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said. The competition seemed somewhat intense. "There are really a lot of people," Lei Hao said softly, feeling somewhat unconfident. With a cursory look, there were not many weaklings. Xiao Chen did not know how many people the Heavenly Alliance would accept in the test. There were not many people who could say with confidence that they would definitely be chosen. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Big brother, calm down. I believe in your strength. You still stand a good chance." Lei Hao smiled helplessly and said, "I hope so. However, there is no specific time for the Heavenly Alliance's test. It might open once in 100 years. The next time might be 1,000 years later. If you miss it once, you might miss it for life." Although there were many people participating in the test, there were even more people heading for Desolate City. Desolate City could be considered one of the 10 most bustling cities in the entire Central Great Realm. It visited the overflowing sea, the 7 forbidden seas, the 3 dynasties in the distance, and the people from all walks of life in the eastern and northern regions. Normally, tens of millions of people lived in Desolate City. The number of people going in and out was even more uncountable. Even a sovereign emperor would feel insignificant before such a city. "Come with me. Don't get lost." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not choose to enter the city gates. Instead, he led the group to a heavily guarded Dao platform outside the city. This Dao platform was not open to outsiders. Only those with a special medallion could enter. When Xiao Chen looked back, he saw that all the people who came to take the test did not choose to enter the city gates. Instead, they all went to this Dao platform built on the mountainside. This Dao platform was not very large. However, it could accommodate 1,000 people at a time. When there were 1,000 people, the elders around the Dao platform activated the formation to activate the Dao platform. Among the crowd, Xiaochen only saw a flash of light. In the next moment, the scene before him changed drastically. Then, he appeared on an even larger Dao platform. Xiaochen was shocked to discover that this Dao platform was about the same size as the one in the Blue Dragon ancient city. Of course, the most important thing was that this Dao platform floated in the air. The boundless starry heavens looked like one could pluck the stars just by stretching out one's hand. Peach Blossom, you are here. Many thrones floated in the starry heavens above the Dao platform. A purple-haired old man in the middle greeted the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor with a smile when he saw him. This old man exuded a vast and boundless might. The flame mark on his forehead deterred Xiaochen from looking at him directly. Xiaochen felt shocked. Could this purple-haired old man be a faux god? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded slightly. Then he turned his head and said to Xiaochen and the others, "You all stay on the Dao platform and wait for the test to begin. Old Cui and I will go over." Whoosh! The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sat on one of the thrones in a low-profile manner. Old Cui stood beside him but did not take a throne. More and more cultivators were sent over, one after another. They stayed behind with Xiaochen and the others. The leading sovereign emperor flew into the starry heavens and sat on a throne. 1 hour later, more than 10,000 people filled the entire Dao platform. Many people guessed what the Heavenly Alliance's test would be like. At the same time, they felt shocked that so many people came to compete. Silence! The purple-haired old man suddenly said, and everyone immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the purple-haired old man at the same time. Very good. I am Desolate City's City Lord, Shangguan Yun. I am also the host of this Heavenly Alliance's test in Desolate City. There are 100 similar test zones in the Great Thousand Realms. This test has broken a record. More than 1 million sovereign personages came to compete for the Heavenly Alliance's test. 1 million sovereign personages. The crowd on the Dao platform immediately burst into a huge commotion, deeply shocked. Chapter 2090. More than 1 million? That's too exaggerated. I heard that there were only a few 100,000 people in the past few years. This is probably the Heavenly Alliance's test with the highest number of people since the previous Great War between the righteous factions and demonic factions. Difficult, difficult, difficult. With more than 1 million people, it will be even harder to enter the Heavenly Alliance. The number of 1 million incited a huge discussion. Even the sovereign emperors on their thrones in the starry heavens conversed with each other, appearing somewhat incredulous. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. Actually, he did not care about the Heavenly Alliance's test. Even if Xiaochen, Yun Fei, and Lei Hao did not enter the Heavenly Alliance, Xiaochen would only be slightly disappointed. His emotions would not change much. In reality, the other sovereign emperors here were the Heavenly Alliance's outer circle elders. As long as they could bring disciples or members into the Heavenly Alliance, they would be rewarded. If Xiaochen performed well, he could even continue climbing the ranks and enter the Heavenly Alliance's core elder circle. Unlike the other sovereign emperors, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not care about this. Back then he had been a core elder. Now that he had retired, he was already indifferent. However, when Xiaochen heard the purple-haired old man say that there would be more than 1 million cultivators participating in this test, his expression immediately changed. Such a large number means that the martial epoch has already recovered from the destruction of the previous war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, reaching a new peak. Since the Heavenly Alliance managed to recruit so many people, the other superfactions will definitely be stronger. This is not a good thing. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered deep thought but did not say anything to the other sovereign emperors. The purple-haired old man swept his gaze around, and the place fell silent once more. The old man said indifferently, "Now let me explain. All the cultivators participating in the first stage of the Heavenly Alliance's test have to go to the Heavenly Alliance. You will be randomly teleported to a special secret realm and stay there for a month. There are a total of 100 mystic realms. You can attack without worry in these mystic realms. The secret realm's heavenly Tao rules will push you out at the moment of everyone's death, so your life won't be in danger. There are special spirit jades refined by my Heavenly Alliance in the secret realm. They contain the faux god mark, which cannot be faked. What you need to do is find the faux god spirit jades in there. The more, the better. After 1 month, If the faux god spirit jades you possess do not rank within the top 100 of your secret realm, you will not be able to participate in the second stage. Xiaochen fell into deep thought. There were 100 special secret realms, which meant that each secret realm had about 10,000 people. To put it simply, one had to be ranked in the top 100 among the 10,000 people in order to participate in the next test. How ruthless! After the first round, only 10,000 people would remain, and 990,000 candidates would be eliminated. Lei Hao gasped when he heard this and said softly, "It's too cruel." Yunfei said gravely, "Random teleportation. At that time, the three of us might not be in the same secret realm." Lei Hao's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. "No matter what, the three of us must pass this first stage. We'll meet again in the second stage." All right. Without giving the cultivators on the Dao platform much time to think, the purple-haired old man activated the Dao platform. After the dazzling white light, the more than 10,000 examinees on the platform disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, runes appeared on the platform, continuously condensing. Many light screens appeared on the Dao platform. There were exactly 100 light screens. The purple-haired old man casually waved his hand, and the light screens immediately expanded 1,000-fold. The light screens stood in the starry heavens, surrounding the many sovereign emperors seated on thrones. The light screens showed the scenes of the secret realms. As the examinees entered, not a single detail escaped the eyes of these sovereign emperors. At the same time, similar scenes played out in the other Heavenly Alliance test sites in the Great Thousand Realms. After the purple-haired old man did all this, he turned around and said with a smile, "We can rest for a while now. I hope that the disciples that everyone brought will not embarrass my desolate city. Same as before, I will reward anyone whose disciple passes the first stage." Little brother Peach Blossom, if I recall correctly, this is your first time personally leading a group here, right? Are there any disciples you are proud of this time? Right after the purple-haired old man, Shangguan Yun, spoke, his gaze fell on the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Clearly, the two had a close relationship. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied calmly, "I'm fine. I have not moved around for a long time, so I came out to take a look." Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, back then, you contributed greatly to the Heavenly Alliance. You were one of the strongest sovereign emperors in the Heavenly Alliance. How come after you retired for so many years, not a single disciple has entered the Heavenly Alliance? No matter what, you were once a core elder of the Heavenly Alliance. You can't retire too thoroughly. The one who spoke was Sovereign Emperor Xinggu. Back then, he had some conflict with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor always suppressed him. It was rare for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to come personally, so he teased Xinggu. Up until now, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had brought 10 disciples into the Heavenly Alliance. Among City Lord Shangguan Yun's subordinates, he was considered the most incredible. When comparing the two, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, who had no accomplishments, did not have any advantage. The purple-haired old man smiled and said, "Xinggu did not let us down. He did not embarrass my desolate city too much in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Peach Blossom, you have to pay more attention to this matter. After all, if the Heavenly Alliance wants to continue developing, it needs fresh blood. In terms of outstanding talents, we are too far behind the other superfactions. If we cannot even compare to the new disciples, the Heavenly Alliance will fall sooner or later." Lord Shangguan is right. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt helpless in his heart. However, this purple-haired old man was a peak faux god expert, the one who once led the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had no choice but to submit to this purple-haired old man. Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor so humble made Sovereign Emperor Xinggu very cocky. "Peach Blossom, don't mind it too much." In recent years, Xinggu had indeed made a lot of achievements. He had to be a role model. It is rare for you to come here. Don't mind him too much. Just give in to him. The purple-haired old man's voice projection rang out in the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's mind. "I know. Don't worry, my lord." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor casually replied. However, the purple-haired old man's comforting words upset the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. "Elder Cui, where are Yunfei and the others?" Elder Cui pointed at the light screens and said, "Xiao Chen is in Secret Realm 97, Yunfei is in Secret Realm 98, and Lei Hao is in Secret Realm 100. Right now, everyone is familiarizing themselves with the environment, and the rankings haven't been released yet. Not only could the light screen show the participants in the Secret Realm, but it could also show the ranking of all the participants. Inside Secret Realm 97, Xiao Chen found himself in an ancient, dilapidated city. When he looked around, the entire Secret Realm looked boundlessly vast. There was not a single person in sight. Of course, he did not know if there were people hiding. Participant Xiao Chen, hello. I am the manager of Secret Realm 97. As Xiao Chen familiarized himself with the environment, a small light figure made of energy essence appeared before him. The light gave off a faint divine might. Hello, the confused Xiao Chen replied softly. The small light figure's mechanical voice continued. Every one of you can enjoy my service. I can provide you with your ranking in the Secret Realm. I can give you a map of the Secret Realm and tell you the ranking of the others. If you feel that your life is in danger, you can get me to send you out. However, the faux god spirit jades on you will remain in this Secret Realm the moment you leave. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like this Secret Realm should be a world created by a faux god. The small light figure before Xiao Chen was like an item spirit. However, it was much stronger than a regular item spirit. Participant Xiao Chen, I wish you good luck. After leaving Xiao Chen a map, the small light figure vanished. Xiao Chen unfurled the map and discovered that it showed not only the terrain of the entire Secret Realm, but also the hiding techniques of the faux god spirit jades. As Xiao Chen looked at the locations marked with the faux god spirit jades, he could imagine what kind of intense killing would occur. The locations with the faux god spirit jades might have other dangers. Xiao Chen could sense the auras of terrifying ferocious beasts hidden in the Secret Realm, aside from the auras of human cultivators. However, compared to ferocious beasts, human cultivators were clearly more threatening. The rule of the entire first stage was to force the participants to kill each other and snatch the faux god spirit jades from each other. Just by searching, one would not be able to obtain the top 100 out of 10,000 people. I have 1 month. There is no need to rush. Xiao Chen made up his mind. He decided to bide his time and observe quietly. Chapter 2091. City Lord. The person with the best result among Peach Blossom City's disciples is Yun Fei. He is already ranked 5,000th in Secret Realm 98. Lei Hao is slightly weaker, ranked 7,000th or so. As for Xiao Chen, he is 9,000th or so. He did not obtain many faux god spirit jades. There's no rush. It has only been 3 days. We can't make out much. However, I have high hopes for Yun Fei. Although this stage is cruel, I believe that he can clear it. The 13 wind-controlling swords gives him an advantage over these sovereign personages. And Xiao Chen is still too young. The examinees who came to take the test this time are still too young. The main participants are great perfection sovereign personages 300 or 400 years old. There are very few who are under 100 years old. There's no rush for Xiao Chen. He is still 50 years old and does not fight. He will definitely get a second chance. 3 days had passed since the first stage of the test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Senior Cui discussed the 3 disciples they valued the most. However, they could not make out much in these 3 days. Many experts were familiarizing themselves with the environment of the Secret Realm and would not rush to make a move. The current rankings did not matter too much. The changes happened too quickly. Soon, 10 days had passed since the first stage of the test. Of course, to these sovereign emperors sitting on their thrones in the starry heavens, 10 days was just the blink of an eye. Given their long lifespans, they had developed a patience that others did not have. 1/3 of the test had already passed. The sovereign emperors present started to make some progress. The rankings of the top cultivators in many secret realms were already fixed. Among them, many dazzling experts left a deep impression on the sovereign emperors present. This secret realm 8's Wu Meng is really strong. Meeting him is simply a nightmare for the other participants. So far, no one has lasted more than 10 moves against him. The weaker ones could not even last 3 moves. Wu Meng is also very murderous. Several people fell for his moves too quickly. The realm spirit nearly failed to rescue him. Secret Realm 50's Xianxia is also incredible. There are many good seedlings this time. Unfortunately, each secret realm can only pick 100 people in the first stage. Everyone, don't rush to conclusions. It has only been 10 days. The sovereign emperors discussed among themselves. However, the purple-haired old man showed an unsightly expression. Because he found that among the 100 secret realms, only a few of the top examinees were from the barren city assessment area. This was the largest test in history. If the desolate city couldn't even compare to some of the outer regions, it would be a great loss of face. Furthermore, Desolate City was one of the top 10 cities in the Heaven Alliance out of the 100 test zones. Fortunately, some of Xianxia's disciples were rather eye-catching. One of them was ranked in the top 3 in the 6th secret realm and had the strength to fight for first place. City Lord Yunfei is starting to show off. He's already in the top 1,000. Old Chui kept an eye on the secret realm where Xiao Chen's group was, reporting their rankings to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Lei Hao has also made it to the top 3,000, but Xiao Chen? What's wrong with Xiao Chen? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked, finding this strange. Elder Chui said hesitantly, Xiao Chen's strength is declining instead of improving. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help saying, not advancing but retreating instead? He was already ranked more than 9,000. How could he retreat? Let me see. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's gaze fell on the light screen for Secret Realm 97. The last place was Peach Blossom City's Xiao Chen, ranked 9873. As for the 100-odd people, they were all eliminated. Now, only 9,873 participants remained in Secret Realm 97. Haha. Brother Peach Blossom, what's going on? Even if you are not paying attention, there is no need to be so half-hearted. Your disciple is actually ranked last. This is the Heavenly Alliance's test. All the powerhouses of the Heavenly Alliance are watching. Xinggu casually glanced at the light screen and discovered the ranking of Secret Realm 97. Then, he immediately pretended to reprimand Xiao Chen. After Xinggu said that, the surrounding sovereign emperors immediately cast their gazes on Secret Realm 97. Xiao Chen? This person seems to be only 47 years old. He is rather young. A 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage. Even in a rank 7 sect, he would be an elite among elites. However, he is still too young. Compared to the other mature sovereign personages, there is still a large gap. Indeed, most of the people participating in the Heavenly Alliance's test are 300-year-old or 400-year-old great perfection sovereign personages. This is indeed difficult. He is a good seedling. We should let him participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test after he is 100 years old. After all, he is too young. Whether he can be relied on is a problem. Right. The accomplishments before 100 years old are too flashy, like the moon reflected in the water. One can truly see some things only after 100 years old. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor is too impatient. Out of consideration for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's prestige, the surrounding sovereign emperors did not say anything unpleasant when they discussed in whispers. This evaluation was rather objective. If it was any other imperial monarch that had enmity with imperial monarch Xinggu, then the imperial monarch might say something unpleasant at this moment. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had a cold and proud personality. Even though these were objective evaluations, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was someone who did not care about fame and wealth. While he felt uncomfortable, he did not pay too much attention to it. Old Chui, do you think I was too impatient and overestimated Xiao Chen? Isn't this harming Xiao Chen? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor ignored the discussions of Sovereign Emperor Xinggu and the other sovereign emperors. Instead, he felt somewhat worried about whether Xiao Chen could endure this blow. After all, Xiao Chen was still a youth. He had traveled from the outer region until now and had not seen anything truly grand. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was tossed into the Heavenly Alliance's test to participate in the sovereign personage competition of the entire Great Thousand Realms. If Xiao Chen could not adapt and lose confidence, his mental state would not be able to endure it. That would be a huge problem. Old Chui did not know what to say. He could only console the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Chen is a pretty good child. His mental state is much better than that of the other youths. There should not be any problems. City Lord, there is no need to worry. I hope so. At this moment, in Secret Realm 97, in the same dilapidated city, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating the 10,000 dragons picture. For the past 10 days, Xiao Chen had not moved at all, remaining in this dilapidated city. This dilapidated ancient city was incredibly remote, and there were no faux god spirit jades. During the past few days, Xiao Chen had seen many figures flying in the air. However, no one noticed Xiao Chen in the city. In reality, there was nothing worth paying attention to. Whoosh! A scarlet figure flew over in the sky. It was Xiao Chen's demonic pet, the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture circled around before landing. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the demon blood vulture appeared before Xiao Chen. Then, it opened its beak and spat out a few spirit jades radiating divine light. Although Xiao Chen had not moved during the past 10 days, he had relied on the demon blood vulture to familiarize himself with this secret realm. It was as Xiao Chen guessed. Most places with faux god spirit jades had ferocious beasts. Some ferocious beasts even had faux god spirit jades in advance. After killing them, one would obtain a large number of faux god spirit jades. Now, nearly all the faux god spirit jades that could be found on the map were gone. In the remaining 20 days, there was only one way to obtain more faux god spirit jades: snatch them. The curtains to the true tragic battle were about to officially begin. I have already waited too long to rest and build up my strength for 10 days. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he toyed with the faux god spirit jades that the demon blood vulture delivered. Then he muttered to himself, "It is time to take action." Xiao Chen spread out his spiritual sense. Then, he sensed cultivators within 50,000 kilometers. Xiao Chen sensed those with the most faux god spirit jades. The light coming from their bodies intensified. As long as one carried faux god spirit jades, one could forget about hiding in this secret realm. It is. Someone within 50,000 kilometers shone with a bright light. Xiao Chen estimated that there were at least 3,000 faux god spirit jades on him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. After 15 minutes, he found his target on a mound. That was a black-clad great perfection sovereign personage. He leaned leisurely on a rock with a sword stabbed into the ground, easily within reach. This black-clad man was in no rush to take the initiative to attack. The faux god spirit jades on him would attract many participants. He could no longer remember how many fearless people came over to snatch his faux god spirit jades. However, this black-clad man ended up killing them instead, increasing the number of faux god spirit jades on him. The black-clad man glanced around and saw Xiao Chen on the mound. He could not help smiling. Interesting. To think that a small perfection sovereign personage is targeting me. Scram far away. I have no interest in playing with you, pauper. The black-clad man's soul energy detected no light coming from Xiao Chen's body. With one look, it was clear that someone had already ransacked him. Such trash was worthless. The black-clad man could not even be bothered to look at him. This was a great perfection sovereign personage who comprehended the sword Great Tao. His sword intent was very strong, but he was still far from comprehending a Tao domain. Compared to Yun Fei, this black-clad man was at least 50% weaker. Given his carelessness, he should be able to deal with him in 2 moves. On the mound, Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he quickly made a rough estimate of the other party's strength. Eye technique: Candle Dragon Eyes. A candle dragon image immediately appeared behind Xiao Chen. In the next moment, a boundless cold candle flame started burning on the black-clad man without any warning. Cassie! Nearly at the same time the black-clad man executed the eye technique, Xiao Chen leaped forward. Before the black-clad man could scream, a resplendent saber light appeared on his neck. In the next moment, blood spurted out like a fountain. You! The black-clad man looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the seemingly weak Xiao Chen would erupt with such strong combat prowess. However, it was already too late. The black-clad man's body slowly immaterialized as the realm spirit sent him out. After the black-clad man was sent out, a large pile of faux god spirit jades flickering with a divine nature remained in the air, a total of 3,800 pieces. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and gently beckoned. Without standing on ceremony, Xiao Chen put all the faux god spirit jades into his storage ring. Then, he calmly searched for his next target. Up in the starry heavens on the Dao platform, the somewhat dispirited old Chui's expression suddenly changed. He rubbed his eyes and looked around 3 times before daring to confirm it. City Lord! City Lord! This is incredible! What's wrong? Why are you making such a big fuss? Xiao Chen, Is he eliminated? No, I saw his name jump 800 places earlier. Then, it jumped another 1,000 places. He is already in the top 3,000. This news startled the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor when he heard it. Half a day ago, Xiao Chen was still ranked last. How could it be so exaggerated in just half a day? When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at the light screen for number 97, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's name had jumped again. Xiao Chen's name had jumped from the top 3,000 to the top 1,500. Am I seeing things? Or is there something wrong with the Realm Spirit's ranking? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt some disbelief. Chapter 2092. Everyone look! The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower jumped by 5,000 ranks in half a day. Just as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor suspected that he saw wrong, the other sovereign emperors on the thrones in the starry heavens cried out in shock. After all, everyone had a rather deep impression of Xiao Chen. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower was ranked last. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was so young. It was impossible not to have an impression of him. Anyone would be shocked to find out that the person who had been ranked last had suddenly jumped to the top 2,000th place. How strange! How did he do it? This is too shocking. He jumped by 5,000th rank in half a day. Was he hiding his strength all this while? That is very possible. However, even if he was hiding his strength, he should not have jumped by 5,000th rank in half a day. This is too exaggerated. It is still jumping. He is already ranked 1,800th. My goodness! How long has it been since we spoke? This. Lord Shangguan, please adjust Secret Realm 97 to Xiao Chen's scene. Everyone here was a sovereign emperor and had seen many major scenes. Many things were no longer strange. The Heavenly Alliance's test had taken place several times already. However, they had never seen such a strange scene before. Xiao Chen's ranking jumped so quickly that no one could react. The most crucial thing was that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower was only 47 years old. If one counted carefully, Xiao Chen was probably the youngest of the participants in this test. The many sovereign emperors immediately requested the purple-haired old man to get Secret Realm 97's Realm Spirit to lock the light screen on Xiao Chen. Previously, the Realm Spirit controlled the light screen. However, if the purple-haired old man interfered, he could get the Realm Spirit to lock the light screen on a specific participant. Peach Blossom, your follower is rather interesting. After he comes out, introduce him to me. The purple-haired old man smiled and fulfilled everyone's wish, locking the light screen on Xiao Chen. Definitely. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled faintly. Initially, he did not hold much hope for Xiao Chen. To think that he managed to attract Lord Shangguan's attention, gaining some face for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. This was great. Even if Xiao Chen did not pass the test, the purple-haired old man had the authority to let him enter the Heavenly Alliance. Of course, this was only a possibility. Emperor Jianghu pursed his lips and said, "It's no big deal. I didn't even make it into the top 1,000. At the end of the month, whether or not I'll be able to make it into the top 100 is still a question. My disciple, Nangong Feng, already made it into the top 10 in Secret Realm 10. He will definitely pass this stage." The purple-haired old man, Shangguan Yun, smiled and said, "Jianghu, you can't say that. The most important thing about Xiao Chen was that he was young. He was not even 100 years old, but he already had such strength. Compared to the other factions, our Heavenly Alliance lacks such powerful demonic geniuses. If he really has perseverance, even if he does not show any results now, he would be worth the Heavenly Alliance nurturing. After all, compared to the other superpowers, the Heavenly Alliance was only an alliance formed by a group of peak chambers of commerce. Although the Heavenly Alliance was already in existence that superpowers could not afford to underestimate, the Heavenly Alliance was still an existence that could not be underestimated. However, in terms of accumulations of the martial Dao, the Shuawu dynasty's demonic Dao Hall, the Underworld God Hall, the Tianwu dynasty's Universe Origin Sect, the Yanwu dynasty's Hidden Spirit Temple, the Xinwu dynasty's Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Bushan Palace that controlled the 8 great empires. Naturally, the Heavenly Alliance was not as attractive to powerful demonic geniuses. Look, Xiao Chen is now ranked 900th. Just at this moment, the scene of Xiao Chen killing a great perfection sovereign personage appeared on the light screen for Secret Realm 97. Densely packed faux god spirit jades immediately filled the light screen with the starry heavens. The eliminated person who was sent out before he died left behind a sky full of faux god spirit jades. This scene was very shocking. Xiao Chen, who was below, stretched out his hand and collected all the faux god spirit jades. Then, his ranking jumped up. Xiao Chen charged into the top 1,000, rising to 900th. So that is the case. His spirit jades are all obtained by killing experts and robbing them. What a domineering brat. This was probably his plan from the start. He let the others search for spirit jades first and fight for them first. Then, he rested and built up his strength. When most of the spirit jades in the secret realm are gone, he will make his move and kill whoever has the most spirit jades. Ha ha ha. This little fellow Xiao Chen has the air of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor from back then. He is direct and decisive. What an interesting fellow. This is also based on his own strength. If he dared to do this without being strong enough, he would have been killed long ago. How incredible. Who could have imagined that he would charge into the top 1,000? Xinggu, who had just said that Xiao Chen was nothing, not even entering the top 1,000, showed a stunned expression, immediately feeling embarrassed. Although the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was not as petty as Xinggu, the more indifferent the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was, the more upset Xinggu felt. Right now, this Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor must be mocking me in his heart. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu thought indignantly. Damn it! Why hasn't someone come and kill this fellow yet? Is everyone in Secret Realm 97 trash? City Lord, Yun Fei's and Lei Hao's results are pretty good. The two of them also made it into the top 1,000. This is especially so for Yun Fei. He already made it into the top 300. It looks like he has a good chance of making it into the top 100. Old Chui took some time to pay attention to the results of the other participants in Peach Blossom City, before reporting the good news to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. It was worth it." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had been very indifferent in the first place. He already felt very satisfied with these unexpected results. This was how the human heart was. When one was content, one would always be happy. Sovereign Emperor Xingji's disciples all made it into the top 10, but he did not feel happy at all. Inside the secret realm, after Xiao Chen reached the 900th rank, his ranking started to slow. The secret realm was filled with sovereign personages in the first place. Those who could enter the top 1,000 were all experts without exception. They all had many faux god spirit jades. Xiao Chen could not surpass them in a short time. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had been inconspicuous at the start, which was why he managed to succeed. However, Xiao Chen's ranking now jumped wildly, jumping more than 8,000 places from the last to the top 1,000. This had already caused a huge commotion in Secret Realm 97. It was no longer possible for him to keep a low profile. Xiao Chen called out to the realm spirit in his heart. Immediately, a small light figure giving off a divine light appeared before him. Congratulations, participant Xiao Chen. You jumped from the bottom to the 900th rank in half a day. Earlier, I received a request from Desolate City's City Lord. The light screen for Desolate City's Test Zone 97 has already locked onto you. After the realm spirit appeared, it spoke before Xiao Chen could say anything. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Being noticed was not a bad thing. Thank you. However, there is no need to congratulate me. It is pointless if I do not enter the top 100. The little light figure corrected Xiao Chen. Even if you do not enter the top 100, you still deserve to be congratulated. After the competition, you can exchange your faux god spirit jades for all sorts of resources and treasures from the Heavenly Alliance. Why do you think everyone risked their lives to protect their faux god spirit jades? Even if you do not exchange them, you can absorb them for many benefits. Furthermore, do you think it is that easy to enter the top 100? All the sovereign personages of the Great Thousand Realms are gathered here. Those who can enter the top 100 in any secret realm are absolute experts among experts, existences who can preside over an astral region. It turned out that the faux god spirit jades had such wondrous uses. In that case, even if one did not enter the top 100, it would not be a loss. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Coincidentally, I called you out to see who the people in the top 100 are." The little light figure said softly, "All right. I will tell you how many faux god spirit jades the top 100 participants have, their cultivation, the weapons they use, their appearance, and their age. However, I cannot provide you with any other information. Alright, that is enough. Sorry for the trouble. Soon, the little light figure presented the information of the top 100 participants in Secret Realm 97 to Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen looked through the list carefully, his expression turned somewhat grave. These were the top 100 participants. Most of the participants in the top 100 were peak sovereign personages, and they were more than 300 years old. Many of them were more than 400 years old, at least 10 times older than Xiao Chen. However, the people in the top 100 who had not reached peak sovereign personages could not be underestimated, either. For these people to be able to push other peak sovereign personages out of the top 100, they definitely had something extraordinary about them. They might even have comprehended a Dao domain. The one that caught Xiao Chen's attention was the person ranked first. That person had a startling number of faux god spirit jades, more than 2 million, double that of the person in second place. Gong Liangyu. Xiao Chen wondered how this person obtained his faux god spirit jades. Xiao Chen looked at his own faux god spirit jades. He barely had 100,000, 20-odd times less than the person in first place. Even the last 100 had more than 400,000 faux god spirit jades. He still had a long way to go. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had said the same thing about the little light figure. This was a test from the entire Great Thousand Realms, a grand scene that he had never experienced before. This was a completely different experience from the arena battles that he had experienced in the past. This was not a stage for people of the same generation. Being young was Xiao Chen's greatest disadvantage. There was no need to say that this was unfair. This was the Heavenly Alliance's rules. One could come back in a few hundred years. Since one was already here, one should not complain about being wronged. Can you tell me how this Gong Liangyu obtained the faux god spirit jades he has? Xiao Chen asked the little light figure, sensing that this person had an abnormal amount of faux god spirit jades. The little light figure explained, he killed the 10 strongest ferocious beasts in the secret realm. At the same time, 10 peak sovereign personages died at his hands. Now, no one dares to offend him. I advise you not to target him. What a ruthless person. Someone is heading towards you. Good luck. The little light figure vanished. Xiao Chen looked around and could not help frowning slightly. There were a total of 5 groups of people, and each group had at least a dozen examinees. It seemed that the abnormal jump in his ranking had caused some trouble. Chapter 2093. Whoosh. Not long after the little light figure vanished, figures flickered in Xiao Chen's vision. In the next moment, 60-odd participants appeared before Xiao Chen. Peach Blossom City's Xiao Chen? The light on his body is very strong. He probably has at least 100,000 faux god spirit jades. That's more than all of us combined. He truly lives up to being someone who jumped more than 8,000 ranks in one day. When the close to 70-odd participants arrived before Xiao Chen, greed appeared in their eyes. The leader of the group wore blue robes and held a sword. He showed a ferocious expression as he said, "Cut the crap. If you want to remain in this secret realm, hand over all the faux god spirit jades on you." The 70-odd participants' auras merged into one. Their Dao might spread out, appearing very vast and terrifying. Countless auras locked onto Xiao Chen. As long as he made any strange movements, all sorts of killing moves would await Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took a quick look and felt somewhat disappointed. Even the strongest 5 of these people did not rank in the top 1,000. Can more people decide the outcome of the battle? Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and a dragon roar erupted from his body. This dragon roar shook the surroundings. At the same time, Xiao Chen's blue dragon divine might spread out together with this dragon roar. The 3 layers of Dao might behind him layered over each other, making his dragon might look solid and very impactful. Compared to this, the opponent's seemingly massive aura and stacked layers of Dao might were like paper. The aura that Xiao Chen erupted with easily shattered the other side's aura. The group of people immediately turned somewhat flustered. They were forced to scatter and stabilize their auras. However, Xiao Chen's attack was already like a great flood or ferocious beast. How could he give them a chance to regain their auras? Dang! None of you can leave. An indistinct 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xiao Chen. Then, he shouted and quickly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. Right now, Xiao Chen's execution of the Supreme Dragon Fist was completely different from when he executed it in the Divine Dragon Empire. As Xiao Chen attacked, he executed 3 moves of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Heart of Clouds and Water. The mighty group of dragons roamed the heavens and the earth, ascending to the heavens and diving into the sea. Who was supreme? In the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the dragons were leaderless. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon was in power. How could he be respected? Bad luck, life as thin as paper. What is a supreme being? What is a venerable being? I am the supreme, only I am supreme. When Xiao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, he combined it with his surging killing chi and the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind. The 60-odd great perfection sovereign personages were mercilessly suppressed by Xiao Chen, unable to advance or retreat. 10,000 dragons soared into the sky, following him like shadows. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to, and he couldn't win even if he wanted to. The rage in the sky was the heaven dragon roaring. The murderous chi filling the sky was the hot-bloodedness burning in Xiao Chen's body. Die, die, die. Miserable shrieks rang out. The realm spirit continuously sent out participants, leaving behind faux god spirit jades. Xiao Chen turned into a killing god, moving like a roaming dragon. As electric light flashed, he continuously punched, chasing after the participants who tried to flee. When Xiao Chen punched, 10,000 dragons roared. The sky shook, the ground trembled, and mountains and rivers exploded. This group of people, who were already frightened out of their wits, could not block the berserk Xiao Chen at all. Run, run, run. Just a moment ago, these people were incredibly arrogant, wanting Xiao Chen to hand over their spirit jades. In the next moment, they fell into hell, screaming endlessly. When the several participants in the distance saw this scene, their bodies trembled slightly, horror appearing in their eyes. How ruthless! It is best not to casually offend this person. For him to jump more than 8,000 ranks in one day, how can he be someone that can be trampled on? Indeed, these fellows are too naive. When they saw that Xiao Chen was only a small perfection sovereign personage, they wanted to come and bully him. The facts have proven that the lower the cultivation of the people in the top ranks, the more terrifying they are, just like the great perfection sovereign personages in the top 100. At the same time, the sovereign emperors watching the light screen in desolate city's starry heavens felt shocked. That is the Supreme Dragon Fist. It is one of the 3 strongest offensive martial techniques in the world. How incredible! The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor really chose a powerful demonic genius this time. He is too strong. Letting him participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test was the right decision. Such a powerful outstanding talent can only truly grow after experiencing such battles. That's right. The Heavenly Alliance's test gathers all the sovereign personage experts of the Great Thousand Realms. Even if he loses in the end, it will be very beneficial to this Xiao Chen. When Sovereign Emperor Jianghu heard the group of sovereign emperors praising the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's choice of disciple, he showed an unsightly expression, feeling upset in his heart. These fellows only know how to flatter the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Even when my disciple, Nangong Feng, made it into the top 10, I did not hear you say that. Up on the light screen, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and collected all the scattered faux god spirit jades in the air. Xiao Chen's ranking jumped from 900 to 800. Now that he was in the top 1,000, it would be somewhat difficult for him to make such a large jump like before. Xiao Chen was already very satisfied with advancing 100 ranks. One got away. After collecting the faux god spirit jades, Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that it was the ferocious-looking blue-clad cultivator who shouted at him at the start. After him. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he executed Light of Freedom. Then, he turned into a lightning bolt and gave chase. Damn it! Damn it! The blue-clad sovereign personage wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who was chasing after him, he cursed continuously. The blue-clad sovereign personage had not expected a small perfection sovereign personage to erupt with such terrifying combat prowess. Not only that, but the combat experience that the blue-clad sovereign personage showed was also seasoned and calm, surpassing that of these sovereign personages who were only a few hundred years old. The blue-clad sovereign personage was truly a 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage. Pussy. The blue-clad cultivator, who was concerned about whether he could escape from Xiao Chen, suddenly discovered a spear stabbed into his chest. A terrifying force surged out from the spearhead. This force would destroy his physical body in the next moment. At the crucial moment, The realm spirit made a move and directly sent the blue-clad sovereign personage out. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure appeared, and his gaze fell on a spear-wielding cultivator in front. This person had soared through the air and instantly killed the blue-clad sovereign personage with one spear strike, snatching away Xiao Chen's target. This person exuded an aura that far surpassed that of a great perfection sovereign personage. The strong aura contained an even stronger sovereign personage will. A sharpness radiated from this person's face, deterring others from looking directly at him. A peak sovereign personage. This spearman before Xiao Chen was a peak sovereign personage. Xiao Chen recalled for a while and knew who this person was. The Ink Sea Cluster's Qiong Ying. This person ranked 358th on the list that the little light figure gave Xiao Chen. He was a peak sovereign personage, and there was a portrait of him on it. Qiong Ying held a black spear in his hand as he slowly collected the scattered faux god spirit jades in the air. However, his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen. Qiong Ying's gaze contained strong pressure. Just a single glance was enough to make one feel an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. Xiao Chen knew that this was the pressure from the difference in cultivation. Unfortunately, although Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, his will of soul already rivaled that of a peak sovereign personage. Under the boundless pressure of the other party's aura, Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he calmly looked at the other party. Since coming out of the land of the blood moon, Xiao Chen had not met such a strong opponent before. Xiao Chen's breathing turned somewhat ragged. It was not nervousness but excitement. He discovered that he had started to like this secret realm. This was the place of battle that Sang mentioned. This is interesting. Brother Peach Blossom, this little fellow under you should quickly run. Otherwise he will be killed. Sovereign Emperor Xing Ji's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. What a fellow! I finally met an opponent who can deal with you. The other sovereign emperors had noticed this scene long ago. This was truly interesting when facing a peak sovereign personage. The previously strong Xiao Chen had finally run into an existence that was not easy to offend. At this moment, one could either fight or run. No matter what the choice was, one just had to be decisive. The worst thing to fear was hesitation, not knowing how to make a decision. Dang! Right after Sovereign Emperor Xinggu spoke, Xiao Chen stabbed the unsheathed tyrant saber into the ground in the light screen. Xiao Chen's battle hunger blazed like a fierce flame. Even through the light screen, everyone could feel his surging hot-bloodedness. What a fellow! He has a temper. The purple-haired old man could not help praising softly. Xiao Chen's decisive decision was simply delightful. Chapter 2094. Qiong Ying was the top expert of the Ink Sea Cluster. He was 400 years old and had already reached peak sovereign personage 100 years ago. He excelled at using the spear. When Qiong Ying felt the battle hunger that erupted from Xiao Chen, he felt slightly surprised. Originally, he would not bother making a move against a small perfection sovereign personage. However, when his soul energy sensed the light of a faux god spirit jade on Xiao Chen's body and his ranking, his expression slowly turned grave. A 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage, a follower of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, ranked 800. This was a demonic genius. Qiong Ying was already 400 years old. He had seen all sorts of geniuses and outstanding talents. Many great perfection sovereign personages had already eliminated peak sovereign personages in this secret realm. Everyone in the secret realm knew this principle. The great perfection sovereign personages of the top 100 were even more horrifying than peak sovereign personages. Similarly, those who could make it into the top 1,000 as small perfection sovereign personages definitely had extremely strong trump cards. They could not be underestimated at all. Are you challenging me? Qiong Ying asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's battle hunger soared. Naturally, the answer went without saying. He nodded slightly and did not say anything. This is the first stage of the test, and it is not time to show our true strength yet. The people in the top 100 are already avoiding fighting each other to prevent others from taking advantage of them. Think about it carefully. At this point in time, challenging me is not a wise decision. Qiong Ying showed a calm expression. Not only did he not show the arrogance of a peak sovereign personage facing a small perfection sovereign personage, but he also lowered his status and discussed things with Xiao Chen. There is no way to withdraw a drawn saber. The battle hunger that has been ignited can only grow stronger. It cannot be extinguished. The other party's words made sense. If both sides ended up injured, it would be easy for others to take advantage of them. Only 10 days had passed. It was not time to go all out yet. However, right now, Xiao Chen was not thinking about how to pass the test. He just wanted to fight once, to fight to his heart's content. Ink C clusters Qiong-ying, make your move. You will regret it. Qiong-ying's eyes slowly turned cold. Previously, he had been as calm as still water. Now, he suddenly erupted with a terrifying chill. Thousands of cold lights appeared behind him like stars, densely packed and flickering, materializing a vast and boundless mysterious phenomenon. Boom! Amidst the explosion of thousands of icy stars, the long spear in his hand pierced toward Xiao Chen at a speed faster than light. The spear moved, and the vast and boundless cold stars came pressing down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Xiao! Xiao Chen did not retreat. He took a step forward and pulled out the tyrant's saber stabbed into the ground. The instant Xiao Chen drew the saber light, countless electric lights flickered in the sky. 3 layers of Dao might layered over each other behind him. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's chest. Then, like a divine dragon, he charged forward fearlessly. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them manifested different auras as they fought against each other. Their figures flickered as they clashed with their weapons. In just a short moment, a battle of wits and courage had already passed 100 moves. Qiong-ying's eyes were always as calm as ice, and his feet were as steady as an iceberg. His every move was flawless and flawless. Xiao Chen was obviously unable to remain calm in the face of someone whose cultivation was 2 realms higher than him. He could only go all out and strive to exert 110% or even 120% of his combat power with every move. When a person was at the edge of a cliff, he could only force himself to continuously outperform himself. However, Xiao Chen's opponent did not need to do so. He only needed to remain calm and not make any mistakes, waiting for his prey to make a mistake. As the two fought, one was steady and the other ferocious. It looked like Xiao Chen's might was vast, and his attacks were like the tide. His saber light flickered with an overwhelming aura. However, in reality, the spectating sovereign emperors knew that the one holding the upper hand was the Ink C cluster spearman, Qiong-ying. It was impossible for one to always outperform oneself. There would always be mistakes. It was just a matter of size. If Xiao Chen, who continued to erupt with power, could not break Qiong-ying's aura and gain a true advantage, the battle might end the instant Xiao Chen made a mistake, ending in one move. Reckless fool. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu said indifferently from above desolate city's starry heavens. In reality, most of the sovereign emperors felt the same way. However, they would not say it out loud. After all, no matter what, Xiao Chen's courage was already worthy of praise. There was no need to ask for more. No matter what, the other party was a peak sovereign personage. Xiao Chen did not have much chance of victory in the first place. Boom! Just at this moment, the situation between Xiao Chen and Qiong-ying suddenly changed. Qiong-ying, who had been fighting steadily, suddenly erupted, bringing out 130% of his combat prowess. A cold light flashed in the starry heavens. Qiong-ying roared ferociously and thrust his spear forward, making the starry heavens flicker and look like they were burning. Damn it! Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Before he could change his move, Qiong-ying forcefully broke his aura. The cold light at the tip of the spear burst forth with a light comparable to that of the sun. Whoosh! The spear got closer and closer. Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry. The light from the other party's spear tip was already so piercing that he could not see it clearly. Die! Qiong-ying's aura soared continuously as he took a ferocious step forward. With every step he took, 5 kilometers of ice appeared. A dazzling cold light burst out of Qiong-ying's body. Before the spear tip arrived, the vast aura forced Xiao Chen to continuously retreat. While at a disadvantage, the other party's peak sovereign personage Will of Soul pressed down. Qiong-ying wanted to kill Xiao Chen in one strike, not giving him any chance or hope of turning the situation around. Qiong-ying could not retreat any further. If he did, only death awaited him. Desperate situation. This was a desperate situation. Xiao Chen was at the edge of a cliff. If he took another step back, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. However, in this desperate situation, while Qiong-ying looked like he had a slim chance of survival, the other party was frantically erupting in order to kill him in one strike. His moves would not be as flawless as before. This was a desperate situation but also an opportunity. Should I use a secret technique? It is not time yet. Not to mention that the other party might not have a secret technique. Xiao Chen's purpose in this battle was not to win. It was to stabilize himself between life and death, to find the saber Dao that he once lost. Sun and moon shining together. The frantically retreating Xiao Chen suddenly stopped, and his sole mysterious phenomenon, sun and moon shining together, appeared. Instantly, the pressure that the other party's will of soul placed on Xiao Chen vanished. Flawless Dao, heartbreaking chop. Xiao Chen had not experienced the pain of a broken heart for a long time already. His old wounds had already healed. If his heart shattered again, the pain that it brought would be several times more intense than before. He had tried several times in the past, but he could not persevere. Xiao Chen made his choice. Kasie. His heart shattered, and his complexion instantly paled. However, the instant his heart shattered, his physical body also brought out its boundless potential amid the boundless pain. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen's momentum plummeted. Then, he suddenly erupted. A shattered bright moon soared out from his body. Clang! Xiao Chen swung his saber light, and a loud melodious sound shook the surroundings. At the crucial moment, the tyrant saber's blade forcefully blocked the other party's resplendent sun-like sharp attack. The moment the saber light clashed, the ground of this special secret realm shattered. The two were forced to their limits. He blocked it. Outside the light screen, the many sovereign emperors watched this scene incredulously, feeling shocked. He actually blocked this spear strike? I thought that this spear strike would blast him into bits. I was even worried about whether the realm spirit could save him or not. To think that he blocked it. Inside the secret realm, Qianxia was similarly shocked. His thoughts raced as he quickly made a decision. He could not let the other party counterattack. He withdrew his spear and sword into the air. The countless burning cold stars in the sky instantly entered his body. Secret technique, boundless burning stars. This Qianxia was also a ruthless person. He knew that if he gave Xiao Chen a chance to counterattack after blocking this spear strike, he would be in for a hard time. Thus, he might as well use the advantage he still held to decide the victor in one move. Outside the light screen, the many sovereign emperors, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, had to hold their breaths again. The two's battle was simply extremely fascinating. Thousands of changes happened in an instant. One could not miss a single second. Qianxia, who soared into the air, let the boundless burning cold stars enter his body. Then, he thrust his spear forward with an even more ferocious aura. This thrust was boundlessly ferocious. The boundless aura seemed to sweep through the world, barring all life and leaving nothing behind. Rumble! Amid loud sounds, the ground around Xiao Chen continuously exploded. The shock waves surged out, shocking everyone. When the participants watching from afar saw this scene, they were startled. If they got struck by the shock waves, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. Xiao Chen, who was in the center of the storm. The kind of pressure he faced was easy to imagine. Whoosh! Holding the tyrant's saber, Xiao Chen did not panic. He swept away the shock waves around him and pushed off with his feet, calmly retreating. What is he doing? Trying to flee. He is too naive. He has been smart all his life, but in the end, he made such a foolish mistake. Upon seeing this scene, several sovereign emperors nearly could not hold themselves back, wanting to jump up. At this crucial moment, Xiao Chen could decide the victor in one move, yet he still wanted to retreat. This was simply incomprehensible. Xiao Chen gently leaped up and retreated 50 kilometers, landing on a mound. As Xiao Chen retreated, Qianxia's spear strike, powered by the secret technique, was already twice as strong as before he retreated. In the next moment, Xiao Chen would have to face the peak strike of this secret technique. He could no longer retreat. This was the price of retreating earlier. However, retreating was not fleeing or giving up. It was just to bring out his strength more perfectly. If Xiao Chen had no fear in his heart and victory was in his grasp, what harm was there in taking a step back? Martial and soul as one, entering hell. The white-clad Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he faced the spear strike that could tear him to shreds in the next moment. He calmly entered the state of martial and soul as one. While retreating, he silently circulated the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique and swung it. Whoosh! The swastika on Xiao Chen's forehead erupted, and an endless purgatory swallowed up Xiao Chen. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, they saw the world suddenly lose all color, leaving only black and white. The white-clad Xiao Chen held an evil world-destroying dragon as he clashed with Qiong Ying's sure-kill spear strike in this black and white world. Martial and soul as one. This time, the sovereign emperors who could no longer hold back jumped up. They looked at the light screen with the starry heavens as the background in shock. This was a technique that even sovereign emperors dreamed of grasping. To think that it appeared in the hands of a small perfection sovereign personage. Chapter 2095. Martial and soul as one, the merging of one's martial Tao, allowed one to enter the perfect state that even sovereign emperors dreamed of. As Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, he could easily bring out any cultivation technique or martial technique to their limits. For example, Xiao Chen needed to put in a lot of effort before he could bring out 11% or 120% of his combat prowess. During this time, it was easy for him to expose his flaws, creating openings. However, after Xiao Chen entered martial and soul as one, he could easily bring out his limits with a casual strike, perfect and without any openings. More importantly, after Xiao Chen executed martial and soul as one, he could perfectly merge with the world. Every move contained the might of the world. The stronger one was, the more horrifying the might of the world that one could bring out after martial and soul as one. Just being able to casually bring out the limits of one's body was already enviable. When one executed a martial technique, one could bring out the heavenly might, inspiring envy. Very few sovereign emperors could grasp martial and soul as one. Of the more than 100 sovereign emperors present, only the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could do so. Why did the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor receive so much respect? No one dared to underestimate him. Grasping martial and soul as one was one of the reasons. This Xiao Chen really hid himself deeply, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor muttered. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor muttered. He had not expected Xiao Chen to grasp martial and soul as one. Congratulations, Brother Peach Blossom. You accepted a good disciple. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor enviously. He was very unconvinced of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, but he had to admit that this fellow's potential was indeed limitless. Even Sovereign Emperor Xinggu had only touched the threshold of martial and soul as one in the past few years. This realm had to do with comprehension ability. Without sufficient comprehension ability, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, it would be pointless. You are too polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied politely. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. This Xiao Chen is incredible. Whether he can clear the first stage or not, headquarters will definitely pay attention to him. For so many years, our desolate city test zone has never sent a powerful demonic genius to the Heavenly Alliance. Peach Blossom, you brought me great honor. If I want to reward you, I will reward you now. The purple-haired old man laughed loudly, appearing in a good mood. He rejoiced and wanted to reward the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor quickly said, Lord Shangguan is too serious. We have not reached the final juncture yet. There is no need to rush. Let's see how far Xiao Chen can go in the end. If he can pass all the tests and join the Heavenly Alliance, it will not be too late to talk about rewards then. The purple-haired old man calmed down. As he stroked his beard, he smiled faintly and said, I was somewhat anxious. However, the number of cultivators in this Heavenly Alliance's test is the highest in history, exceeding 1 million. If it was in the past, I would have definitely passed the final test. However, it's hard to say whether I can pass the final test this time. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Someone who can comprehend spirit and martial arts as one has already proven his worth. The other superfactions are very interested in such geniuses. They absolutely cannot let go of such a good seedling. City Lord, look. The outcome has been decided. The reminder drew everyone's attention to the light screen 97. Many faux god spirit jades exploded in the sky above the light screen. Qiong Ying, who was holding the spear, slowly turned immaterial. In the final confrontation, he did not expect his opponent to enter the state of martial and spirit as one. It was a pity that if he had known that the other party had grasped martial and soul as one, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Fighting against Xiao Chen, who had grasped martial and soul as one, in a single move was probably what the other party wished for. If he changed his strategy and continued to compete in martial arts techniques, he still had a chance of winning. Congratulations, the lucky fellow who comprehended the fusion of martial arts and soul. The Ink Sea Cluster Spearman, Qiong Ying, said softly as he looked at Xiao Chen with some envy. The outcome had been decided. In this battle, Xiao Chen had learned many things. No matter what, this Qiong before him was a worthy opponent. He said, "Thank you. Will we have a chance to meet again?" Qiong said sullenly, "In the past Heavenly Alliance's tests, there would be a loser's arena battle. If there is one this time, I believe we will definitely meet again." Boom. After saying that, Qiong figure vanished. He had been eliminated by Xiao Chen in Secret Realm 97. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and waved. Then, he collected all the Faux God Spirit Jades in the air. The number of Faux God Spirit Jades on him immediately increased from more than 100,000 to 400,000. Congratulations, participant. You are currently ranked 287th in Secret Realm 97. On another note, among the top 300, you are the only participant who is over 100 years old but is not a great perfection sovereign personage. Xiao Chen called out the realm spirit and checked his ranking. Then, the little light figure's mechanical voice rang out, congratulating Xiao Chen. 287th was already an extremely high ranking. It would be difficult for Xiao Chen to raise it within a short time. Xiao Chen looked around and sensed many strong auras rushing over. In his current state, Xiao Chen was not suited to continue fighting experts. His figure flashed as he fled far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Xiao Chen left, several figures appeared one after another. As these people looked at the damaged ground and the lingering battle marks in the air, they showed cautious expressions. What a fellow! He actually eliminated Qiong. There is another competitor. We cannot underestimate this small perfection sovereign personage fellow. If I did not see wrong, he executed martial and soul as one earlier to defeat Qiong. Qiong's defeat is not undeserved. This serves as a reminder to us. Let's go. More people arrived one after another and quickly scattered. Now, all the peak experts in Secret Realm 97 knew that the white-clad bladesman named Xiao Chen was already a strong competitor for the slots. Another 10 days passed. After the initial intense killing, the Secret Realm entered a relatively peaceful period. This was the case in the other Secret Realms as well. That was because there were less than 5,000 people left in the Secret Realm. Most of these people were familiar with each other, so they could avoid many fearless battles. When the weaker ones saw the experts, they would immediately turn and flee, not linger in a fight. These people only hoped to be alive before the Secret Realm ended so that they could keep their Faux God Spirit Jades to exchange for treasures. When the true experts met, they would be even more cautious. They could not attack rashly at this moment. Otherwise, if both sides ended up severely injured, who knew how many pairs of eyes would be watching? During the 10 days, Xiao Chen felt rather depressed. Right now, everyone in Secret Realm 97 knew the strength of the white-clad bladesman. The weaker ones did not dare to provoke him. The higher-ranked ones would not fight him at all. Sometimes, one day passed without even seeing a single person. The number of people who dared to fight with him could be counted on one hand. His ranking rose very slowly. Over the past 10 days, the number of participants Xiao Chen killed was not even as many as the number of ferocious beasts he killed. However, Xiao Chen also knew that this was just the calm before the storm. As the end of the Secret Realm approached, the most intense competition would erupt. Until the very last moment, all the rankings were fake. Even those in the top 100 would not be unable to hide their strength at the very last moment and have no choice but to show themselves. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt an extremely well-hidden soul energy sweep past him. He quickly put down what he was doing and started to track this soul energy without batting an eyelid. Xiao Chen immediately felt somewhat shocked. The range of this soul energy was frighteningly vast. However, since this soul energy was not specifically targeting him, Xiao Chen did not bother with it. At this moment, many eliminated participants had already appeared on the desolate city's starry heavens Dao platform. Lei Hao, whom the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor thought highly of, was among this group of eliminated participants. Lei Hao felt somewhat depressed. He had run into the strongest person in Secret Realm 8, Wu Meng, whom the others called the Saber Demon. Before Lei Hao could react, the other party instantly killed him with one saber strike and eliminated him. Lei Hao did not even manage to see the other party's appearance. He only saw a somewhat blurry face with a sinister smile. Damn it! I hope there will be a loser's bracket again. Otherwise, I will not have any chance at all. Let's see how little brother Xiao Chen and little brother Yun Fei are doing. Lei Hao sorted out his emotions and looked for Yun Fei's ranking on the light screen for Secret Realm 98. Not bad. He was ranked 403rd. If he maintained this ranking and lasted until the last 3 days, he might make it into the top 100. Second brother is still second brother. The 13 wind controlling swords is indeed strong. Lei Hao laughed as he looked at the light screen for Secret Realm 98. When he glanced at the ranking, he was immediately stupefied. Peach Blossom City's Xiao Chen was ranked 108th. After a long time, Lei Hao said in a daze, "How did little brother Xiao Chen make it all the way to the top 200? Only at this moment did Lei Hao notice that the eliminated participants around the Dao platform were all looking at the light screen for Secret Realm 97. Their expressions were similar to Lei Hao's, all of them showing shock. A 47-year-old participant actually made it into the top 200. Chapter 2096. I heard that an incredible demonic genius appeared in our desolate city test zone. He managed to make it into the top 200 in Secret Realm 97 at the age of 47. That is the truth. 10 days ago, I personally saw him kill a peak sovereign personage. He grasped martial and soul as one. You did not see it. Those sovereign emperors in the starry heavens jumped up in shock. Damn! Martial and soul as one. This is too demonic. He is only 47 years old. My goodness! Comparisons are odious. However, it is still somewhat difficult for him to make it into the top 100. This test is simply too difficult. There are more than 1 million participants. This is the most intense test in the Heavenly Alliance's history. We can still look forward to it. After all, he came out of our desolate city test zone. I think that City Lord Shangguan is very happy. Who knows, if his results are better, we might even be rewarded. Right. There are still 10 more days. There is still a chance. When Lei Hao heard the discussions around him, he slowly revealed a smile after his shock. His brother really became famous now. He had gained some face for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Even though he had been eliminated, his gloominess had lessened by a lot. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Only 2 days remained in the first stage. At this moment, many secret realms finally erupted with the final decisive battle after a long period of peace. Everyone who had a chance to make it into the top 100 went even crazier, frantically fighting for faux god spirit jades. At this point, if they still did not fight, they would not have another chance. The final madness officially began. A reign of terror spread throughout every secret realm. This was unavoidable in Secret Realm 97 as well. Congratulations to participant Xiao Chen. You have risen to the 178th rank in Secret Realm 97. Congratulations to participant Xiao Chen. You have risen to the 176th rank in Secret Realm 97. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without any warning, Xiao Chen's ranking jumped from 180 to 170. However, Xiao Chen's faux god spirit jades did not increase. He did not kill any other participants, either. Xiao Chen, who was preparing to move and do his best, looked at the little light figure in confusion. There must be a mistake. My faux god spirit jades did not increase. Please do not doubt Realm Spirit's words. Congratulations. Examinee Xiao Chen. Your ranking has risen to 165. The mechanical voice of the little light figure did not fluctuate in the slightest as it calmly narrated. Not good. Someone had started a massacre. The examinees in front of him were continuously killed and eliminated. His ranking was passively rising. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This was not a good thing. There were no weaklings in front of him. More than a dozen people were eliminated so quickly. What kind of enemy did they encounter? Just as Xiao Chen was feeling bewildered, he noticed that there were many candidates fleeing into the distance with fear on their faces. Xiao Chen was puzzled and hurriedly stepped forward to stop one of them. Brother, what's going on? Why is everyone fleeing? Scram. Don't block my way. That person threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen, trying to push Xiao Chen back. When Xiao Chen received this palm strike, he revealed a startled expression as he recognized Xiao Chen. Sorry, it turns out to be the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. Sorry for the offense earlier. After this person recognized Xiao Chen, His attitude immediately became much better. However, he still occasionally looked back, appearing somewhat anxious. What happened? Did a ferocious beast appear? That person quickly replied, it's even more terrifying than a ferocious beast. The top 10 participants of our secret realm split the participants for the overall ranking. They've divided up the participants of the entire mystic realm, and the area we're in right now is the territory of the number 1 Gong Liangyu. Don't you think it's scary? I'll be leaving first. You should leave quickly as well. Although the other places are also filled with the top 10 participants, it is at least much better than facing Gong Liangyu. After that person spoke, he immediately fled, leaving in a hurry. After that person went far away, just as he was about to vanish from Xiao Chen's sight, his body suddenly exploded, filling the air with faux god spirit jades. Whoosh! Xiao Chen vaguely saw a blue figure waving its hand and collecting the faux god spirit jades before disappearing. Xiao Chen vaguely felt that the other party had glanced at him. With just one glance, Xiao Chen felt immense pressure, like he was imprisoned. Realm Spirit, what's going on? Xiao Chen quickly asked, feeling some lingering fear as he summoned out the little light figure. The little light figure answered mechanically, those who can enter the top 100 of the overall ranking in the first stage will have the advantage of being seated in the second stage. How come I don't know about this? Only the top 10 participants of the various secret realms can receive the information I send them. No wonder. When Xiao Chen heard that, he understood. No wonder he felt an extremely vast soul energy probing the entire secret realm. It turned out that 10 days ago, the top 10 participants had started discussing their respective territories. This was really not good. Those who could be ranked in the top 10 were definitely examinees who had an overwhelming advantage in their respective secret realms. If not for the realm spirit's reminder, the top 10 participants might not have erupted in advance for the sake of preserving their strength. For the other examinees, the pressure on them would be much less. However, now that they knew about seeded participants in the second stage, they would definitely fight for it with all their might. This would simply be an apocalyptic disaster for the other participants. With the meticulous planning of these people, the participants below the top 10 became lambs to be slaughtered. The expressions of the many sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens changed somewhat. The expressions of the many eliminated participants on the Dao platform changed dramatically. As they watched the top 10 participants being slaughtered on the light screen, they felt that this was simply too cruel. Lord Shangguan, what's going on? A sovereign emperor could not help asking the purple-haired old man. With this, the difficulty of passing the first stage increased several-fold. Furthermore, it became even crueler and cold-blooded. The purple-haired old man replied sullenly, I just received the news. This is a last-minute decision by the Heavenly Alliance. There are simply too many participants this time. The Heavenly Alliance needs to use a stricter method to select participants. Otherwise, it will still be the same as before, unable to keep up with the other superfactions. When the number of participants in the various secret realms reaches 100, the first stage of the test will end early. We can only wish them good luck now. The top 10 participants of the various secret realms were all incredibly strong existences. They had a suppressive advantage over the other participants. From the light screen, it could be seen that the top 10 candidates had all been eliminated. When the other participants erupted with their full power, it was simply a massacre. There were few exceptions. The number of participants in the various secret realms rapidly decreased. This was very scary and unbearable to watch. This was too cruel. The number of participants in this Heavenly Alliance's test exceeded 1 million. This was already the most difficult part. Now, the Heavenly Alliance suddenly made such a move. This caught everyone off guard and was not easy to deal with. City Lord, things are not good. The strongest participant in Secret Realm 97, Gong Liangyu, has taken over Xiao Chen's territory. Gong Liangyu. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. He had an impression of this person. Gong Liangyu was the disciple of an old friend. At the age of 380, Gong Liangyu had already advanced to peak sovereign personage at the age of 100. His veritable essence energy, will, martial techniques, and various other aspects had already reached the limits of a sovereign personage. Gong Liangyu lacked only one fortuitous encounter to undergo his tribulation at any time and become a divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor. Gong Liangyu was far stronger than the previous Qiong Ying. Even if Xiao Chen grasped martial and soul as one, he would not be a match for Gong Liangyu. Gong Liangyu was too young. Gong Liangyu had been a peak sovereign personage for 280 years. If Gong Liangyu fought with Xiao Chen, Gong Liangyu would hold a huge advantage in all aspects. If Xiao Chen had another 50 years, he might not have feared Gong Liangyu. However, now, no matter what, Gong Liangyu was Xiao Chen's senior. When Gong Liangyu advanced to sovereign personage, Xiao Chen might not have been born yet. It would not be fair for the two to fight. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said sullenly, "If you run into Gong Liangyu, your chances of advancing are too slim. This Heavenly Alliance's test is too cruel. Even I cannot bear to watch." Old Chui sighed softly. How unfortunate. The Heavenly Alliance's last-minute change is too fatal. When the top 10 participants fought for the faux god spirit jades with their full power, some of the participants did not even have time to be rescued by the realm spirit and died in the secret realm. Such a situation was very rare in the past examinations. However, it happened in nearly every secret realm now. The eliminated people on the Dao platform suddenly rejoiced, rejoicing that they were eliminated early. The participants who lasted until the last 2 days were simply too miserable. Chapter 2097. Inside the secret realm, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and looked around, taking in the scene for 500,000 kilometers around. Gong Liangyu. Xiao Chen finally saw this person clearly. Gong Liangyu wore azure-colored profound robes with threads of golden thread. He looked elegant and graceful, noble, and extraordinary. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. After Gong Liangyu chased after the other participants who wanted to flee, they would lose in 3 moves at most. Was this exaggerated? It was not. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, one would have a suppressive advantage. Take Xiao Chen for example. If the other small perfection sovereign personages stood before him, they would die within 10 moves. Even a regular great perfection sovereign personage would end up getting crushed. However, the roles were reversed. As a sovereign personage, this Gong Liangyu stood even higher than Xiao Chen. This Gong Liangyu was not just a simple peak sovereign personage. The combat prowess that he displayed far surpassed that of other peak sovereign personages. Even that Qiangying might not last more than 10 moves if Gong Liangyu unleashed his full power without holding anything back. Cultivation realm was only one of the factors that measured a cultivator's strength. Even if one's cultivation was the same, there might be a huge difference in strength. As Xiao Chen watched a participant getting massacred, he felt a little emotional. At the same time, he thought of a countermeasure. Under the observation of the heavenly eye, the faster those who fled, the faster they died. Gong Liangyu's movement technique was extremely strange. He was always one step faster than others, catching up to the fleeing people and mercilessly killing them. What movement technique does he cultivate? He is so fast that it is somewhat scary. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling that this was not easy to deal with. Being in the range of Gong Liangyu's massacre inspired despair. If Xiao Chen faced the other top 10 experts, the situation might be much better. I'm not running anymore. I'll fight it out with him. Xiao Chen's heavenly eye saw that some people could not flee, so they roared and gathered 10-odd people to charge at Gong Liangyu. They should have done this long ago. Instead of running, they might as well counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When one was in despair, the potential that burst out of one's body would terrify even oneself. With nowhere to run, the 10-odd sovereign personages turned and charged at Gong Liangyu at the same time. There were all sorts of killing moves, continuous mysterious phenomena, and boundless Dao might. Xiao Chen, who was watching with his heavenly eye, felt that all these attacks had sealed off all the possible escape routes for Gong Liangyu. Facing more than 10 killer moves in the sky and on the ground, Gong Liangyu showed no expression as he stretched out his right hand. This was the first time Xiao Chen had seen Gong Liangyu's hand clearly. It was as white as jade and was even more beautiful than a woman's hand. Rumble! All sorts of killing moves arrived. The world changed color from the desperate counterattacks of these 10-odd sovereign personages. All sorts of phenomena appeared one after another. This battle represented the peak attack of these candidates. At this point, he could no longer hold back. If it was Xiao Chen, facing such an attack, he would temporarily retreat, because there was no need to fight against a group of life-saving killer moves. The examinees who made a move only hoped to force Gong Liangyu back, not to win. He only hoped that he could force the other party to retreat and give himself a chance to escape. However, Gong Liangyu remained expressionless. He spread open his jade-white palm and grabbed. Then, something strange happened. Many mysterious phenomena in the sky fell down like meteors. The weapons in many people's hands even fell to the ground with a schwa sound. The world spun, and the targets of many people's killing moves changed for no reason, landing on the ground. That space seemed to have become incomparably heavy. Countless killer moves were instantly broken by Gong Liangyu. The Earth Great Tao, this is a Tao domain. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He thought to himself, these people are all going to die. The 10-odd sovereign personages paled in fright. They immediately turned around and fled. However, they were horrified to discover that the sovereign personages had already fled. However, they were horrified to discover that while they were in the air, they felt like their feet had sunk into a swamp. They had clearly brought out their movement techniques at full power, but they were like clowns swimming slowly in the air. Gong Liangyu's expression remained expressionless as he flicked his finger. A thick strand of black sword chi tore through the air. The sword intent was dense, and the sword aura was vast. Everywhere it passed, the other examinees died on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heavy rain fell from the sky. It was the faux god spirit jades continuously falling. With a wave of his hand, Gong Liangyu collected all the faux god spirit jades in the air. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as if he had just done something insignificant. Xiao Chen withdrew his heavenly eye and closed his eyes. After resting for a while, he opened them again. Xiao Chen could not think about leaving. The faster he went, the more likely Gong Liangyu would target him. The other party grasped the Earth Great Tao and a strange movement technique. If Gong Liangyu targeted him, there was no hope of escaping. Xiao Chen summoned out the little light figure and looked at his ranking. It had already jumped to 130th rank. If one could understand the meaning behind this ranking, they would be as startled as Xiao Chen. There was no point in thinking too much. Since Xiao Chen could not leave, he would just fight with his full power. Xiao Chen had more than 600,000 faux god spirit jades on him. For the sake of the overall ranking, the other party would not let him off. Dang! Xiao Chen stabbed the tyrant saber into the ground beside him. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his mental state. He continuously copied the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind, storing up power and waiting to take action. Right now, Xiao Chen no longer thought about the Heavenly Alliance's test. He only hoped to go all out before an expert like Gong Liangyu, not leaving any regrets. Victory or defeat did not matter. As long as he did not get defeated in 10 moves and get eliminated before he could bring out anything, it would be too regrettable. Xiao Chen only wanted to fight to his heart's content, not leaving any regrets. At Desolate City's Starry Heavens Tao platform, Yun Fei appeared in the crowd with a slightly pale complexion. At the very last moment, he had managed to charge into the top 100 after much difficulty. In the end, he ran into the top 10 of Secret Realm 98, who did not give him a chance to execute the 13 wind-controlling swords. Second brother, come over here. It was Lei Hao's voice. Yun Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lei Hao waving at him from not far away. You got eliminated as well? Yun Fei asked as he looked at Lei Hao after walking over. He could not help feeling even more depressed. At the same time, he blamed himself. Both of them were eliminated. It was over. Peach Blossom City's people did not even pass the first stage. Lei Hao consoled, don't blame yourself too much. This Heavenly Alliance's test is too ridiculous. It is good that you survived and got eliminated. Furthermore, we still have a chance to enter the Losers Arena. Don't be too disheartened. Losers Arena? The Losers Arena was even crueler. In previous years, the Losers Arena had tens of thousands of people fighting in a chaotic battle royale. The remaining people would go on to the next round. This time, it would probably be a chaotic battle royale with 1 million people fighting for 100 spots. Yun Fei could only think about it. The requirements for strength and luck were too high. How is little brother Xiao Chen? Why don't I see him? Yun Fei looked around and did not see Xiao Chen on the Tao platform. He immediately felt somewhat worried. Several people had died in this Heavenly Alliance's test. Lei Hao pointed to a light screen and said, Look over there. Little brother Xiao Chen has gained glory for master this time. Even Lord Shangguan is full of praise for him. I heard that he grasped martial and soul as one. He even defeated a peak sovereign personage and made it into the top 210 days ago. When Yun Fei heard that, he could not help feeling startled. When he fought with Xiao Chen, although he knew that Xiao Chen held back some trump cards, Yun Fei knew that he had grasped martial and soul as one. However, Lei Hao thought to himself, even if Xiao Chen brought out all his trump cards, he should be undefeatable. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so ferocious, grasping martial and soul as one. Lei Hao sighed softly. Unfortunately, he is in Gong Liangyu's range. He is probably going to enter the loser's arena like us. Is this Gong Liangyu very strong? Very strong. He is on the same level as that Wu Meng in my secret realm. He was already a peak sovereign personage 200 years ago. Furthermore, he grasped the Earth Dao domain. Little brother Xiao Chen is in trouble. Lei Hao hoped that Xiao Chen could defeat this Gong Liangyu. However, reality told him that it would be too difficult. This Gong Liangyu had reached the limits of a sovereign personage in every aspect. Furthermore, he grasped a Dao domain. Based on the mysterious movement technique Gong Liangyu executed, he clearly had a fortuitous encounter and possessed great luck. It seems like he is targeting Xiao Chen. Yun Fei's expression changed slightly. Then, he saw an azure figure approaching from afar on the light screen for number 97. Immediately, the nearly 10,000 eliminated people on the desolate City Dao platform focused their gazes on the light screen for number 97. Even the many sovereign emperors stopped chatting at this moment and looked over with grave expressions. After all, Xiao Chen came from the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's faction. He represented their desolate city test zone. No matter what, they hoped that Xiao Chen would perform well. Chapter 2098. Gong Liangyu frowned slightly. His 10 moves were each more ferocious than the last, not holding back at all. Xiao Chen's heart was pure, straightforward, and magnanimous. As expected, the Earth Dao domain had already spread out while Xiao Chen spoke. Boundless heaven and earth, body as a cauldron, sharp spirit finger. Just as that strand of sword chi was about to arrive, Xiao Chen calmly swung his tyrant saber. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, an azure figure slowly descended at the limits of his vision. This scene frightened the onlookers. Their hearts skipped a beat. It's over. Xiao Chen, who had seen Gong Liangyu make a move before, had already expected all this. No one had ever seen or heard of Xiao Chen's method of blocking the other party's attack, startling everyone. City Lord Shangguan frowned slightly, thinking about something. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change. He remained silent as his figure flashed forward and threw another palm strike. Xiao Chen showed a cold and expressionless expression as he walked over step by step. His aura, which had already fallen, slowly soared as he walked. A strong wind howled, and the sky changed color. When the saber and sword chi clashed, a dazzling and resplendent light burst out, instantly illuminating the light screen for Secret Realm 97 in a piercing white. Gong Liangyu's blurry figure gradually turned clearer in Xiao Chen's vision. Finally, he landed 1 kilometer away. Xiao Chen immediately felt heavy pressure. The spreading Earth Dao domain restricted his movement technique. When Xiao Chen's palm strike landed, the layered mountain images gathered into a heavy and ancient stone steel. Then, it smashed down with absolute pressure. The strong contrast made Gong Liangyu look even stronger. Xiao Chen not only looked miserable but also humiliated. On the light screen for Secret Realm 97 with the starry heavens as the background, Gong Liangyu stood upright with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Only Xiao Chen's head remained on the barren ground in front of him. Kill. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. At such a close distance, he felt the horror of this sword chi. Xiao Chen was not wrong. He would not lower his head or bend his back. No matter how difficult it was, he did not feel fear or regret. 200 years ago, Xiao Chen was already a peak sovereign personage. His strength went without saying. The eliminated cultivators on the desolate City Dao platform couldn't bear to watch such a humiliating scene. Why was this child so persistent? All the other candidates in this area had already been eliminated, leaving only Xiao Chen. But even so, he still felt pressured when facing them. That deadly sword light was already less than 10 meters away from Xiao Chen. However, not only did Xiao Chen not move, he even sheathed his saber. Even those sovereign emperors had grave expressions on their faces. They stared unblinkingly at the light screen 97, not willing to miss even the slightest detail. Even in such a situation, he still wanted to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chen and not give him any chance to turn things around. Primordial divine eyes, bloodline activation, life ceaseless, battle ceaseless. The purple-haired old man also couldn't help but praise. Gong Liangyu flicked his finger, and a strand of dense sword qi shot toward Xiao Chen. However, there was no fear in his heart. At most he would just lose. Who could remain undefeated in this world? One only needed to be fearless and fight with one's full power. This move was too exquisite. Gong Liangyu showed everyone how to perfectly merge the Earth Dao domain with the sword qi. However, this move perfectly demonstrated what it meant to multitask, leaving no way out. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then, he merged all his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy into one, silently circulating them. When the many eliminated cultivators on the desolate city Dao platform saw this scene, their hearts clenched. Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. A melodious saber hum ignited the hot-bloodedness in Xiao Chen's body. In that instant, a boundless battle hunger soared into the sky. The scene reappeared. Xiao Chen held his saber with one hand, dressed in white. His complexion was slightly pale, and dragon images circled him. His aura did not seem affected at all. Clearly, he was not injured. Good. When everyone saw Gong Liangyu make his move, they all sucked in a deep breath. Gong Liangyu could not be bothered to waste time. While his aura reached its peak, he threw a palm strike with his left hand. Then, he placed his right hand on the back of his left hand. Fight! What was even more unbearable was that even at this moment, Gong Liangyu still did not show mercy. Gong Liangyu found this slightly strange. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes, containing envy and disappointment. He said softly, "Who would underestimate a sovereign personage who grasped martial and soul as one? I can feel your surging battle hunger and the hot-bloodedness burning in your body. This mental state and will are truly rare." Xiao Chen faced Gong Liangyu calmly. Then, he said calmly, "This should be the first thing you said in the past 3 days. It looks like you still think highly of me. Many thanks. However, there is no need to pressure me with words. They are ineffective against me." Bang! Inside the secret realm, Xiao Chen lay on the ground, with only his head remaining. His eyes were as clear as water and as bright as gems. From the start to the end, he did not show any fear or weakness. Xiao Chen smacked his left hand above his head. The instant he turned into a cauldron, he blocked the other party's sword qi and the stone steel image's suppression. "Did you block it?" Xiao Chen perfectly merged with the Earth Great Dao. There was nothing fancy about it, just a heavy and imposing aura. "It's coming!" Dragon Might and Dao Might merged into Xiao Chen's aura and erupted. Xiao Chen focused all his attention. How can it be like this? He actually wasted it at the crucial moment. Naturally, Lord Shangguan hoped that Xiao Chen could go further away from such an outstanding talent, gaining some face for Desolate City's test zone and Shangguan Guan. The most helpless thing was that Xiao Chen remained in the other party's Earth Great Dao. His movement technique was restricted, and he could bring out less than 80% of his strength. Gong Liangyu looked at Xiao Chen expressionlessly. He said indifferently, "You are rather smart. You are not like the others, jumping around, knowing that the faster you flee, the faster you die. You are also not like the other fools, taking the initiative to seek death. I am honored to tell you that you will be the last person I will kill in Secret Realm 97. However, since Xiao Chen was here, there was no need to complain. This was the path he chose. Even if he had to kneel, he had to persevere. He would not lower his head or bend his back. Even if someone trampled him into the dust, he would not give up on his perseverance. It's over. The horrifying explosive force did not even give Xiao Chen time to react. Gong Liangyu's palm wind slammed him into the ground. When the two palms layered over each other, the might that erupted from this palm strike surpassed the previous 9 moves combined. I can still breathe. Why do you think it's over? Only Gong Liangyu's head remained on the ground. Only the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could guess that Xiao Chen, a powerful demonic genius, had been chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire in a humiliating manner. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen had been suppressing his anger. He wanted to prove himself, to return to the Divine Dragon Empire. Whoosh! No one understood why Xiao Chen was so insistent. Not only did Xiao Chen block this sword strike, but he did so without getting injured at all. This immediately elicited cheers. This surpassed many people's expectations. Gong Liangyu's sword qi looks casual. In reality, every strand of it is his full power. The Earth Great Tao is naturally dense and dense. It looks ordinary, but in reality, it is boundlessly vast, as heavy as a mountain. Almost all of the candidates were defeated by a wisp of his sword qi. Bang! Gong Liangyu did not give Xiao Chen any chance to catch his breath. In the next second, he retreated and arrived before Xiao Chen. I blocked it. Unfortunately, the more it is like this, the more serious I have to deal with it, the faster you will lose. It is destined that things will not go as you wish. After 10 moves, Xiao Chen's aura reached its peak. After that, his aura could no longer rise and slowly stabilized. It was like now, even though Xiao Chen knew that the Heavenly Alliance's test was unfair, he could not do anything about it. Boom! The realm spirit had not forcefully sent Xiao Chen away yet, which meant that he still had the strength to fight. If not for the Dao domain spreading out on the ground, the might of this palm strike could have reduced the land for 500,000 kilometers around to nothing. Whoosh! This Gong Liangyu is really not giving him a way out. Fortunately, this beautiful light lasted for only an instant before quickly fading. However, others could roughly guess what had happened. Xiao Chen was a rare demonic genius. Furthermore, he happened to come from the desolate city test zone. When Xiao Chen stubbornly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat Qin Ming, who used the Emperor Dragon Fist, in Divine Dragon City, he had already expressed his stance. Xiao Chen's palm technique looked simple, but it was heavy and dense. It was like he had thrown out many tall mountains. The dragon race bloodline in Xiao Chen's body made him yearn for the empire that chased him out. Xiao Chen was not done yet. At this moment, his left hand moved as well. He held 2 fingers together and formed a sword light that pierced into Xiao Chen's face. Right after Gong Liangyu spoke, he ferociously raised his hand. That jade-white hand looked even more beautiful at close range. This was a hand that countless people envied. It was a hand of uncanny workmanship, meticulously carved yet natural. This is the final move. I'll send you out. Xiao Chen's hand slowly turned golden. The Dao platform set the place abuzz. Everyone felt incredibly anxious, eager to know what would happen next. Was there a need to risk his life in a battle that he was sure to lose? Could he not admit defeat? Retreat, Gong Liangyu said indifferently. Then, he stepped forward and stomped, trying to crush Xiao Chen's head. The most crucial thing was the sword light that Xiao Chen's left hand had pierced into Xiao Chen's face. Sensing that he could not get close at all, Gong Liangyu decisively scattered the stone steel and the sword qi before retreating. No matter how difficult it was, he would persevere on the path he chose. In the future, he would use his own method to return to the empire and prove himself. He is not dead yet? A sovereign emperor on the throne sighed softly. Clearly, this Gong Liangyu did not want to waste time with Xiao Chen. He used his full power, not underestimating Xiao Chen at all. Pu Xi. Xiao Chen was only 47 years old. He had advanced to sovereign personage only a few years ago. His innate disadvantage already sealed his fate. If Xiao Chen tried to dodge this sword qi with his movement technique, he would definitely die. Xiao Chen blocked this attack with some difficulty. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took 3 steps back. This works. Xiao Chen slowly stood up. Gong Liangyu's words contained absolute confidence. However, the deeper meaning was somewhat terrifying. Xiao Chen, who was recuperating with his eyes closed, felt a strong aura slowly approaching him from afar. Amid the chain of palm images, Xiao Chen occasionally switched to a sword technique to attack, which was even more crafty and sinister. When Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, soul energy, and vital qi all merged into one and filled his entire body, he stretched out 2 fingers. To everyone's surprise, he used these 2 fingers to clamp down on that sword light. In mere moments, 10 moves passed. Xiao Chen's white robes were already stained with blood. His wounds were a ghastly sight, inspiring heartache. Xiao Chen did not bother saying anything. His coldness and ruthlessness inspired despair. Everyone who saw him felt a chill run down their spines, feeling like they had fallen into an ice cave. The descending stone steel thoroughly suppressed Xiao Chen. If not for his innate divine body, his physical body would have been crushed. Everyone felt heartache. Even the purple-haired old man, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, felt his eyes moisten. Palm strike after palm strike, Gong Liangyu continuously sent out palm strike after palm strike. With each palm strike, the scene on the light screen shook for a long time. This battle had been unfair from the start. Gong Liangyu, who had lived for more than 400 years, had already reached the limits of a sovereign personage in all aspects. Chapter 2099. With a thought, Xiao Chen extended his hand, and a vast, boundless blurry picture of 10,000 dragons soaring in the sky appeared. Gong Liangyu, who felt that it was over, relaxed for a moment. His perfect aura revealed some openings. Such a scene was very exciting, making one's blood boil. Everyone in Secret Realm 97, no matter where they were, could see this shocking scene when they raised their heads. The moment Xiao Chen activated his bloodline, it instantly blasted apart the Earth Dao domain that covered the ground. At the same time, 3 Dao might layered over Xiao Chen's body, working with his bloodline power. One could see a trace of scarlet shadow coalescing in the thousands of sword images. The rubble, and dust from the explosion piled up like a mountain. Gong Liangyu was in there, his status unknown. However, this thought only lasted for an instant before Gong Liangyu's expression changed. The surging dragon might gathered on Xiao Chen's body, causing Xiao Chen's aura to erupt again, continuously climbing. Even a fool could tell that this was not the right time to clash head-on with Xiao Chen. Gong Liangyu felt sullen and upset. However, his shocking rationality suppressed all rash actions, remaining incredibly calm. Right now, if Xiao Chen did not admit defeat and let the realm spirit send him out, he might die to this 10,000 swords returning to the heart. After awakening the blue dragon divine body, Xiao Chen could endure even more of the ancient energy from his great desolate Aeon bloodline. Is that it? Xiao Chen roared, and the berserk dragons quietened down. The earlier ferocity and berserk instantly vanished. Gong Liangyu had not expected his sure-kill trump card to be so useless before Xiao Chen. By the time Gong Liangyu recovered his wits, the picture suddenly descended and suppressed him. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes vanished completely. Dressed in white, he fell to the ground somewhat weakly. Although this was his first time encountering the Earth Dao domain, Xiao Chen was more than 70% confident of breaking this Earth Dao domain. How can it be like this? Boom, 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 boom. Heaven's unfairness. Only I am supreme. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the scene in the secret realm was earth-shattering. The examinees on this side were all scared silly. A foot as large as a mountain trampled him down. Kacha! Kacha! Xiao Chen crushed the image of the mountain behind him as it rose up from the ground. When the scroll was unfurled, the entire sky was filled with dazzling golden light. Gong Liangyu did not panic in the face of danger. His figure moved backward, trying to buy himself some time to come up with a plan. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Buddhist divine ability, Dharma world. Seeing that Xiao Chen had no intention of admitting defeat, Gong Liangyu's eyes flashed with hostility as he spoke coldly. The reason why it had never been broken. Xiao Chen broke the restrictions of Gong Liangyu's Earth Dao domain on his movement technique. Xiao Chen instantly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's leaderless dragons. Immediately, 10,000 dragons soared into the air behind him, roaring. Furthermore, with the support of Xiao Chen's bloodline, the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist reached a horrifying level. Anyone would feel unbearable pain as Xiao Chen stomped down. An ordinary sovereign personage would probably turn into meat paste with one stomp. In 3 seconds, Xiao Chen stomped a total of 100 times. After 100 stomps, Dharma World came to an end. After enduring the final strike of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Gong Liangyu, who had been suppressed for a long time, erupted. A terrifying aura soared up from his body, and the image of an ancient mountain rose up from the ground behind him. Gong Liangyu showed doubt for the first time since the fight started. He was stunned for a moment. Gong Liangyu brought out his Earth Dao domain to its limits. However, just as the mountain was about to soar into the clouds. Oh no! The might of this secret technique already rivals that of an ordinary strike of a divine Vane Realm Sovereign Emperor. Congratulations to all the participants. The 100 spots for Secret Realm 97 have been decided. Those who survive will be qualified to participate in the second round of the test. Gong Liangyu felt suspicious in his heart. Did Xiao Chen's attack end here? Just as Gong Liangyu's foot was about to stomp down, Xiao Chen's great desolate Aeon bloodline instantly activated. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change. He moved his hands unhurriedly, sending out dense sword images. In that case, let's fight to our heart's content, fighting to the death. He successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. Why did Ancestor Dragon City not take him in? With the support of the 10,000 Dragons picture, although Gong Liangyu fought steadily, he was still forced back step by step. This was a scene that no one expected. The strongest expert in Secret Realm 97, Gong Liangyu, slaughtered all the participants within 500,000 kilometers. This is the Supreme Dragon Fist. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change, but his murderous intent soared in his heart. I'll let you be arrogant for now. Let's see how long you can erupt for. He could no longer tolerate this kind of entanglement with Xiao Chen, a 47-year-old sovereign personage. Not admitting defeat? In that case, die. This was definitely a trump card that Gong Liangyu planned to use in the second stage of the test. Gong Liangyu, who originally thought that he would be severely injured, executed his killing move the instant Xiao Chen's Dharma world came to an end. Amidst the loud noise, one mountain peak after another was snapped in half. The scene on the light screen trembled endlessly. One could only see Xiao Chen's gargantuan feet descend mercilessly over and over again. Bang! The spectators were flabbergasted, feeling incredibly shocked. After receiving this punch, Gong Liangyu felt his internal organs crack as he got knocked back 500,000 kilometers. 10,000 tall mountain peaks rising from the ground. Gong Liangyu continuously shattered the dragon images flying at him. Because time was limited, Gong Liangyu needed to wait for the best opportunity to make a move. However, Gong Liangyu was too unfathomable. The thousands of sword lights filled with scarlet images bounced back with tinkling sounds, unable to break this painting. The universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame turned into a pair of yin and yang fish, chasing each other in the starry heavens of the secret realm. The reversal of the situation on the light screen for Secret Realm 97 excited all the participants and the sovereign emperors in the entire desolate city. The thousands of dragon images looked solid, carrying Xiao Chen's hot-bloodedness and pride as they charged endlessly at Gong Liangyu like a torrential storm. The Supreme Dragon Fist was one of the three most ferocious offensive fist techniques in the world. Xiao Chen could not clash head-on with it. A resplendent and dazzling sun-like light burst out from Gong Liangyu's chest. In the next moment, thousands of sword lights shot out from his chest. Even though Xiao Chen already held a huge advantage, he did not relax at all. He was cold and emotionless, inspiring despair. Gong Liangyu was forced back by Xiao Chen. After enduring the full set of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Gong Liangyu, who felt incredibly sullen, seized the perfect opportunity after Xiao Chen finished executing his fist lights to erupt with power. A painting appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he unhurriedly tossed it into the air. However, Xiao Chen forced Gong Liangyu to execute it in this stage of the test. Heaven Dragon regrets. Commanding the Dragons. A vast and boundless Taiji yin-yang flame diagram covered the starry heavens, spreading throughout the secret realm. Furthermore, Gong Liangyu was forced into such a situation. He did not dare to imagine how the powerhouses of his test zone would view him. When Gong Liangyu executed the Supreme Dragon Fist smoothly, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He had already been knocked back 500,000 kilometers, arriving in the territory of another one of the top 10 participants. A figure covered in wounds and disheveled hair charged out of a pile of rubble, looking very miserable. When this foot landed, the surrounding tall mountains all flew away. The ground cracked, and countless peaks appeared. Whoosh! 10,000 Dragons picture. Supreme Dragon Fist. The little light figure appeared before everyone in the secret realm's void and announced the end of the test. Great desolate divine eyes. Bloodline activated. Endless life, endless battle. Gong Liangyu's body trembled slightly, and he turned into a 3-kilometer-long saber. Gong Liangyu looked up, stunned. Punch after punch, Gong Liangyu showed a bitter expression as he clenched his teeth and held on, continuously getting pushed back. Yin-yang burst. Rumble. Everyone said that Gong Liangyu was ruthless, cold, and emotionless. However, when this Xiao Chen showed his ruthlessness, it was even more chilling. My goodness! This truly lives up to being one of the three most ferocious fist techniques in the world. Even Gong Liangyu does not dare to challenge its sharpness. Xiao Chen revealed his true form and hovered in the air. The golden light in his eyes had already dimmed. The duration of his bloodline was about to end. 10,000 swords returning to the heart. The offensive aura coming from Xiao Chen was incredibly terrifying. It was like an ancient great desolate aeon roaring at him. Every sword strike contained a drop of Gong Liangyu's heart blood. This terrifying killing move made the cultivators outside the light screen suck in a breath of cold air. Xiao Chen did not give up. He continued to wait. Now, this opportunity finally appeared before him. As Xiao Chen pointed with one hand, this vast Taiji yin-yang flame diagram descended on Gong Liangyu. At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura suppressed Gong Liangyu for the first time. After fighting with the black and white eggs for 4 years, Xiao Chen was no stranger to the Dao domain. I can still breathe. Why do you say that it's over? However, how could Xiao Chen give Gong Liangyu this opportunity? He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, the strongest martial technique of the dragon race. Xiao Chen grabbed ferociously with his right hand, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded. The terrifying might of the flames radiated out, killing many of the participants who could not dodge in time. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged, and his blood surged. As a vast dragon roar rang out, 10,000 dragons attacked when he punched. Dang! However, at this moment, Xiao Chen activated his bloodline and unleashed his full power. For a short time, his cultivation was no weaker than a peak sovereign personage. Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Upon seeing the terrifying secret technique that Gong Liangyu executed in the secret realm, the sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens immediately saw how extraordinary the 10,000 swords returning to the heart was. Chapter 2100. The first stage ended. Inside Secret Realm 97, Xiao Chen looked at his ranking. 98th. Gong Liangyu, who ranked first, had 4 million faux god spirit jades, still ranked first. He is not dead yet? As Xiao Chen looked at the 3-kilometer-tall pile of rubble, he entered deep thought. Of the elemental great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and thunder, the earth great Tao was the most resilient. The saying, as firm as a boulder, or as stable as a mountain described cultivators who cultivated the earth great Tao. Earth was also the foundation of many elemental great Tao. The many great Tao in the world evolved from the earth great Tao. The elemental great Tao did not differ in strength. However, one had to admit that cultivators who grasped the earth great Tao were more difficult to deal with. The earth great Tao was also one of the more difficult elemental great Tao to cultivate. It was extremely incredible that Gong Liangyu could break through the earth great Tao to the Tao domain. Whoosh! The rubble in front flowed like water, and Gong Liangyu slowly emerged from it. Participant Gong Liangyu, congratulations. You rank 13th overall in the first stage. Ranking 13th meant that Gong Liangyu would not be a seeded participant in the second stage. This was a significant blow to Gong Liangyu, who was determined to rank within the top 10. You should rejoice that the test is over. Gong Liangyu looked coldly at Xiao Chen. It was all because of this person. If not for Xiao Chen would have been able to rank within the top 10. Indeed, when the great desolate Aeon bloodline vanished, the test ended. You are overthinking. Luck is also a part of strength. No matter how lucky I am, I obtained this result through hard work and perseverance. It had to be said that this was Xiao Chen's luck. However, this was also the result he obtained after persevering. Xiao Chen was very open-minded, not feeling as conflicted or dissatisfied as Gong Liangyu. To Xiao Chen, it was already a pretty good result to be able to enter the next stage. More than 1 million participants gathered in the entire martial epoch. This was a super test for sovereign personages under 500 years old. The first stage eliminated more than 900,000 participants. Xiao Chen already felt satisfied that he did not get eliminated. As for talking about luck, it seemed a little petty. Without perseverance and doing everything he could, he would not be able to enjoy luck. Humph, I hope you won't run into me in the next round. Gong Liangyu snorted coldly as a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Now, he felt that Gong Liangyu wasn't that scary anymore. If he really felt that he had only relied on luck to pass this stage. If he were to meet the other party in the second test, he might not have to put himself in such a sorry state. In the secret realm, the bodies of the remaining 100 people started to fade as they were teleported out by the realm spirit. Xiao. Xiao Chen's body flickered as he appeared on the starry sky Dao pillar in Desolate City. As soon as he appeared, he was shocked to find that he was surrounded by nothing but empty land. The examinees who had been eliminated had already taken the initiative to make way for Xiao Chen and the other examinees. Apart from him, there was only one person in the entire Barren City assessment area who had passed the first test. Everyone else would have to go through the loser's bracket and undergo rounds of cruel battles to obtain a limited number of spots. Nangong Feng, Sovereign Emperor Xing Ji's disciple. A person at the side greeted Xiao Chen and reported his name. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, Xiao Chen, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciple. At the mention of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, a strange look flashed in Nangong Feng's eyes. When Xiao Chen discovered that only he and Nangong Feng had passed the first test, he found it somewhat strange. This Desolate City assessment area is too unlucky. Nangong Feng glanced at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, Desolate City is just a transit point. There are not many experts here, so it is only average in the first place. The results of this test are very polarized. The three dynasties assessment areas occupy 60% of the spots. The special astral zones assessment areas account for 20%. Many of the other assessment areas were even completely wiped out. The Heavenly Alliance was a superfaction that spanned the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, the three dynasties, which occupied Great Luck, had more true experts. As for the so-called special astral zones, they were only those that were far from the central Great Realm. However, due to many factors, the spiritual energy of these outer regions was no weaker than that of the central Great Realm. They even gave birth to special secret realms that could nurture many experts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The thrones of the purple-haired old man and the group of sovereign emperors flew to the two. City Lord Shangguan revealed a smile and said, Congratulations to the two of you for passing the first test. In the end, the Heavenly Alliance changed the rules before dying. I thought that the Desolate City assessment area would be completely wiped out. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu. Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Present. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Sovereign Emperor Xinggu stood up and appeared. Then, they arrived before the purple-haired old man and bowed respectfully. The two of you, each lead a disciple and bring glory to my Desolate City assessment area. I will reward you well. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu, I will give you 100 million primeval heavenly pills, 100 subdivine crystals, and a 10,000-year-old herb king. You can choose whatever you want in the treasure pavilion. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu revealed an expression of joy. Subdivine crystals were peak-grade spirit jades, extremely rare. Obtaining 100 of them would be a great fortune to a sovereign emperor. As for primeval heavenly pills, they were somewhat insignificant. However, 100 million was a completely different matter. The so-called 10,000-year-old herb king referred to natural treasures that were more than 100,000 years old. They were treasures that could extend one's life at any time. The other sovereign emperors revealed envious expressions. The rewards for this test were several times higher than before. However, this made sense when they thought about it. There were more than 1 million participants, and the Heavenly Alliance changed the rules at the last minute. No amount of rewards would be too much for someone who could lead the participants through the first test under such circumstances. Otherwise, City Lord Shangguan wouldn't be able to keep his face if everyone in the Desolate City's examination area was wiped out. As for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, haha, I really do not know how to reward you this time. To think that you managed to bring out a powerful demonic genius who grasped martial and soul as one at the age of 47. Furthermore, you even passed the first test. You have given me a pleasant surprise. The purple-haired old man's gaze fell on the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, and he naturally revealed a smile. Lord Shangguan, you are too serious. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied politely. The purple-haired old man laughed loudly and said, I am not exaggerating. Earlier, several Heavenly Alliance Corps doyens asked me about Xiao Chen. He expressed his willingness to accept Xiao Chen into the Heavenly Alliance. I am truly flattered. This has never happened in the 10,000 years I have been in Desolate City. Ha ha ha. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the surrounding sovereign emperors burst into an uproar, feeling incredibly shocked. Within the Heaven Alliance, aside from the Alliance Master and the Deputy Alliance Master, the Law Kings held the highest position. For example, the purple-haired elder was only a Grand Elder, not a core Grand Elder. However, the purple-haired elder was a bit special. He had to oversee Desolate City. Although he was a Grand Elder, his status and authority were not inferior to that of a core Grand Elder. Most of the doyens in the other regions were nine-vein sovereign emperors. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor also had a chance to become a doyen. However, he didn't care much about it, so he retreated. Now, Sovereign Emperor Xianghu was doing his best to climb up the ranks and become one of the Heavenly Alliance's doyens. Sovereign Emperor Xianghu and his disciple, Nangong Feng, showed envy and shock on their faces. To think that a core doyen took a fancy to Xiao Chen. This was a blessing that could not be obtained even in several lifetimes. Something that Nangong Feng did not even dare to dream about. Sovereign Emperor Xianghu felt even more depressed. If Xiao Chen were his disciple, he might have directly become a doyen with this contribution. To think that such a good thing fell into the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's lap. No matter how Sovereign Emperor Xianghu thought about it, he felt uncomfortable. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt slightly startled. He had not expected a core doyen to notice Xiao Chen. Previously, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was only one step away from becoming a doyen. He knew very well how horrifying the strength of the core doyens, who were above doyens, was. The core doyens had the authority to bring the disciple they fancied into the Heavenly Alliance. However, the core doyens could use such authority only once or twice at most. The Heavenly Alliance was a superfaction made up of many peak merchant associations. For the sake of the Heavenly Alliance's continuous operation, it needed strict alliance rules. The Heavenly Alliance's test was one of the most serious matters of the Heavenly Alliance. No mistakes could be tolerated. Even the core doyens could use such authority only once or twice for Xiao Chen. This showed how much they valued Xiao Chen. For a core doyen to be willing to use this privilege that could only be used once or twice for Xiao Chen showed how much they valued Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen might not understand the significance of this, but these sovereign emperors understood it very well. Xiao Chen, what's your decision? If you are willing, you can formally join the Heavenly Alliance without needing to participate in the second stage, the purple-haired old man said softly as he looked at Xiao Chen. The purple-haired old man entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "Very well. I'll tell you the information of these core doyens in private." The purple-haired old man entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "All right. I'll tell you the information of these core doyens in private." "Thank you, Lord Shangguan." At the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's signal, Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute, thanking the purple-haired old man. The purple-haired old man looked at the other participants and said, "The second stage will be held 10 days from now. If you want to participate in the loser's arena, make your preparations and come 10 days from now. If you are not willing, those who still have faux god spirit jades can exchange them for some resources you need in Desolate City." "Thank you, Lord Shangguan." Chapter 2101. After the purple-haired old man finished speaking, he left with the group of Desolate City's upper echelon. The first stage of the test came to an end. "Brother Peach Blossom, you are really lucky. I brought 10-odd people into the Heavenly Alliance and worked hard for more than 1,000 years, but I cannot compare to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's good disciple." Sovereign Emperor Xianghu said somewhat eccentrically as he walked over. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and said, "I was indeed lucky. I'll take my leave first. I still have to discuss the core doyen's invitation with Xiao Chen." Humph. Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's indifferent attitude, even bringing up the matter of the core doyens taking a fancy to Xiao Chen, Sovereign Emperor Xianghu felt disgusted. Even if Sovereign Emperor Xianghu wanted to lose his temper, he could only hold it in. After a while, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and the others returned to Desolate City via the Starry Heaven Dao platform. They found a residence near the overflowing sea to settle down. The highest pavilion of the residence had a window on the top floor, which allowed one to see the vast radiant overflowing sea. At this moment, Xiao Chen and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor were alone in the pavilion. The others had already left. "Xiao Chen, do you know why I was not in a rush to get you to agree to Lord Shangguan on the Dao platform?" Xiao Chen felt suspicious. "I don't know." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor went to the window and looked at the overflowing sea. After some thought, he said, "Within the Heavenly Alliance, the core doyens are below the Alliance Chief and the Vice Alliance Chief. Catching the eye of a core doyen is extremely rare. It is an extravagant hope that many people do not even dare to dream of. I was afraid that you would be too excited and unable to make a decision. Hence, I wanted you to calm down before making a decision that truly follows your heart. Xiaochen thought about it. At that time, he had indeed felt a surge of emotions. Suddenly hearing such good news while being stared at by tens of thousands of eyes, his emotions fluctuated greatly. There is one more thing. Catching the eye of a court doyen might not be a good thing. Feeling confused, Xiaochen asked, "Why is that?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave Xiaochen a deep look. After hesitating for a moment he said, "Compared to the other superfactions, the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure is much more complicated because it is made up of merchant associations. The level of chaos here was much worse than that of the veteran superfactions like the Bushan Palace, the Universe Origin Sect, the Hidden Spirit Temple, and the Profound Heaven Holy Land. Not all of them are good people. Factional struggles are also quite intense. Originally, these things were very far away from you. My original intention was for you to rely on your own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance. This way it would be easier for you to be respected, and you would have more freedom. Let me put it more bluntly. If you rely on the core doyens to support you and enter the Heavenly Alliance, you will not be able to do so. If you want to retreat in the future, with this favor, how can you retreat? If I'm not careful, I might get caught up in the conflict between the factions and sink deeper and deeper. It'll be even more troublesome if I can't retreat even if I wanted to." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words held a deeper meaning. It seemed like he had been forced to retreat from Peach Blossom City for some reason back then. Now, he didn't want Xiaochen to repeat his mistakes. Xiaochen was still fine. At the very least, he had retired and was in a half-hidden state, no longer caring about the Heavenly Alliance's matters. He knew that Xiaochen joined the Heavenly Alliance because the Heavenly Alliance had more freedom. If Xiaochen ended up being tied down, Xiaochen might feel vexed. When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words calmed him down completely. Indeed, if Xiaochen could not leave the Heavenly Alliance in the future because of this favor, the losses would outweigh the gains. There's no rush. It will not be too late to make a decision after I know which senior elder took a liking to you. There are also many rather neutral core doyens in the Heavenly Alliance. There is no need to rush. Many thanks, City Lord. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute. It's fine. You can withdraw first and make your preparations. You might have to participate in the second stage 10 days later. However, Xiaochen did not leave. He showed a hesitant expression, like he wanted to say something. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked, "Is there something else?" "Yes. I would like to borrow primeval heavenly pills from City Lord." Xiaochen had always been decisive and rarely hesitated. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed about borrowing primeval heavenly pills. "How much?" "At least 3,000 primeval heavenly pills." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his eyebrows and sighed softly. Then, he walked over and placed a hand on Xiaochen's shoulder. After a while, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor revealed an expression of understanding. "It turns out that you have been stuck at the bottleneck of small perfection sovereign personage for close to 2 years already. The resources needed to break through the bottleneck are indeed astronomical. 30 million primeval heavenly pills might not be enough. How about this? I'll lend you 50 million primeval heavenly pills and return you a rank 7 cloud breaking pill. That way, you will have a better chance of breaking through to great perfection sovereign personage." After the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor understood, he felt very forthright, not hesitating at all. After a pause, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor continued, "You don't have to feel like you owe me a favor. You and I are helping each other. By letting you participate in the test, I do not need to be criticized for not doing anything. Furthermore, Lord Shangguan will give me a reward that will not be lesser than this." Xiaochen nodded slightly. However, he still owed the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor a favor in his heart. No matter what, without the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, Xiaochen would not have been able to enter the Heavenly Alliance's test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor lent him 50 million primeval heavenly pills on a whim, even giving him a rank 7 heavenly pill. Xiaochen admired the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's forthrightness. "However, are you sure you want to break through at this time? Once you fail, you will have to recuperate for half a month. After that, the Heavenly Alliance's test will be over." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen cautiously. Xiao Chen received the storage ring that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. Then, he said calmly, I've already made up my mind. Given Gong Liangyu's strength, I estimate that he will rank within the top 100. Right now, I find it hard to even block him. If I do not improve, I do not have much hope of passing the test. Good. With a great battle ahead, it is not impossible to cut off all means of retreat. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded and personally sent Xiao Chen off. After returning to his room, Xiao Chen thought to himself, 50 million primeval heavenly pills. If I work hard and do not have any fortuitous encounters, I will have to work hard for at least 2 years. This time, Xiao Chen not only wanted to use this opportunity to break through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, but also break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 11th layer in one go and comprehend the Thunder Dao domain. Xiao Chen's Saber Dao still had flaws that he could not fix. However, he had never slacked off on his Thunder Dao. He grasped the 5-element Divine Lightning and the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning hidden in his Sea of Consciousness. Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao was not much weaker than his Saber Dao. Every time the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through a layer, Xiao Chen had to undergo a lightning tribulation. The 11th lightning tribulation would definitely be extremely terrifying, but if he could survive it, he would definitely be able to survive it. However, if Xiao Chen successfully cleared it, his understanding of the Thunder Dao would definitely reach a new level. The Thunder Dao domain would be within his grasp. If everything went according to plan, Xiao Chen would be able to advance to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage and grasp the Thunder Dao domain within 10 days. At that time, the increase in strength would not be just a little bit. Even if Xiao Chen did not bring out all his trump cards, he would have a 60% chance of defeating Gong Liangyu. Cultivation was secondary. The most important thing was the Dao domain. Without a Dao domain, Xiao Chen would be at a disadvantage. With the Earth Dao domain, Gong Liangyu would naturally be undefeatable when facing Xiao Chen. There would come a time when he could turn things around. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor is right. If I rely on core doyens to enter the Heavenly Alliance, I will definitely face many restrictions and not have much freedom. Actually, this is not in line with my character. I can only grasp the initiative by relying on myself. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. At this moment, his heart was clear. After thinking it through, he felt relaxed. More importantly, Xiao Chen also felt proud in his heart. Everyone believed that he was too young and would find it hard to pass this Heavenly Alliance's test. Since everyone believed that he could not rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance, then he would prove it to everyone. Even if he was only 47 years old, he could still rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance. As long as one lived, one had to possess inextinguishable confidence. Why can't I do the same? Divine Universe Steel. With a thought, the Divine Universe Steel flew out of Xiao Chen's body. Then, his figure flashed and entered the steel. The Dao platform in the steel was even larger than Desolate City's Starry Heavens Dao platform. A blood moon hung high above the Dao platform. Whoosh! Xiao Chen turned into a beam of light and directly entered the blood moon. Then, the Divine Universe Steel in the room vanished into thin air. A white figure slowly descended from the blood moon in the Blue Dragon Ancient City's secret realm. The black and white eggs, the 2 chatterboxes, boasted excitedly on top of a dilapidated, ancient palace. Black Egg looked up and exclaimed somewhat excitedly, "Look! Is Egg back?" White Egg looked in the direction Black Egg pointed. "Haha! It really is Egg. He probably needs a beating. Come. I can't wait anymore." Chapter 2102. The Land of the Blood Moon. Before Xiao Chen landed, he saw the black and white eggs flying towards him. "It has only been a short while. Why are you coming back already?" Black Egg asked Xiao Chen after landing, feeling it was strange. White Egg cackled and said, "Could it be that you are really asking for a beating?" Xiao Chen said, "With your current strength, you are not a match for me. If anyone is going to be beaten up, it will be me." "Nonsense. Come. Let's have a spar." The black and white eggs immediately felt unconvinced. They took up a stance, wanting to fight Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "There's no rush. I will fight you after I break through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage and grasp a Dao domain. When you reach Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, We can adjust our strength to peak sovereign personage. If we work together, we can be considered unrivaled among sovereign personages. Are you sure you want to fight us? The black and white eggs gave Xiao Chen strange looks. They were both foe gods and would always be one cultivation level higher than Xiao Chen. Is that so? I look forward to it. I hope that you can give me a pleasant surprise. A fighting spirit flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said seriously. The stronger the black and white eggs were, the higher his chances of clearing the second stage would be. Are you serious? How did you manage to obtain so many resources in such a short time? Could it be that you are being chased and are hiding here? Xiao Chen looked around and chose a place to break through. Then he said casually, I borrowed resources from others. I will have to return them in the future. The black and white eggs chatted softly as they watched Xiao Chen leave, finding it strange. He is in too much of a rush. I wonder what he experienced outside for him to want to break through to great perfection sovereign personage now. Right. Although he reached the bottleneck of small perfection sovereign personage long ago, his chances of breaking through will be much higher after a few years. Let's wait. I hope nothing happens to Egg. Otherwise, it will not be fun. Breaking through to great perfection sovereign personage was definitely risky. If one failed, one would have to recuperate for several months at best. The Heavenly Alliance's test was filled with experts and experts. Xiao Chen cut off all means of retreat, staking everything on one throw. In any case, Xiao Chen no longer had a way out. If he did not advance to great perfection sovereign personage and grasp a Dao domain, he basically had no hope of passing the test. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. Breaking through in the land of the Blood Moon was actually more difficult than in the outside world because the spirit chi there was much sparser. However, the benefits were also very obvious. It was quiet enough, and there was nothing to be afraid of, no commotion. Xiao Chen chose a spot and laid a spirit-gathering formation. Then he casually waved his hand, and more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills immediately spread over the formation. The dense spiritual energy scattered everywhere, but it was all absorbed by the spirit-gathering formation, not a single bit dissipating. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed in the center of the formation. Primeval heavenly pills floated around him. Closing his eyes, he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy. The tens of thousands of primeval heavenly pills immediately sank and entered the spirit-gathering formation. Then, the formation compressed and condensed it, surging into Xiao Chen's body in the center of the formation, wave after wave of impact. Spiritual energy flowed through his meridians and surged over like ferocious beasts. An ordinary sovereign personage's physical body would not have been able to endure such an impact. However, Xiao Chen had an acquired divine body. He calmly allowed his body to withstand the impact and directed the spiritual energy into his primal core. When a martial artist cultivated, the Yuan Dan was the vessel. To put it simply, it was to make the container bigger and stronger. But in reality, it was much more complicated. A breakthrough in cultivation. Not only could it withstand more true essence, but most importantly, it could also change the quality of true essence, making it more condensed and vigorous. True essence was the foundation of all martial skills, cultivation methods, and secret techniques. If two people had the same cultivation methods, martial skills, and mystic techniques, if the quality of their true essence was different, then there would be a clear difference in strength. Sovereign personage had 4 stages. Every breakthrough was as difficult as ascending to heaven. If not for the fact that Xiao Chen was exceptionally talented, possessed the great desolate era bloodline, and had cultivated the acquired divine body, he would not have been able to survive. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to have a chance to break through to great perfection sovereign personage within 4 years. Time passed slowly. Xiao Chen's breakthrough to great perfection sovereign personage did not go smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Xiao Chen had exhausted 30 million primeval heavenly pills. During this time, Xiao Chen ran into many dangerous situations. His complexion flickered, and his life force weakened. This worried the black and white eggs, who were watching from afar. I have to use the cloud-breaking pill. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and took out the rank 7 cloud-breaking pill that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. When the cloud-breaking pill entered Xiao Chen's mouth, it melted like a clump of flame, instantly igniting the spiritual energy in his body. The intensity of his spiritual energy instantly increased several-fold. After using the cloud-breaking pill, he had to use it in one go, staking it all on one throw. Otherwise, once this spiritual energy was extinguished, all his previous efforts would be for naught, leaving him with no way out. This egg is really worrying, Black Egg said somewhat worriedly. The best way to make a breakthrough is to wait for the conditions to be right. There is no need to forcefully break through. Egg can do that. However, she is in too much of a rush. If she uses resources to forcefully break through, she will have to bear this risk, White Egg said softly. White Egg said softly. Its tone was similarly filled with unconcealable worry. Although the two combat puppets were heartless and did not hold back when they beat up Xiao Chen, they had known each other for a few years. However, they had known each other for a few years, after all. They had some feelings for each other, so they did not want anything to happen to him. Boom! Just as the two discussed, a terrifying might and pressure suddenly erupted from Xiao Chen's body. A dragon roar resounded in the surroundings from his body. Xiao Chen's aura underwent a drastic change, undergoing a complete transformation. Great Perfection's sovereign personage. Egg succeeded. The black and white eggs immediately rejoiced. Their figures flashed as they prepared to congratulate Xiao Chen. Even though Xiao Chen had been stuck at a bottleneck for 2 years and already had deep accumulations and the help of the cloud-breaking pill, he might not be able to break through. Even if he could not successfully break through, there was still only a 50-50 chance of success. It was indeed worth celebrating. Wait a moment. Black Egg quickly pulled White Egg back and retreated at the same time. In the next moment, tribulation clouds gathered in the surroundings. Soon, surging thunderclouds flickered with electric light above Xiao Chen's head, radiating out continuously. Soon, these black thunderclouds, which gave off an incomparably suppressive feeling, covered most of the sky above the land of the Blood Moon. Even the Blood Moon was covered. The secret realm of the Blue Dragon ancient city turned pitch black. The black and white eggs only stopped after retreating a long distance. They appeared incredibly shocked. What is going on? Lightning tribulation? Egg is really going all out. She already broke through to Great Perfection's sovereign personage. To think that she still wants to go further. It might be some kind of cultivation technique. However, why does this lightning tribulation feel ridiculously strong? The black and white eggs muttered softly. They discovered that the thunderclouds in the sky were no ordinary tribulation clouds. Even they felt some fear and unease. The strength of this lightning tribulation was somewhat terrifying. It is still storing up power. This lightning tribulation is somewhat exaggerated. The entire land of the Blood Moon suddenly turned incredibly suppressive. The churning thunderclouds in the sky looked majestic, like they could swallow up everything. The black thunderclouds were incredibly dense, like the vast sea hanging in the sky, undulating. This was the lightning tribulation that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation needed to undergo to break through to the 11th layer. After breaking through this lightning tribulation, Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would reach the highest layer, the 12th layer. This was the final lightning tribulation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Chen could only undergo this tribulation when he was a Great Perfection sovereign personage. If he was a small Perfection sovereign personage, there would be no hope at all. Chi! Suddenly, 2 bolts of black lightning appeared in the sky, tearing through the darkness. They were like the evil claws of a ferocious beast in the thunderclouds as they charged at the black and white eggs. Bang! The black and white eggs shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Whoosh! It was not over yet. Another 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blasting at the pieces on the ground. This startled the black and white eggs, who had been pretending to be dead. They quickly reformed and fled. Let's go. The black and white eggs felt stunned as they quickly retreated. They kept retreating until they nearly reached the borders of this secret realm. Only then did the black and white eggs truly avoid the pursuit of the lightning bolts and get chased out. Why do I feel somewhat uneasy? White Egg looked at the thunderclouds in the sky somewhat nervously. Then, it looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the middle of the thunderclouds. This tribulation lightning is truly unheard of. Given the structure of this secret realm, it is impossible for it to have such terrifying lightning-attributed spiritual energy. I can only say that Egg's cultivation technique triggered the martial epic's origin tribulation lightning, ignoring the existence of this secret realm. As the black and white eggs discussed, the desolate slave Soul Reaper had appeared on the city walls at some point in time, looking at Xiao Chen in confusion. In the Blue Dragon ancient city, The blue dragon statue suddenly appeared in the mountain range where the ancient Tao platform was. The blue dragon statue swam around the mountain range, its spiritual eyes looking at the thunderclouds, filled with confusion. Rumble. The dragon spirit controlled the ancient blue dragon statue to swim around continuously until its entire body emerged from the mountain range. The countless wandering dragon souls in the city entered the blue dragon statue. In the next moment, the blue dragon statue used its colossal body to encase the entire blue dragon ancient city. Even when the golden armored army attacked, the dragon spirit did not make a move. However now, it seemed to fear that this tribulation lightning would affect the blue dragon ancient city, so it used its final trump card.